streaming it. Oh darn it, I screwed up the thing already. Ah, I forgot to change the title. Update. Alright, hopefully that doesn't get saved as Botland Day 19 starts Friday. Alright, well, we'll find out if that's the case later. Alright, I started streaming. So, let's get some lights on in here. Done. Oh, that's too bright. Alright, let's do that. Next, we gotta fix something. Well, we gotta do a couple things. So, let's do this. We're going to do first tasks, mods. So it's make them public, put day 2 in the playlist also, and then fix lights thing. So let's start with the fixed lights thing. Hey Tembroya, Roving Eye, and UG Pro. Yeah, I don't have the bot running yet. I'm about to start that up. In fact, how do I want to do this? Yeah, let's do it this way. I might need to restart one of these things. So the problem is, well, it's not really a problem, but we wanted to take one of the clip-on lamps that I had in here into the other room. So now there are only 4 lights for you guys to control, which means I need to modify the front-end UI. So let's do that. Hey Glenn, and hey Orange Ray. Alright, so we're going to go into the front end and we're going to open up main.js maybe? Numlights 3. That's not even correct. I don't understand how this was supposed to work. Where are the light buttons? Light section. Here we go. So I added radio buttons for each light that I have. Oh, this isn't correct at all. I know what happened. I updated this just on the server and not on my machine. So that means, all right, let's find out what that means. If I go into FileZilla and I have to do this on my other page. You guys don't see this stuff. All right, so let's view and edit this file. Aha, Numlights 5. All right, now it's Numlights 4. And which lights, I don't actually know. So let's re-upload that file. Done. And then we save this. And then let's open this in our browser. Good, so now we have 4 lights. The problem is that these don't correspond to the correct lights on the server now. So we're going to need to restart the server in a second. But first we need to modify it. So let's go into the light control server and modify, source/light. Yeah, so these, I don't know which light is which. So I guess we just got to test this out. So let's do it. Alright, so let me take a look at what's going on behind me. So 4 and 5 I knew were good. So it's got to be one of these first 3. Yeah, so let's do this. We'll turn that red. That is that light. We'll turn this red. That is that light. So number 3 must be wrong. Yeah, I must have just changed the light in the living room. So my wife probably just saw that. Alright, so number 3 is this, 6. We just removed that, and then we restart the server. Oops, nope, darn it, no. Oh man, alright, I'm screwing everything up. Man. Alright. Please work. I just accidentally closed the bot. I didn't mean to do that. Oh man. We're off to a great start. Let's see if this can reconnect. Yeah, I gotta keep trying this out. Alright, let's open up the light control server, I guess. Run. This will eventually work. I just need to keep redoing this until both clients connect, because the reconnect logic is very flimsy. So I just wait for it to connect twice. So we fixed this. Let's see if I can do... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Actually, I guess that would have worked. Yeah, at least it's Friday. Alright, let's see. So all red. Is that correct? Those ones on the door don't look red, but now they certainly look blue. So I think this is good then. And let me just verify really quickly that I didn't change one in the living room. I'll be right back. Just checking the lights. My wife was staring at me. I thought you were streaming. That's what was on her mind. Okay, so then we fix that. So let's set these to some color that's not obnoxious. Yellow. No, orange. Yeah, okay, that looks good. So then we just need to restart the token bot. So that was step one. Then the other thing, and I'm doing a couple of these, oh man, this is never gonna start now. I'm doing a couple of these tasks because it's still before 9 o'clock. But also this is what I do. I improve my stream while I'm on my stream. And the other thing I should do is make something like turbulence again to notify about the test. Okay, the IRC clients are running, the light server is running. Let's try really quickly with a giveaway with just the people who are here. All right, Tenbroya, I got it. So yeah, Tenbroya, make sure you can actually control the lights. I mean, you don't have to. If you want to do that, then you can do it now. All right, then the next thing. So good news is I put all the VODs on YouTube, and I need to make sure to tell Irfan about this because he was one of the people who wanted to know about this. So let's do this. What is add to? Can you say add to a playlist? Oh, neat. Okay, so we're gonna take all of the different Botland videos and probably the Hearthstone stream eventually. Day 15 hasn't finished uploading yet? No, it apparently has. Okay, day 14, day 14, day 13. This only goes as far back as day 11, I believe. So we're gonna say add to Twitch development VODs. Okay, so that's apparently done. Now how do I mark all these as public? Okay, cool. There, so all these videos should have been marked public. Girlfriend's like, she's my wife, but yeah. Temporary says, can you redo that? Okay, well, I can redo a giveaway. It's not guaranteed to be you this time. Oh, now it's Roving Eye. I've been doing everything I could to stop him from getting control over my lights. He's been waiting for this day. Alright, well, yeah, if you could try that out and just see, does it work? Okay, so apparently all of these videos are updated. So now let's try going to botland.net in an incognito tab and going to YouTube. And now hopefully we don't see a whole bunch of pages get spammed or videos get spammed. We do. That's unfortunate because I feel like a lot of people are going to look at just this page. If you go into videos, what do you see? Yeah, I don't want this stuff showing. Is there a way on YouTube to stop this from happening? Like, I don't want people to see all of these videos. I want them to be able to see them, but I want them to be like carefully hidden away in the development VODs playlist. Ah, man. How do you, is it dashboard? I don't know if this is even possible. Well, if it's not, then yeah, I know I could just set these as unlisted. Actually, hey Scorn, what if, can you have unlisted videos in a playlist? That would make sense, right? So I have Botland Day 18. If I set this to unlisted and I save, and I go into the playlist that I have, so that's over here, playlist. This contains 13 videos. There's day 18. Oh, so maybe I just mark all of these as unlisted. Oh, okay. Well, let's fix that really fast then. Botland. Oh, not the Hearthstone stream. That's not development. I guess it's somewhat development of Hearthstone in that it's testing. Okay, let's try this. Unlisted. And yeah, Roving Eye, I know the lag is a lot, but that's a Twitch thing. I can't reduce that. I could increase the time that you get, but then everyone else would be upset that they didn't get that much time. Okay, so I think I fixed this. I think all of the, yeah, good. So only 5 videos show here, and then the playlist has all the development VODs. Nice. Okay, so then I'll link this playlist for people. Roving Eye said I'm sorry, and I hope the colors aren't too annoying. Okay, so something that I'm curious about that I want to ask people kind of throughout the day. I don't know if this is possible, but I want to be able to auto-upload VODs as long as people ask for them. But whatever, let's just do this. We'll put this here. Oh, and then there was one other thing I wanted to do, which is make day 2 public into this. So let's just fix that too. Where's day 2? Here we go. And this is just one section of day 2. So we'll have to add this to Twitch development VODs. Nice. And then I think we can order this correctly. Like this has a ton of videos now. Yeah, and this is in some really silly order. There's, oh man, move to top, move to bottom. So I got to do like an insertion sort on this. All right. Well, what do you guys think would make the most sense? I think putting the oldest ones at the bottom makes the most sense. But it's a playlist. No, putting the oldest one at the top probably makes the most sense. Well, let's just do this really fast. So where's day 2 in here? I don't even see day 2. Oh, I made a playlist called day 2? No, that was something that already existed. Where's Video Manager? Alright, sorry about this. We'll get to development in just a second. Because once this is done, there shouldn't be much else to do here. I thought I took this, day 2, and added it to Twitch development VODs. Did it work? How do I apply this action? Yeah, 26 videos. Good. Okay, cool. So let's take day 2 now. Day 2. Good. That's at the bottom here. We'll say move to top. And we just got to keep doing that with all of these, which shouldn't take very long. So day 11 is already there. Then, oh wait, no, we can't do things this way. We'd have to make the oldest ones go to the top. Or rather, the newest ones go to the bottom. But we need to do it in reverse order. Is there like a just drag? Can I just drag this where I want it to be? Why did they make this so difficult? Oh no, you can. Okay, cool. Alright, so we have day 2, day 11 part 1. That's apparently there twice. 251, 251. Yeah, this shouldn't be here. Remove day 11 part 2. Oh man, this is a terrible UI. It's actually not terrible. Okay, then day 12. This will get much faster as I'm done modifying these. So day 12 we put there, day 12 last a little bit. And so a lot of these are split up into multiple components because my internet was so bad. And now I think things have died down to the point where, and we'll figure this out as we sort these, but I think it's died down to the point where I should have just single videos getting produced for each day, which is good for you guys because you don't have to load a million different parts that break at weird points. So day 15, oh, except for that's not entirely true because if I get a source button, it cuts off the stream and then starts a new VOD. But I don't have any control over that until I get partner, which may or may not happen. So day 12 is also here twice. I must have added some of these twice. Yeah, there's day 18, day 17, 16, part 1, 15. Yeah, I guess I just accidentally added all these things twice somehow. Okay, well then we're pretty much already done. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Alright, there we go. There's our playlist. 13 videos spanning, what, 8 days? That means that 1, 2, 3, 4 of these have... Oh, and there's the 9th day. Okay, good. Yeah, we're done with that. So let's never talk about this again. Okay. VODs are public. Lights are done. The only other thing that needs to happen today that's not stream related, and this is why my phone is beeping right now, is that I'm getting a standing desk today. It's finally going to get delivered. It's supposed to be Monday, then it was supposed to be Wednesday, then I called and said, can I make it Thursday? And long story short, it's going to finally be today. So I'll just say this. I'll get rid of this stuff and say, standing desk is coming today. May need to take phone call. I expect them to call it about 11 a.m., so 2 hours from now. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. Sometime between 11 and 4. Alright, good. Alright, so Another thing for you guys who were here, Jen15 says, so you're making a bot to auto-upload VODs? Sounds good plan to me. I'm not actually making a bot to do that. I'm just manually doing it for right now. And it's pretty easy through the Twitch interface. If I go to profile, past broadcast. So if you watch any of these broadcasts as a Twitch streamer, I'm assuming as a viewer you don't get this permission, but if I, oh man, okay there. If I click the video, then here there's a little button that says export, and then it takes a long time to export if you have an 8-hour stream. But yeah, that's what I've been doing for right now. I think it'll be a little bit easier once there aren't like 10 of them that I need to get done. And they take like I said, it takes like a day to upload, I think, or at least overnight. So rename, find closest to get closest. Yeah, so Thursday is like my meeting day. And so I came up with some answers with the co-founder for some of these things. And that's done. So we want to do this. This is going to be the first task we do today. Put snippets directly into Blockly. Do we have word wrap on? Yeah, we do. Then after that, it's get the game server to work again. And in any extra time, it's just tackle some small things on this list. Because I think next week what we're going to do, I started writing some things down. We're going to actually make it so that you can configure bots. Let me load up the game. I can show you guys. So let's do botland client watch, botland client run. And let's take a look at what we have so far. So right now, what's happening is you're deploying bots that you just assume will have lasers on them. That is not how things will work in the future. In the future, and I've drawn this a few times for you guys, so let's just imagine you have this. You've got 4 slots, and this is like your bot. And I don't feel like dragging this, so we're just going to do it that way. Alright, this is your bot, and this is like possible hardware. Now, I might as well tell you guys about this now. So here's what possible hardware is really going to look like. Missiles 1, missiles 2, missiles 3, artillery 1, and then so on and so forth. So what I had been telling you guys originally is like, oh yeah, if you want lasers, just drag lasers here, and if you want missiles, just drag missiles here. Well, it's a little bit different from that. It's that lasers 3 is going to take up 3 of these slots. So you're really dragging it like this. It would look better in the actual game, of course. And then now you only have 1 slot for artillery. This is what I want to get done next week. And I wasn't even planning on, oh man, paint screwed up. I wasn't even planning on having UI for this, but then I talked to Ian and he said, why don't you use Blockly? So I think that's what we're going to do. When are you going to start getting assets? We're still in the concepting phase right now. So possibly in, let's say, 2 or 3 weeks, the concepting phase will be done. And then we'll say, all right, here's what our bots will look like. Now we can go get some of these assets created. But I don't actually know. I can't say for sure when that'll all happen. So yeah, bot equipment, and then some of the basic quality of life things. And I'm gonna write like, prepare for pre-beta. Like, overall goal is to prepare for pre-beta so that people can have fun. And yeah, actually I should write this. Touch controls with the camera at least. Mouse controls with the camera too. Scroll wheel should zoom. It should do so on the selected center point, I guess. And then I usually write my roadmap as a set of 3 things. Now I only have 2, so we're adding 1 feature, then we're improving a whole bunch of existing things. And what else? I guess what I could say is write the pre-beta bot if I haven't already. Code bang botland if I haven't already. Yeah, I think that's a good next week. And that way I can pretty much promise that when I get 1,000 followers, I'll be able to host the pre-beta for you guys. Because like I said, the lawyer is still figuring out the EULA. I should get that within about a week. Then I said I wanted 1,000 followers, so I think that'll be good. And then this thing. See bullet points below. Search botland. Okay. Good. Now, one of the issues from last dream that we had was a Babel syntax highlighting issue. I got word back from the creator of the plugin, and he said, I'm not supporting Sublime Text 2. So I came up with a workaround, and that's as good as we can get for right now, because, yeah, I'm not switching to Sublime Text 3 yet. So I think I'm just gonna close this. Alright, good. So let's get snippets working in Blockly. We need to look at the toolbox for how they did this. So let's go into Blockly sample. And where did they put it? I think it's this. Yes. So there should be toolbox here somewhere. Did they not? Oh, defining the toolbox. Here we go. So yeah, here's where they had these library tools, and they put randomize in here. We need to copy. We don't need to copy it, but we need to do something similar to what they did. Let's go into code JavaScript Blockly, and we'll go into the demo where they use the toolbox. Let's open up index.html. We can close all this other stuff, I think, right? Yeah. And let me make sure FileZilla uploaded that. Good, it did. Okay, so in theirs, they have something that they call library, and they just have the XML set up for a pre-made block. We want to do something like that. What is mutation? I think I know how we're gonna do this. Let's try this out. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll put if will lasers hit in any direction, and then we'll put a terminator fire lasers. Now we'll get the XML of that, and that goes to the console. And then what we'll try doing is just making use of this block, similarly to how they did this here. Now they made a category. We could do something like that. I guess they can have subcategories. Library expands into randomize. Randomize is not a category. Oh, I guess it could be a category. That's the point. Okay. Let's see. Here's the XML that we have. And by the way, did I fix... Is this set to Babel? Yes, it is. Okay, good. So then we need to include this, sort of in the same way that we had things before. So they have a block. So I think we do need a category for this. Let's just try this out. Here's what we'll do. We'll go into the Blockly component where we define all of this stuff, and let's put a new category called snippet. And there is no custom here. And then in here, we're going to put one of our blocks. Now, I don't know if we need this as a subcategory or not, but let's try this out and we'll see if this works. So what we should have, we have snippets. Yeah, cool. So now we can drag this snippet on wherever we want. All right, that's good. I think we want to name these though. That's probably why they put a category beneath it. Let's try a subcategory of just test, and then let's put this here. Okay. So now we have snippets expands into test. Test is, I can't drag that on though. I don't know how people will want to interact with this. Maybe I shouldn't even try to figure it out right now. Maybe I should just use what works. I wonder what's best. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put all of the... No, but if you don't have a description of what these do, then you won't necessarily use it. Like, you don't know that this is the fire laser script, even though you could read it. You want to just see, okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to say fire laser snippet is that. And yeah, unfortunately, this is going to get to be kind of tedious. You know what we could do? Maybe there's an XML formatter. Do I have something like that? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, well, let's see if we can install something like that, because that would be kind of helpful. Comment block? Oh, there are comment blocks? I didn't know that. Actually, let's just do this. Blockly demo. I hadn't ever seen comments in the in Blockly so far, so they're none of those. And thank you, Monetic Bind, for the suggestion. Maximum block limit. Oh, actually, you know what? This is pretty useful. I'm gonna write this down for next week. When we do this, allow for naming bots. So bot equipment. Set a max block limit of 7. Oh, I could probably make a comment block. Yeah, you're right. I could just make it not turn into any code. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Make a comment block. So there's the factory somewhere here. Here we go. And the first thing I want to do is comment should probably be gray. Is there even, can you even set the hue to something like, they picked vibrant colors for all of this. There's no black or white. Why would they do that? What happens if you set color to 370? Oh, you can't modify this. Well, how does set color work? Maybe there's some other way to call it. Let's go into Blockly's code base. I know I'm focusing on something really small here, but this won't take very long, and it is kind of pretty helpful for the user, I think, to see comments in gray. So let's go into core. No, let's just find here. And they call it set color with a U. That is anti-American. Alright, set colors equals function colors. And set color is a hex color. Bubble back, bubble arrow. Dosmer says, so why did you put a block limit of 7? Will there be limit in pure JS code? That would be relatively hard to implement. No. So what I'm putting a block limit of 7 for is going to be this. Dosmer, I don't know if you were here for when I talked about this, but the way that I'm going to code this next week. I haven't done this yet. But the way I've always been describing possible hardware, I always just said it like this. There are lasers, there's missiles, there's artillery, and just imagine that you drag lasers over to here, and now you've got lasers on your bot. Well, it's actually a little bit more intricate than that. There are actually different tiers of lasers. So imagine like lasers level 3 takes up 3 slots. So you can only have 7 slots on your machine. And since I'm going to use a temporary UI of Blockly for this, it makes sense that you can have only a maximum of 7 blocks. And that represents these things. So imagine if you put lasers 1, missiles 1, artillery 1, cloaking 1. Okay, so we wanted to look at how their set color works. They have this set color hue equals color hue. It sounds like they only allow for their hue system, which I'm not really like upset with or anything. That's totally fine. Where does this inherit from? Where's update color? Blockly block prototype? I guess there must be some class that inherits from this. Where field color? No, this is not what I want. This is just the hue part of it. Let's take a look at update color. Let's do this and let's do this. Okay, here we go. So it's in block.svg.js. I see, this is like the rendering component of this. So they get the color and they have blockly.makeColor. MakeColor must just turn it into hex. So fine, let's find that function. MakeColor, here we go. Take in a hue and do HSV to hex. Yeah, we'd have to overwrite how the blocks actually make their colors. That's not something that's worth doing for right now. So let's just pick a color that's not gray, I guess. So which of these makes the most sense for comments? Probably green, I guess. Let's just pick 120. Okay. So here's what we'll do. We will make we'll go into our Blockly component and we'll add under helpers, I guess we'll just say helper comment. Then we need, instead of Blockly, we need helper comment to actually do something. So we're going to do this. Helper comment how is this going to work? Let's look at the block factory. So I think we need a dummy input that has text that says comment, and then we need to actually put in a field. This? No, that's not how I want to do things. Maybe it's not dummy input, maybe it's this kind of input. No, that's alright. At some point I'll get used to this. External input, no connections. Yeah, I don't want a connection. I want this to just be, well, I guess you could drag text on here, like a string. But I wanted it to be inline, and there's a way to do that. What do I already have? Does anything I already have do this? Print does. No, print doesn't. Never mind. Move could if it... How do I do this? Maybe I just put a field in here? No, you can't do that. Fields left, right, text. Oh man, I know I've done this before. Statement input. Oh, I tried that one. It was this one. No, not that one. This one. Value input. Oh, yeah, I think this is what we want. Text hello. Field right. No, this is also not correct. Man, I could have sworn I did this. Let's take a look at my own override of the Blockly generator. And in here, I have this, and I thought I did something like, yeah, this. What is this then? So I did get this to work. So then all we need to do is look at what I did in here, and we'll have the thing that I'm trying to do. All right, here we go. So let's look for text move. What does this block look like? Here we go. So we just want this, I guess. All right, done. So let's see, we have append dummy field input. This is just going to say comment. Then we append field, Blockly field text input. Okay, there we go. And this is just going to say comment. I guess we should actually have this convert into real code. But we have to be careful with how we do this. We just need to make sure that Blockly inputs new lines in between all of these things. So set output. There is no output, but there are previous and next statements. That's definitely the case. And then the color, I think we said 210. Where did I test that out? 120. I'm dyslexic. And the example.com and the tooltip, we'll fix those all later. So okay, we have the comment now. The code that we want to get the field that says comment. And then we want to say return order of operations. I don't know. Let's do this. Return / comment. Let's just see if this works. It's easier to just test this than to go look through their code and figure this out immediately. So let's see. This dot set color 0. That is all supposed to be deleted. So let's delete that, wait for it to rebuild, refresh the page, and try to see if we can add in a comment now. So in helper functions, we have a comment. We'll put this here, I guess. Comment hello, and then edit as JS. Yep, so that's a big problem. What if they, oh, Christine says hello. Orange Ray says, what if they put a line return in the comment? Actually, so that's a good suggestion. What if they put it in? That's totally fine. What if I put it in? That's what would solve my problem. So I'll give you 1 point for inspiration. There. Okay. So let's try this out now. Comment, edit as JS. We're good. Nice. So, and if you hit prettify, yeah, it doesn't change this at all. Well, that makes sense because it prettifies it when you enter it in. So okay, now we have a comment. Comments can be put in anywhere you want, and let's just test that out by putting them everywhere. So we're going to duplicate this and just put it all over the place. Okay, now edit as JS. Yeah, we just have a bunch of comments in the code. Orange Ray, yeah, that's another way to do that. just making it inline. The problem is that I don't think the user expects. I think this would be the expectation here if it gets converted into JavaScript. And if it doesn't get converted into JavaScript, then, oh, actually, yeah, if this doesn't get converted into JavaScript, then this is only serving to expand your code. I should prune no, I can't prune comments. The comments are there for the user. If you write code like this, let's say you did this, and imagine that this is some meaningful text to you, and all of this was in a comment block, and then you actually wrote your function down here. Update equals function fire lasers. Okay, so I've told you guys about this already. This is what? This is 2,300 characters, but still, the limit is 5,000 characters. So if you wrote this script, well, let's say this is 5,000. If you wrote this script, this would be illegal. Not because your code is too long, but because your entire script is too long. The reason why I can't just prune comments is because the comments actually need to be saved on the server so that later when you reconnect, you can see what it is that your comments were. I don't think you'd want those to disappear. Harry Mangoes. You must have been here for a while, 4 hours, but I don't remember seeing you. Same thing with Pele, P01. You must have been here since one of the first days, though, because you have 101 points. Well, thank you guys for coming back. I do appreciate it. Okay, so comment blocks are working. Now we just want to make use of them. So let's do this. Let's take a snippet, fire lasers, and let's just put a comment at the top. And we'll say, this fires laser. Okay, let's get rid of that first of all. That's super obnoxious. There is this, right. I'll say insert comment here. Okay, this fires lasers in a direction that works. So something that's kind of annoying about this is that as you write a longer comment, can I put new lines in here? Like, does this know how to expand that? No, I can't figure out if it's possible or not because holding Control or Shift or Alt doesn't work. We'll have to test that out. But for now, let's just do get as XML. And we'll take this block from here to here. And we need to put it in here. Yeah, okay. So if that worked, then we now have a comment for our snippet. Next, I want to try adding in a new line there and seeing what happens. Why is this not refreshing? There we go. Okay, so snippets fire lasers. Yeah, this fires lasers in a direction that works. We can drag this out to here. And now, if we just deploy a bot like this, the bots won't move, but if they can shoot something, then they'll shoot something. More comments, just like JS. Stack them on top of each other. Stack one on top of each other? Yeah, I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. Alright, let's try putting in direction that works. Alright, let's try putting in a new line here and just seeing what happens. Because if that works, then that's... Oh, that'll actually screw up. Yeah, so Orange Ray said something correctly, which is... Well, it's not like he only said one thing correctly. But if I edit this as JavaScript now, yeah, so that's a problem. So if you do find a way to add in a new line here, then it'll screw up, but it won't actually... Does this... That probably escapes your text. Yes, it does. Okay, so we do need to prune your comment of new lines. Not that you could get them in there, but if you found some way, then we don't want to screw up the code that we get. Alright, so comment equals comment dot replace /n with nothing. And is that even valid JavaScript? I don't remember. A equals hello. A dot replace H, comma, bellow. Nice. Okay. So now if we try running this, we drag the snippet out. We get rid of this, and then we edit. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, these comments are going to have to be very succinct then. Because what happens if it's not succinct, and it just keeps going in one incredibly unbroken sentence? Where's my block link? There it is. Alright, let's just duplicate this. Okay. Stack the comments on top of each other if you need a... Oh, yeah. That should have been obvious to me. Okay. Let's give you a point, too. Monadic bind. Because that's exactly how you normally code something. You'd say, hello world, this is a long comment. We don't need to be succinct. But let's see what happens anyway when we do make something that's too long. Oh, nice. It truncates it. And we could probably set what we want that max width to be. But we need to keep in mind, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's just make multiple comments if we need multiple comments. Oh, Irfan says, any updates regarding uploading old stream VODs? Yes, indeed. And you were one of the specific people I wanted to tell about this. If I could find my news section. News, uploading VODs as public videos. Here is a link. Monadic bind. Okay, you know what? Just for that, you're getting 0 points now. Monad dad. The most boring dad in the world. He just keeps talking to you in Haskell. Okay, let's make sure that link I just sent Irfan is working. You were my hero. Well, look, I talked to the co-founder about this yesterday. I had no problem with uploading this, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any unforeseen thing. So yeah, everything's here. They're unlisted videos, but feel free to share them as you please. I just didn't want them showing up on the front page. So if you were my... Oh wait, what's this? Oh, they show up for me on the front page. They don't show up for you guys. I type Hunter too. Yep, nice. Okay, good. So yeah, you guys only see what I consider like relevant videos. And if you care about the VODs, you can go see the VODs here. Use tab on Twitch to auto the username. Oh yeah. I do know about that. I just didn't happen to do it in this case. I really should have. And hey, Jithor. Okay, so we got comments working. Let's, just for the sake of making it very obvious, I'll just say extra comments go on in new blog. And let's just test that out. It should be as simple as what I just did. Irfan says, if you want, I can give you days 6, 8, and 10. Yeah, sure, I guess. I don't know how, so I've only ever used YouTube as like a hobbyist. I upload some videos that I do there. So I don't know how transferring videos between channels works. If you want to send me the MP4 somehow, I could upload it that way. But I'm pretty sure I saw in YouTube. Hang on. Let me go to my Creator Studio, I guess. I thought there was some way to actually transfer this. But yeah, I guess if you just send me the MP4, that should be fine. Because I know if you go into your video manager, there's this, download MP4. So yeah, then I can upload those too. Been cool, thank you. Because then the only days I'm missing are one has no VOD, so I don't think anyone has day 1. Because why would you be recording a brand new streamer on day 1? And then days 3 through 5, 7, and 9. So we don't like prime numbers. Not that 1 is a prime number, but 3, 5, and 7 are. Okay, so let's just take a look. Oh, that did not work. I must have just put something in incorrectly. Alright, then here's what we're going to do. Alright, we are going to make this work. So let's refresh the page. We'll just add in one new comment. And then I think we can just put in one more snippet maybe, and then we'll call it quits there. Okay, here we go. This is finally reloading. So here's what we'll do. We'll make an if statement. If no, that's not what we want to do. We want to say set closest enemy to helper functions find closest enemy bot. Good. Then we want to do if exists closest enemy. Then we'll do pursue in here, I guess. So this will just move to your closest enemy. Yeah, let's just save that. So then we'll put a comment at the top of this. Moves to closest enemy bot. And then I'll put another comment saying, after that, stands around. So it's just a snippet, but I just want to make sure that we can have some reasonable code in these. Alright, so let's take this block and we'll put it into here. So there's fire lasers, and now we're going to put in pursue enemy bot. And then we put our snippet here. and then wait for it to reload. Irfan needs a contact address. Okay, yeah, I'll send it over to you. Okay, cool. So let's refresh this. We should have another snippet now. So we have pursue enemy bot. Nice, and our comments look good. So let's try this out. If we deploy 2 of these, well, they need to be close enough to each other. Not that close. Okay, they should be moving closer to one another. They're not, and that's because I wrote item here, not closest enemy. Alright, let's just change that to closest enemy, I guess. Alright. Wait for it to rebuild. Good, done. Put our snippet in. Get rid of this. Actually, what happens if you have a snippet and you just hit the trash can? Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay. Okay, so pursue enemy bot. Drag this on, deploy a few of these. Okay, that looks like it's working. The bots move closer to each other and then they just don't do anything. So what you could do is, this fire lasers, you could say, you could put this in here. So if there's an enemy and you'll hit, now I've combined these snippets in a really usable way. So check this out. Now they'll move closer until they're in firing range and then they'll shoot each other. So now visual programming just got like super easy. You could basically just say, all right, pursue an enemy. And now when I'm actually close enough, I want to hit it with my lasers, so I'll put that here. And if I'm not close enough, then do that. Otherwise, I want to move randomly. Cool. So this is like the ultra killer bot. They'll hunt people down like this guy. You'll see he'll move closer to enemies and he'll shoot them. And then after he's done killing everything, he'll just move around randomly trying to find new targets. And I didn't have to code anything for that. I just had to drag a few blocks on here. And if I wanted to, I could edit it as JavaScript. And we can see that the code is very succinct and readable. I am pretty happy with this. If I ended today, or this week I should say, if I ended this week now, I'd be like, Botland's looking good. But we're not done there. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm reminded of the Dave Chappelle making the band video more than actually P. Diddy. Because Dave Chappelle's P. Diddy is better than the real P. Diddy. Okay. Next, I want an XML prettifier, so let's install a package that does that. There must be something that formats XML. Okay, well, that's not findable. Let's go to packagecontrol.io. Then let's go to XML format. I don't know. IndentX. That's pretty much what I want. Orange Ray says, yeah, it's been rather inspiring how fast it's coming all together. And part of the reason why it's coming together quickly is because I wrote a prototype over the course of 6-7 months. And things like, okay, let me show you an old screenshot. And I've shown this on stream once before, but I'll show you guys this. This was, when was this taken? This was taken January 21st. So that's when I think I started the prototype on the 12th. So this was after like 9 days of work as I got to this point, I guess. Or maybe I'm wrong on the number of days. But yeah. This took a long time for me to actually get working to the point where it validated scripts and made sure things were working. And by the way, I had to reason about all of this stuff too. Like, how are users going to write a function? And I decided on update and init. It's kind of like what Unity does. But still, I needed to figure out what's the API going to look like, what's allowed, what's not allowed, what are security holes. And I had not even completely covered them back then. And then this is what things ended up looking like after that. I had some shapes, and this is sort of like what we have now. So I'm remaking this progress. I wanted to scrap the entire code base and just copy over what's necessary. So I had written like 20,000 lines of JavaScript that we're only using key parts from. Alright, so we want to install this IndentX, which, by the way, let's just take a look at their GitHub page. When was this last modified? 20 days ago? Okay. XML4 indent. Yeah, that's exactly the one. So let's install IndentX. Yep. Then let's try it out. I know this is just a string, but XML IndentX indent. Control K, Control comma. Did that work? Nice, it worked. Okay, so let's do it for here too. Control K, comma. All right. This is starting to get pretty unwieldy, I think, to have this inside of another component. I think we should export this whole string onto a different file. So let's do that right after this. I wrote snippets in here somewhere. Put the default Blockly toolbox in setup Blockly, perhaps. It should really be exported const. I want to have everything in the same file with respect to Blockly. So, but that would violate my whole constants go into shared files. We'll think about that. For now, let's just get to the point where we can check this in, because it is a standalone check-in. So let's see what we did. We added, we added comment blocks. Added comment blocks and 2 snippets. Fire lasers and pursue enemy. What did I call it? I don't think I called it pursue enemy, did I? Pursue enemy bot. And 2 Blockly snippets. Irfan says, as far as I know, you switch from Phaser to Pixie.js. Are you going to write your own collision detection? Collision detection for this game is incredibly simple. You're either on the tile that you want to be on, or you're not on the tile. And that's it. And the reason why it has to be simple is because you guys are the ones writing code for the game. So if it wasn't simple, then you'd have a lot more difficult rules to deal with. So the collision is pretty much already written. Okay, so then the snippets are working and they're making use of comments. This I actually wrote a comment for. Due to a bug in the Babel syntax highlighter for Sublime Text 2, this tag needs to be on a new line. The only other thing I want to do is just timestamp that so that I don't need to go looking through the repository. We'll just write this, even though it was really, I'll actually cut this back to, it was yesterday that I looked into this. Although it's probably still an issue. We're going to check that in on its own, actually. So let's check it in now. And let's take this comment just in a notepad for right now. So the Babel syntax highlighter for Sublime Text 2 has a bug that won't let me type this script. I worked around that in this commit so that I can finally navigate to root.js again. Alright, good. So we'll check that in, then we'll actually make our real commit that we wanted to do. So we put this back here. Blockly is where we added this stuff. This is not necessary. This is our comment block. I guess we can get rid of this stuff. We can also probably clean this up a little bit. Let's take a quick look. It's this. No, it's not this. It's setup Blockly. Yeah, here. So let comment equal get the comment, then replace new lines. I'll just write a comment for why we're doing this. We need to replace new lines. Otherwise, converting the code to JavaScript will fail. Because, well, I think it's obvious why it'll fail. Because you'll just test this and you'll see, but yeah, whatever, I'm not going to comment more on this. Okay, good. So we have comments in there, and then this is stuff we're not checking in. So we're done. And that was actually pretty simple to do, which is nice. This get XML button is eventually going to go away since it doesn't help the user at all. But for right now, it helps me define snippets. So I'm going to get rid of that default. What is this doing? It used to just have a move block in here. Let's just get rid of everything. Oops, we can't do that. We need to do it this way. Okay, now let's just get rid of everything. So now there is no real default workspace. It's just blank. Good. That's exactly what I wanted. So, again, if I do something like this, I drag this over here, and then I drag this over here, and then we deploy this. Yeah, so that's what we just got done this morning. Now you can drag some snippets on, and your bots will shoot each other. Looks good. Alright, next up, we just wanted to fix this small thing, and then the big task for today is get the game server to work again. That's pretty important. So everything that I'm going to try to focus on, or at least most things I'm going to try to focus on in the next week, are going to be for getting pre-beta to you guys. So that ideally, let's see, it's the 9th today. Ideally, sometime like the week of the 19th or the 26th, you guys actually have access to what you're seeing on my screen. And I've talked about that a little bit. I'll end up talking about it more later. But for now, let's do this. So put the default Blockly toolbox into setup Blockly. Hey, random gamer. We have our blocks here, and then in blockly.js we have this whole giant XML blob, which is taking up what? 88 lines. If this were a piano, we'd have every key. So we want to fix that. Let's export. What are we exporting now? Export default setup Blockly. I guess we want two things here. So we need to go fix client main. Setup Blockly is going to have import setup Blockly from here. Then instead of default, we just say export, and then we say export const Blockly toolbox equals, and we need it to be this. Okay, so we put that here. Yeah, this needs to be on this line. Is this all formatted? I don't think so. Let's format this. Okay, there we go. Although I still don't like that. Let's do it. Let's do it here. Okay, comma, there. All right. What we could do too, we could put this into like index.jade, or we could put it, I don't know, any number of places really. And the reason why I'd originally put it into the Blockly component is because the Blockly component is going to want to change it at some point. But until we get there, I think this makes much more sense. So this is the starting Blockly toolbox that you get. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. All right, unexpected token is probably coming from, oh no, it actually is coming from here. Export setup Blockly. I guess you need to do that here. Yeah, problem solved. So then we just need to import from here. So we have setup Blockly. Where is the setup Blockly component? It's in public JavaScript setup Blockly. So we need to go back to that. So up one to React and Redux, up one to JavaScript, and then setup Blockly. Okay, and what we want there is the Blockly toolbox. Good. So get default toolbox, we're just going to return the Blockly toolbox. And that should work. So we should see basically no change in the application whatsoever. And when I load Blockly, we have all of our normal blocks. Good. And I really should get rid of some of these, like text. We don't need, print is not a thing you can call. If you try doing this and then deploy a bot, it actually won't work because it turns into window.alert. So we actually need to write one other thing as far as these quality of life improvements. See, this is a fine line to walk. I want to make it so that the game will eventually be polished, but I don't want to put in polish yet that might change. So something like showing you an error when your Blockly code doesn't work. I need some way to do that. When your Blockly code has an error, when you try to deploy. No, how about this? When you try to deploy and your Blockly code has an error, flash the canvas red or something. How do we even... Wait a second. It shouldn't even be possible to have errors. So this is not an issue. Here's what the issue really is. The issue really is that print needs to be just deleted. There. Because it shouldn't be possible to have errors in Blockly. That's the beauty of it. No, but there it is still possible, isn't it? What if you... How would you do this? There's a way to call a function. How do you call a function in Blockly? These are defining functions. Oh, that's strange. Wait, did I ever have this? Set this to item? Can you make this a function call? No, that's a variable. Weird. Maybe I just never used that block. They must have a function call somewhere. To randomize with list. Yeah, this will just never be called though, right? Weird. Well, we'll have to figure this out later, I think. If something, then return. This may only be used within a function definition. Okay. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. You can put warnings directly on the blocks. Okay, well, let's do something like that then. So take a look at this and try dragging the function if. So take a look at this. When you try dragging the function if return block with no customization, it shows a warning directly on the block. We need to do something like that when you have errors in the block. I'm not sure what those errors could be at this point. Alright, and yeah, expanding the Blockly API is something that very obviously still needs to be done. So I'll just do it later. When you drag this on, does it show by default? No, it just shows you a little error sign there. But you have to actually click it before it shows you what the text is. Okay, well, let's check in what we've done. So that's fine, and that's fine, and that's fine, and that's fine. Good. Alright, the default Blockly toolbox is now in setupblockly.js. That should have been a file name. Setupblockly.js. There we go. Also, remove print from Blockly since it converts into window.alert, which is invalid in Botland. And then there was one other thing that I did. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, the default. Okay, so let's put this here. The default Blockly workspace that you get is now blank. Cool. Alright. Now onto the real work for today. That was warm up. That was like our homework assignment. Now we're gonna get to the test. This thing, get the game server to work again. Okay, and then let's also write this down on our roadmap. Our roadmap should not turn into a to-do list, so next week, yeah, I need to eventually trim this down to just the top level bullet points. But we'll do that next week. And this was this week's roadmap, which I think we can pretty much just say we're done with. Integration tests, expand the API, Blockly. Yeah, we're pretty good there. Now, all the Blockly stuff is totally new. That's not something I worked on in the prototype. What is this, 10/12, week of 10/. Okay, cool. So get this game server to work again. Hooray, let us try this out. Alright, we can close all the Blockly tabs we have open because none of those matter when it comes to the game server. And instead, we can open up the game server and watch that, and then open up the game server here and run it. Now, something's gonna break. We're pretty sure of that. I'm gonna open up a door in here because it's too hot. It's early to mid-October in Washington State. It shouldn't be hot when my heat is not on. So cannot find module log interface. This is a problem with just a file name that I typed incorrectly. Where is this coming from though? Actually, it doesn't really matter where it's coming from. I'll just search for this. Okay, there we go. So it must be the game server code, this. Let's see, 1, 2, yeah, I just typed one too many ellipses. So that didn't fail bundling. This didn't repeat the bundling either, though. We need to go into game server main. No, just game server, I guess. Let's just change something here. Alright, good. That worked. So now we rerun it. And it hopefully just won't crash at startup. Okay, we've got logging, we created a new player. So now let's go into Botland app, and in show connect component we want to set this to true. And we wait for that to finish building. Let's put the gulps next to each other. There we go. Okay, so now we have a connect component. We try connecting and it fails. That's because we don't have a socket interface. So let's revert this file. It is socket interface, good. Let's let that rebuild, good. And then let's try this out again. All right, nice. So I should be able to connect with both of these, and the name will be wrong, and that's totally fine for right now. But if I say hello, it'll probably say you, yeah. And then here it'll probably say Ukoko because he was the hard-coded name number 1. I really should change that. But yeah, so chat is still working. Now if I try actually deploying a bot, this will almost certainly fail. Yeah, it did. So the bot deployed on the client, but not on the server. And the reason why is because there's a simulation server running. We need to stop the simulation server from running? I don't actually know. Well, you need to take a look at what's going on. Does this even have any concept that they deployed a bot? No, it doesn't look like it. So let's go into client main and get rid of the simulation server entirely. And we shouldn't have to do this, but yet we do. We have to. Because we screwed up the code. Alright, so let's close this. For now, what happens if we try deploying a bot? So there we go. Let's deploy. Now it says simulation server. Oh, whoops. I never even tried sending this to the server. That was the whole point of the router, though. The router should know whether you're connected or not. Weird. How? Ours says you were way too fast. I'm putting all of these comments at the bottom of this file. There. Did you see it? Did you see it? Okay, yeah, so the problem is this. We are assuming that we're always in single player, and we're not. And that was the whole point of the SPMP router that I'm not actually making use of. And now is when we start to make use of it. So see, I've already coded it. SPMP router stands for single player multiplayer. Well, it stands for, SPMP stands for that. Meaning this is used by the client classes to determine whether we need to pub sub out a message or emit it over the network. That is exactly right. And now we just need to make use of it. So SPMP router, where do we make this? So this is set to true for right now. I think as soon as we try connecting for real, we need to set this to false. That's actually the only thing that can really happen here. So where is socket IO happening? This socket interface equals new socket interface. And then this socket interface immediately tries connecting, yeah, right here. And as soon as you've started to do that, like as soon as I make this, we're no longer in single player mode. So this setup client server router, we also need something for SPMP router in here. Yeah, and it's only used in one spot, so let's put this here. Let's take this out of here. We'll go back into the constructor. After client server router, let's do this setup. No, we should just lump this into this. Setup router classes, instances, setup routers. Yeah, that sounds good. So setup routers. So we're gonna do both these things. Oh, this needs the socket interface though. Wait, no it doesn't. Because, no it does. No! Alright, so then I need to change the interface that I'm using. The socket interface needs to have a connect call. Also, I didn't do this last time. Give away. There, who gets it this time? No one, because my bot must have crashed. Oh no, there it goes. Hey William. William didn't say hi to me today. Wait, something's wrong. William must not be here. Or his heart has gone cold. Alright, so socket interface needs to change how this works. We can't do socket.on and all this stuff down here. We need to do this in a connect function. Which makes sense, that's kind of how this should have been to begin with. So let's do this. Connect to server. There. Next, we go back into main and we fix this. Now how do we fix it? We Control Z everything. Alright. Wait, spam? The spam should have already been deleted, right? The KE1 Muhebel guy? It says deleted on my screen at least. Okay, so what we need to change this into, the SPMP router can be created as soon as we've got a socket interface. So we still want this code. And then where do we call setup socket IO? Yeah, so part of what we're going to do here is set up this router also. This dot. You still see it and HUMU? Some other spammer, I'm assuming? Huh, it says spam deleted on both of these for me. Well, I'm showing my email address, which I didn't want to do, but I don't really care. Spam deleted. Okay, well here, I can ban these people anyway. So sorry, I didn't realize. Is this the ban button? Well, it's gonna be now. Ban. Okay, and then ban this person too. Alright, thank you. Yeah, I'll have to keep a better eye on that. It might be better Twitch TV that's doing that. Also, since William's not here, I'll just rerun the giveaway. It's roving eye again. The only one who's not following me. Okay, so now we have an SPMP router, and as soon as we actually try to connect, we are going to set this to false. So let's do a connect to server. Here's how this is going to work. Actually, it could just be a pub sub, and then everything that needs to can listen. That makes the most sense, I think. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make it so that when you press a button, no, maybe we don't want it to be press a button, but anyway, it's going to pub sub out, then the SPMP router and the socket interface can listen to the message. So let's do this .pubsub.publish, and we have pubsub topics dot, and we need to go into pubsub topics. Pubsub topics, and we're going to say, how do we want to write this? Like switch to multiplayer, connecting to server, client is connecting to server. Yeah, let's try that, I guess. And we can rename this in a sec if we want. So we want to do this, and we don't really need anything else in there. Next, we need to make sure to listen for this in both the socket interface, but it's not is connecting to server really. It's like client wants to connect to server. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's get rid of the pub sub for now. We don't actually need it. Not yet at least. So what we can do is this .socket interface .connect to server, and we can do this .spmp router .set is single player to false. And then we need this function in the SPMP router. So we put that here, is single player, and we say this is single player equals is single player. Okay, good. Next, let's fix that error that keeps popping up, which is this, SPMP router. Okay, so now we need a few things. We only want a simulation server in the case that we're actually in single player. Is in single player. Return this is single player. So we can uncomment these lines and say if this .spmp router is in single player, then set up the simulation server. Otherwise, we just won't have one. Now, there's one other part of this that we need to do. The deploy button. This needs to say SPMP router. How's this gonna work? Yeah, this needs to converge on the same server code that we had. Okay, so this would be a test if I wrote all these routers correctly. Let's hard code one of them, and then that'll give us the pattern for the rest of these. So this used to say simulation server.createPlayerBot. Now we're going to need to route it correctly. So let's do this. We need to put this in here. Create player bot with code. So if it's single player, then we do something. Otherwise, we do something else. Yeah, I guess I can just delete that. So if we're in single player, what we want to do is pub sub out to the simulation server. Now, the simulation server doesn't actually listen to anything yet. It used to just call this.arena.createBot. But we know that the socket interface must be listening. Debug bot. So we say create bot on the client server router. So this calls into the client server router. Does that even make sense? Do we even have that? Do we predict that that would happen? Interesting. Well, the client server router just does something in here anyway. So we can go into here and this, we can do this. Wow. This might actually work. Okay, and then if it's multiplayer, then we do this .socket interface .emit. And now this is where we didn't actually ever have deploybot code going over the socket interface. Is that correct? In connection manager, what are we doing? Debug player depot, debug arena, on connection. Okay, well somewhere we set up a socket here. Where do we do that? We have messages. Did I never have it so that you could deploy a bot? I don't even remember. I don't know if anyone in chat remembers. Did I ever have bots networked over the game server? I thought I did. Oh no, the way that it worked, you had to send a debug message to the server. I think I actually just called it debug. I probably removed that by now. Or, yeah, this is it. How utterly terrible. Debug function. It created a bot. Okay, cool. So now let's just follow that same logic, I guess. We're gonna emit a debug message. All right, let's just test this out. This is totally wonky. All right. So if I'm correct, then I can connect to this. Oh, that didn't even work. What? Cannot read property emit of undefined. The socket is null? Is it because connect to server was never called? Where is this coming from? On connect wrapper. Comes from here. Which comes from... This is passed in from main. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's going on? I pressed a connect button in... Oh, I know what happened. I'm not calling the connect function. Connect to server is never being called. So we just need to call this. No, we don't. We need to call this when you actually try connecting. Yes, it all makes sense now. So is there another connect function in here? On connect. Socket interface connect to server with name bind socket interface? That is terrible. We're going to say this dot connect to server. Connect to server with name takes in a name, right? Connect to server with name, yeah. So connect to server with name. And we're going to say dot bind this. We're going to get rid of the rest of this. We're going to rewrite connect to server, so that's connect to server with name that takes in a name that calls connect to server with name. Oh man, this is still terrible. Now the socket interface needs to call connect to server first here. Okay. Oh boys, that moment when you realize you wrote all the code wrong. Actually, I'm just exaggerating. I don't think the code is terrible at all. We're doing a certain subgenre of programming that's called dramatic programming. Alright. So, yeah, if if this works, then what'll happen is I'll press the deploy button, and instead of respecting what I have written here, which is nothing, it'll make a bot that moves either right or randomly. I don't remember which. Now, neither one of those happens because our socket interface is probably not even defined. No, we just never had an emit function. Why did I not wrap that? Alright, emit .args, this .socket .emit .args. Let's try that out. Okay. Alright, take two. Take two. Nice. Alright, and that should be networked actually. Although it's not exactly what I want yet, but fixing it should be easy enough. So we connect over here, we get all the bots, and when I deploy on either one of these now, we should see them deploy on both screens. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, next up, we fix this so that instead of just emitting debug, we emit it with the code that we have. So let's do .args, and then on the server where we do .on, or well, .on.start debug. Here, instead of debug function .bind this, well, we actually can still do that. We take in the code. There. Next, we restart the server, and then everything works. La 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 la. Alright. So we restart the server. That's the first step. Alright, good. Then everything works with the second step. So let's confirm. We'll make a bot here that moves randomly. Deploy. Oh my god, it's amazing. Then we're going to make a bot here that destroys that bot. Oh, and you can see the colors are actually the same. That's kind of a problem. I don't know who thinks that this... Void Dreamer says, have you completed adding all botland code to Blockly? No, not all botland code. Oh, come on, why are these things closer to each other? Deploy, deploy, deploy. They're going to end up shooting themselves, which is fine, because I just haven't coded around that yet. Okay, so here's what I did, Void Dreamer. I have a lot of stuff working in Blockly, just not all of it yet. So there are now terminators. So if I wanted to, let's say, you know what I'm going to need? I'm going to need some function that destroys every bot on the server. Alright, hang on, let me write some things down before I get back to this. So, stop targeting allies, or make it a switch to do that, since it is nice for debugging. And make a kill all bots debug function. Maybe there should be a debug menu. Okay. So, yeah, let's get back to this. So, if I do something like this, move in random direction, and I deploy, you'll actually, let me zoom out, you'll actually see it works. I can call it Apocalypse. It's actually an interesting idea, one that I never thought of, which is what if you deployed a bot that killed all the other bots? Maybe I do it through deploying a bot with that code. Add Apocalypse. Darkstorm, I'm going to give you a pass on that one since your last idea was so good. I know that's a joke anyway, but... Alright, so anyway, Void Dreamer, let's get back to this. I added in snippets just this morning, which are semantic blocks of code that just work on their own. So if I want, I can drag pursue enemy bot here, and you can see some comments, moves to closest enemy bot, after that stands around. So let's get rid of this second comment. How do we do that? There we go. And let's put this over here. And then, so what we have here is set closest enemy to find closest enemy bot. Then if that exists, pursue it. But we don't do anything when we get there. So let's also add a find laser snippet beneath this. Well, above it, I should say. So if there is a closest enemy and we will hit it with our lasers, then fire our lasers. So now when I deploy this bot, you'll see they hunt down enemies. Icarium bot? What is Icarium from? Malazan? I think I've heard of this book series, despite that I haven't read it, because someone else was commenting on it on Reddit. And I had no idea what it was about. Oh, thanks, Void Dreamer. Says that Blockly's rockin', excellent work. Yeah, so, and then you can define your own functions, you can set variables, you can do whatever else you want to do. So yeah, this is pretty good. You can write this code, and you can also write it in JavaScript. Oh, actually, I forgot to show you that. So let's just do this again, and it'll take hardly any time at all. So this is the extra thing you can do. Let's say you have, let's close that. Let's say your code was like a pile of nonsense. This is obviously an error since this is not JavaScript, but let's go into Blockly and edit as JavaScript. And look, it puts all of our Blockly code into JavaScript for us. It makes it pretty for us. That I added in this pretty print button. You click it, it's done. It validates your code, you can deploy it to the server, and it's networked. So if I loaded this up in another tab, which I thought I had open. Didn't I have 2 of these open? Oh, I now have 3 of them open. Okay, well that's fine. It still works across 3 of these. So now, despite that they're all kind of the same player, I can deploy code and this will work on all the different computers. So yeah, if you guys were able to connect right now, you'd be able to hop in the arena and start blasting away. Okay, so let's close these things. We have a lot of work to do today. Let's take a look at what we just did. Oh yeah, we gotta fix that up. So there's a lot of cruft right now. Like a lot of code is converging and there are similar functions. I need to stop duplicating code. Also, I gotta turn my phone ringer on so that I can hear if they call about the desk. I'm pretty sure I'm doing like crazy damage to my back by just sitting all day. Trackley says, did you stream yesterday? No, I did not. I don't end up streaming on Thursdays. And I try to update the stream title so that it says like Botland Day 19 will start on Friday. But yeah, sometimes I don't actually get to do that. Also, one other thing I should point out, as long as I'm talking about this, is if you go to my stream, and more specifically, if you go to the info section of this, let me pause this video. It always takes so long to load. Okay, so there is a schedule down here that I try to keep updated. I said basic schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. And yeah, so now we're on Friday. And if there's ever something I see that'll stop this, so there's nothing in the near future, but for example, yesterday I had written that I have a bunch of interruptions that I need to attend to, then yeah, I'll write it down in the schedule. And I've been trying to keep this up to date too. I should actually add in the VOD playlist. But alright, let's fix up some of this code. How are we going to do this? Well, let's see what we've modified first of all. Now all of our code should be relevant. So actually, the first things first, this is just a simple fix. Let's just check that in as a bug fix. So fix the bug where I was providing the wrong path to the game server. It's www. And this was broken for a while, but I was only testing on the simulation server, so I never noticed. Other things, before I move on to other tasks after this, I should do pre-commit and then run the test. Just gotta make sure I didn't break anything. So now let's take a look through the code that we actually just did. We now construct the SPMP router a little bit differently. We check to see if we're in single player. So now if you don't connect to the server, oh actually that's something I should do next too. Make the simulation server run and make it and flesh it out more until you connect to the game server. The transition should be smooth. Hey Blade Digger, thank you for following. You will get a whisper from me briefly with a link to control my lights. Okay, I got good plans for today then. I think this will be pretty cool. What I'm gonna end up doing. Well, actually, at least this part will be cool. But we are not there yet. So connect to server with name is a callback function that's going to be passed into the onConnect button. So let's go to client main, connect to server with name. We'll say connects, sets the state of various components, classes, so that they know we're connecting to the server. Blade Digger says, where did you learn to code? So I started on my own a very, very long time ago in just BASIC. And then after, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, I started taking some classes. No, that's not true. After maybe 1 year, I started taking classes. But even back then, it was like, the class was that was also in BASIC. Then I eventually went to college, and then I held a couple jobs, professional things that let me learn. And here I am now. Okay, good. This is a callback from one of the other functions. See, this code is all totally fine. I'm completely happy with how main looks right now. We set up our routers and we pass them into the correct places, and this needs to be done away with. But other than that, yeah, everything looks pretty good here. So, good. But then we start to get into, actually this is fine too. Then we start to get into this stuff. And now it's not so fine. I take that back. That code is fine too. Socket interface. So let's go to 16. Actually connects the socket to the server. We could keep... No, never mind. Ignore what I was about to say. Okay. The bad code is, yes, in this router and perhaps in here. Well, this was called debug function. We need to fix that, of course. And I'm going to write that down to do at some point, but just not right now. So change debug function and debug to real function. Where do you suggest a coder who knows nothing about coding to start? So I always end up suggesting Python to people. And the reason why I suggest Python is because it's an interpreted language that lets you just, look, I can load Python and I can say x equals 5, print x, and I've just written my first Python program. The other thing that's nice is the language can be somewhat like English. So I could say if x is 5, then print x. But one thing that could be a little confusing for beginners is that white space is important, which means that these two functions, or these two programs are not the same. If x is 5, print x, and if x is 5, print x. So, well, I should really write it like this, I guess. Yeah, so the only difference between these two is that print is over here, and it actually doesn't even matter how far over it is, I think. But the difference is it's a non-zero distance from the edge. With that said, Python has some pretty nice features to it that let you just kind of get started and do nice things. Yeah, you can always ask me more questions if you want to about that. Okay, so there was one other thing. Oh yeah, that's right. So it's this code. This is the code that I want to fix. Let's comment a couple of those things. SPMP router, we're going to comment this to changes whether we're in single player or not. Well, that's not really true. Sets whether we're in single player mode, and that's a boolean, and we don't need a description for it. And then this just tells us if we are in, true if we're in single player mode. Okay, good. So now here's where I don't like this. Every single router function is going to route in the same way. So we basically just need to know a topic and we need to do something. So when we get back to this, I think what we should do, this is the next step. And then we need to do this. Make our routers less verbose to code. They all do exactly the same thing and only differ on which function or pub sub to use. Cool. So we'll fix that. We'll fix that in a little bit. For now, I want to modify the simulation server. So let's test this out just before we continue here. This is only callable via a custom socket command from the client. That's not even true anymore. So let's search for debug. And well, this. Yeah, here we go. So So this isn't even true. This just needs to be written. This is the deploy bot function for now, but we need to validate input and change a whole bunch of stuff. That's actually something I had to write on here. Make sure to validate user input in any socket call, e.g. deploy bot. So we'll do that after this. And we're very quickly getting a full to-do list for today. So when you are connected to the game server and you deploy a bot, it will actually be deployed on the game server too. Actually, we don't need to validate user input yet because the only thing that's sent to us is code, and that's, well, we do need to validate it, but it's already being validated. So when you're connected to the game server and you deploy a bot, it'll actually be deployed on the game server too, well, and any connected clients. So if I were to refresh this page, first of all, we'd see a bot up there still. Well, as soon as so we don't see it now because we're not connected to the server. But as soon as I hit connect, done, there's the bot. Now we can deploy our own bots if we want. Deploy, 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 deploy. And yeah, they're killing each other. That's totally fine. Yeah, it looks good. And then we need to differentiate players too. I'm pretty sure that's broken right now. Stop the U player from being created on the server. Differentiate players. Syntactical SLU says, hey friend, what language are you using? I'm using JavaScript, but more specifically, I'm using ECMAScript 6, which is the standard that hasn't been fully adopted by browsers yet. But in order to use it, I'm transpiling back to ES5 using Babel. So when you're connected to the server and you deploy bot, it'll actually be deployed. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. So that's done. Now let's just take items off our to-do list. So let's do pre-commit. We'll go into botland client, we'll run pre-commit, and we'll go into botland game server, and we'll run pre-commit. Hey, Voice of Grog. Okay. These things might take a few seconds to run. That means water break. Okay, we found some errors. What did this say? Strings must use single quotes. Oh man. How did I let this get so out of control? That needs to still be there. Okay, those are all fixed now. Where else do we have double quotes? These need to be fixed. Yeah, actually, I just left this all over the place, huh? I really should have been checking this before. Syntactical says, okay, thank you. Blade says, what game style are you going for? RPG, online multiplayer, or local? So Botland is an online multiplayer game, and it's a strategy game. But there will be some RPG elements at some point because, let me tell you more about Botland. So first, you need to create bots, and I don't actually have that coded yet. That'll be next week, but I'll show you kind of what it'll look like. So your bot is just going to be, picture like an inventory screen in an RPG. You've got like a hand 1, hand 2, a headpiece, and you drag an armor onto here and you put a weapon onto here. Well, the way the Botland works, you just have generic slots. So you can drag lasers onto here, and you can drag missiles onto here, and you can drag whatever else, artillery. So first you form your bot. Then you actually write code for your bot, and code can be either in the form of JavaScript or it can be Blockly. And Blockly is a visual language where you can just drag any of these blocks on and you'll have written a bot that works. So check this out. This says if will lasers hit in any direction, then fire lasers in any direction that will work. And we deploy a bunch of these bots and look, there we go. So Botland is all about thinking in terms of automation. And it's also, like I said, a strategy game. So right now all I have are lasers, but eventually imagine if there was like a reflect shield. So now all of a sudden you don't want to be using lasers against something that's going to reflect them back at you. So now you need to switch to something else. Blade says you should get paint.net for that. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Instead of using MS Paint. Yeah, I could switch. I like Paint in its simplicity, and I don't end up needing a whole lot, and I'm certainly not an artist. So the stuff I end up doing in Paint is like cropping an image, for example. And if I ever need anything more heavyweight, I use GIMP. And I know GIMP is not great either, but... okay, so we were running pre-commit. We have this still here. Topics is not defined. How did I let that happen? This should be... Oh, pub subtopics. Okay, let's go into client main and let's see where we have hub subtopics here. So let's put that into our SPMP router. So, there, okay. And then we need to figure out where we are. We're in public JavaScript. Yeah, good. So there we go, and we put this into here. All right, good. Someone else is doing the artwork for Botland. Yeah, definitely. Yep. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, we need to fix unexpected console statement. Code is not valid. Why did I put this here? Oh, that was a debug thing that I meant to remove. Oops. Okay. Type error in plugin gulp notify. Cannot read property successive undefined. I still don't know why this is happening. This is a problem with JSCS not returning. You know what? Let's just do this. Gulp lint immediate. His bots will do all the work. I will make art bots. Illegal trailing white space. Okay, good. So yeah, I think we fixed all the issues there. And linting worked on the game server, so let's just make sure that this works. Then we need to also run our tests. So let's go in here and run them. Now, is this going to work? And why is this taking so long? I've never seen it take that long. Okay, good. That worked. Good, so our pre-commit is done. Now we run our tests. We have about 140 tests. Hopefully they all pass. And if they do, then we know we didn't break anything too significant. Oh no! Should allow can move with no argument when you are surrounded. That was the one test that failed. Okay, well let's check in what we have so far as fixed linting issues, right? We fixed the quotation marks, we fixed the missing import, and we fixed some white space issues. So fixed linting errors. Next, let's fix this test because that's actually very, very important. So let's go into arena test and then also test main. We'll comment out these tests and we'll just run this. So allow can move with no argument. It's returning undefined when we expected false. Surrounded. It's this. So we make a mover bot at 1-1. We surround it with other bots that are owned by a different player. None of these are set to move. And then we assert that can move is false. But it's saying undefined is false. So can move is returning undefined? Code execution system can move? Is that possible? Oh, it is possible. Because I didn't pass in a direction. Whoops. Okay, yeah, that was a mistake. No. Oh, if I don't pass in a direction, it gets set to any. And then any gets set here, but only if it's true. Oh, we need to say that it's false. Man. Alright, so here's how we can fix this. Put this here. Blade says, will Botland be launched on Steam and how much will it cost? Yeah, it'll be in your browser and it'll be free. So, then people tend to ask me, well, wait, why are you coding a game for a year and a half and no income if you're selling a free game? You will be able to buy things in the game. So, and just to give you a very brief overview of that, this is the example I always use. Imagine that you have lasers and it does 100 damage. They're just lasers. They just do 100 damage. But then you could unlock vampiric lasers, which do 80 damage and steal 20% damage dealt as life. And the thing I always say after this is, are either one of these strictly better than the other one? No, there are situations where you'll definitely just want the 100 damage, and there are situations where you'd rather steal the life. And the situation should be obvious. If something only has 80 life left, then you probably only want to do the 80 damage and get some life back as a result. And if it has 100 life left, then you probably want to kill it so it can't kill you. So, as a free player, you'll be able to get either one of these, but it'll be more likely that you'll get it as a paid player. But I'll talk more about that much later. Well, I'll code that much later, so I'll just keep talking about it more in the meantime, I guess. So yeah, and let me know if you have any other questions. So did we fix our tests? I think we did. I think this code is a little bit ugly, but we need to account for all these different things. So we'll rerun the test, which by the way, how long did bundle take the first time? 11 seconds. And this is the bad thing about ES6. Okay, so arena integration test should allow can move with no argument. Huh. So we have another issue. Can move with no argument. This is what's failing. If I make a bot on its own in the arena and I return and I call in a can move, false is, so we expected true and we got false. Yeah, that's bizarre. I mean, I know we set this to false here, but then we should be setting it to true down here if it was valid. Ooh, that's not good. Well, let's just kind of manually debug through this by looking at the code. Can move is called with no direction. So yeah, we have can move with no argument. So when we check down here, first we'll check to see did we cache any values for this. And we haven't, so we're going to create a cache and we're going to set the any direction to false. So my immediate assumption is that nothing's overwriting this. But let's take a look. If you haven't defined the direction, which we haven't, then we set the direction to any. Then if we haven't cached it, oh, that's the problem. Whoops. Okay, we need to put this down here. Darkstorm says there was a browser game called eDragon, maybe someone remembers, where you could get premium items as a free player for currency you gain slowly in the game. Yeah, and so the way this will work, just picture Hearthstone. That's the closest representation for right now. As a free player in Hearthstone, you can get basically everything. There are like 3 or 4 things you can't get. A couple of promo cards and some card backs. And yeah, card backs don't have a function on the game, and the promo cards, I think there's only one you just can't get. Maybe there are 2. Anyway, so imagine something like that. As a free player, you go and you buy an expansion pack. Booster pack, I mean. It comes with 5 cards. The cards are not necessarily what you want, but if they're not what you want, you can use them to get what you do want. So it'll be something similar to that. Hey, Versace. So, okay, we fixed our tests. That was actually pretty important. We really did encounter a bug, and this is the whole reason why you write tests. Like, that was a real bug, and if someone had tried doing this in the game, it would have broken. Yeah, cool. So let's write that. And this we don't want to trick it. Let's just do that one more time. Okay, good. So fix a bug that the automated tests found where can move with no argument could return undefined. There will be bot skins though, right? Because then we can either think how to make my own flaming horse bot. Yeah, and there will be something sort of like that. Again, that's the kind of thing where I'll hold off on telling you all of the details for right now. But like I said, I think you guys will be happy with how we ended up doing things in the end. That's why we farm points in this channel. Yes, that's it. That's the only reason. All right, so make this I think is going to be kind of neat. We're going to make the simulation server run until you connect to the game server. So there are 2 parts of this. One is make the simulation server run, and then 2 is add AI to the simulation. So in getting it to run beforehand, we need to create the simulation server even if we're going to be connecting. So at this point, we are in single player. Right? This gets, yeah. So we should have a simulation server. In fact, this is already, the part 1 is already working, I think. See this connect component? If we just ignore it and hit deploy, whoop, nope, never mind. Maybe we can't just ignore it. Okay, wait. Let's see what's going on here. What is this saying? Deserialize function is not a function. That must mean that we're trying to serialize the wrong component. So what component is this? It must be like a Pixie component or a chase target component. It's U. That's a JSON parse error usually. Wait, what? That's not right. Serialized components is code? Where did this get called from? This is not correct at all. Oh, I named something debug. So if we look at the topic that we have here, topic is probably, oh no, it's create bond. What is going on? I published create bot and I published it with, yeah, what are the arguments here? Just code apparently. Oh, and create bot expects that we get a serialized bot. Oh, that's not good. Oh man, alright, we gotta change how this works, I think. Oh man. Alright, let's write this down. Create bot debug function. So create bot debug function expects a serialized bot, but we only give it code. I think SPMP router needs to do more work. Let's see. Blade says, will all the weapons be equal in power, or will you be able to upgrade weapons and make them stronger? So here's how weapons will most likely work, and you'll start to see this get fleshed out next week. Lasers 1 is strictly worse than Lasers 2, which is strictly worse than Lasers 3. So if you want Lasers 3, you can just put it onto your machine, but it'll take up 3 slots. And I'm simplifying things a little bit. This is kind of how it'll work. So like, okay, now you only have 1 slot left over. So yeah, if you want a very strong offensive bot, maybe you want 3 lasers and 3 missiles, but now you don't have any sort of regeneration capabilities or armor. Or maybe you want a harvester bot, and then you want it to be very fast, and you want it to have good harvesting on it, but then you don't have lasers. So that's the first strategic trade-off. Trackley says, I find it funny how you tell yourself everything while coding. Do you always do this, or is it a stream thing to entertain us? I always keep saying my stuff when I'm programming. Just makes it simpler to remember everything I'm doing. Yeah, I mostly do it for the stream. And yeah, that's mostly it. I think these thoughts are still going through my head, and I think verbalizing them lets me rubber duck debug with the stream, sort of, but I don't think I talk to myself while I'm coding. Maybe I do. I don't know. I haven't coded by myself in a long time now that I've been streaming for the last... Actually, it's been 1 month and 1 day now. I started streaming on September 8th. I think that deserves a giveaway. We're just going to be very... Oh wait, William won 2 of them. Oh wow. It's rigged. Alright, so yeah, here's our problem. Create bot debug function expects a serialized bot, but we don't have that. Now, how does this work? How did this used to work? In client main, we used to say this. This used to be simulation server.create player bot. Yeah. And that worked fine. Yeah, so then the SPMP router is wrong. It can't be as simple as this. Or well, it kind of could be. Oh, let me think about this. Could this somehow work? This needs to call into simulation servers, create player bot eventually. That way we don't need to provide a player argument. Or, well, okay, so the simulation server is not listening. The simulation server isn't listening for any pub sub stuff. We could just pass in a reference to it here, to the simulation server here. 1 month, 1 day hype. Yeah, William, you won twice. Blade says it would be cool if we can upload custom PNG images or custom rigs we made to the PNG file and make a custom bot look that we can upload. Canvas 32 by 32. So while that might be cool, one of the ways that we would like to make money is by selling some custom parts, like what you're saying basically. So I don't know about letting users just do that, but have you ever seen Ex Machina? What did you think about it? I don't know what it is Ex Machina is. Ex Machina? Is this a movie? I mean, are you referring to a movie? I have not. What happens to me if I fail your test? Huh. This is all about the Turing test. I've never even heard of this, actually. What language is this in? I don't see language on here. But then again, details, language, English. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never even heard of it. Yeah, so I can't comment on it. Okay, so yeah, we could pass in a reference here, but is there somewhere that that's not going to be okay? And more importantly, do we need the simulation server for this? I think we do, because it knows about your bot. And how will this change in single player? The simulation server is still going to know about your player, and you're going to be able to deploy bots. So yeah, I think we just take in the simulation server in here. Yeah, let's do that. What Blade says, do you think people can buy a pass to let them upload one skin to their account, like a custom-made one? Maybe at some point in the future. That could be possible. So one of the things that we want to do is... Actually, I don't know how much of this I want to talk about yet, because our art style hasn't totally been set. So Blade, I think for now, I'll just leave it as is. And William, you should have more time. You should have gotten a minute and a half, because you won 2 giveaways. But yeah, Blade, I'll talk about that, I think, maybe in a few months when we've got some artwork. So for now, I'll just be right back. By the way, this almost always takes like a minute and 40 seconds, but I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's get back to this, which is, I think, passing in a simulation server. I think that's what's best. So let's try it out, I suppose, which means we wouldn't need a pub sub. But for now, let's just ignore that and take in the simulation server anyway. So we'll just save this off here, and in here, instead of doing that, let's do this .simulation server.create player bot art, and we're going to just get rid of that stuff. And then when we make a new SPMP router, we're going to need to pass that in. So let's do that too. But we don't have a simulation server at this point, do we? Of course not. Oh man. We only have a simulation server when Pixie finishes initializing and we can set up that arena. So how do I want to do this then? What I could do something like this. This .spmp router simulation server equals simulation server. I could do something like that. This would work, but this isn't great. Let's try this. Set simulation server simulation server. You shouldn't even be able to call functions on this. Yeah, okay, let's try this. I can already foresee one problem, but we'll get back to it. So we set this here, which means that up until this is set, this will actually cause a failure because simulation server isn't set here. So we either check to see if it exists or we disallow you from accessing this code until it's set. Now, if we check to see if it exists, then I suppose we're fine. You just haven't even finished connecting yet. But if we prevent you from using it, for right now, I think that would be a little bit tougher to do. So let's do this. If, and we need, let's do like is ready to dispatch. We'll return this dot simulation server not equal to null. And let's do that here too. So we put an if statement here. If this dot is ready to dispatch, and we'll need to comment all this stuff. See you, William. All right, unexpected token on line 46. What did I screw up here? Wait, what did I screw up here? Did I even screw anything up? No, I didn't. Okay. So let's let that refresh. If this works now, oh, that doesn't look good. I meant to type that. Or I meant to type this. There we go. Okay, if this works now, we should be able to deploy bots back into the simulation arena. Let's try that. Okay, good. And then when we connect, what we should have happen, and it's not currently the case, is that those should be removed. Because these are actually two completely different arenas. So this will never shoot those bots. And actually, if this goes long enough, we should see this move on top of those. Now if I deploy a new bot, this one will shoot the other bots, but it won't ever shoot this. So let's just deploy a bunch of these, and we'll actually see at some point this can, oh man, this one down here that's moving around, it should move on to, there we go, yeah. So see, it moved on to another bot here. That's because they're in two completely different realms. One is in single player mode and one is in multiplayer mode. We need to fix that. And in order to fix that, here's what we do. Connect to server with name. Here we do this dot simulation server dot. Oh, you know what we can do? We can have, well, how do I want to do this? I can have the simulation server, I'll say shutdown, or yeah, shutdown. So this dot arena dot, and I believe it's like wipe out all entities. Shared arena, wipe out all entities, yeah. Let's use this. So we'll shut down the simulation server. Now, is that going to work? It should. So if I refresh, before I connect to the server, I deploy a bunch of bots. As soon as I connect, it should delete all of those bots. That's interesting. It only kind of deleted them. So they're not moving and shooting each other. I think I know what might have happened. In here, I call remove entity on everything. Remove entity should get rid of any components that are there. It should call it on the correct server though. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's not a problem with the simulation server being shut down. It's a problem with the client arena. Oh, wow. Okay, so we need to say if this dot, oh, this is not a good idea. Where's our arena? This one, yeah. And that exists if we set up the title screen arena. We should only set up socket IO after the title screen arena is set up. Because what else does this do? No, we can't do that though. Hey, Wouter. So if not is undefined this dot arena, then this dot arena dot wipe out all entities. Let's do that. Blade, I am the only coder. And we'll be working on this for quite some time. So I've only been streaming for a month for right now. Okay, and by the way, the botland is only been going for a month. So all the time that I've been streaming is all the time that I've been coding botland. The only time that I put toward botland that hasn't been on stream has been the prototype that I wrote. Okay, cool, so that worked. So now we connected to the server and all of our simulation bots disappeared. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. So I can deploy, let's just deploy move bots. Oh no, I need to go one step further than that, don't I? I need to actually stop the simulation server. That way the client isn't, oh no, I didn't want to have to do that. But that'll improve performance. So we do need to stop this from running. I guess in our update we could just check here actually. If you have a simulation server and this .spmp router is in single player. Yeah. So it's almost like the SPMP router should be managing the simulation server. It's kind of what I'm coming to the conclusion of here. It sounds like this router should manage the server since, yeah. But that should slightly speed things up. It won't even be noticeable, I think. But we deploy a bunch of bots, then we go online, and now we're in the real arena. So it's like the Matrix. Just plugged ourselves in. And that's Keanu Reeves. So how do we wanna check this in now? This was step 1. The next step is adding AI to our simulation. Roger says, how'd the call go? So the call went well. My lawyer is very reasonable. Long story short, he said, look, this is something that would cost you a lot of money normally, but let's try to do it in a way that doesn't cost a lot of money. So in about a week or 2, I should have a EULA. Then if I get to 1,000 followers, I will give you guys pre-beta access via the whole Bang Botland system, which I think we're going to code next week. And then I just got to wait for BizSpark. Would it be useful to add a deploy xbots button / command? Yeah, it would be for only the sake of testing Void Dreamer. So the problem is that users won't be able to deploy many more than say 2 or 3 bots. But yeah, for testing it could be helpful. Blade says, I know it's not much. I know it might not do much, but I'll give your game a shout out on my YouTube channel, which has 791 subs. Whoa, awesome! Blade YT. I'll have to write myself a note to check you out. Let me search you on YouTube, I guess. Wait. This one. It must be this. Aha! Cool, I will write myself a note to go check out your videos. So, check out Blade Digger's videos. And Void Dreamer says understood. Yeah. So, okay, we gotta check this in. This is something where I think we just made some very large design decisions over the course of 3 files that I'm not totally happy with. So shutdown doesn't even need to exist. Okay, so it's really only 2 files, but I'm still not happy with this stuff. Yeah, Blade Digger, thank you, because all of the exposure that I can get right now is great. In fact, I've started a Facebook ad campaign, and I'm not funneling like too much money into that, but I don't know how many people came here from Facebook. Oh, you got back to yeah, I haven't cleaned up this list. I can take that out, and this, and yeah. And I know these people's name pronunciations. Leave-in I still should write down here, because I'll probably pronounce it wrong. Alright. Okay, so yeah, what I had said is that our single-player multiplayer router, in order for it to do any of the work that it has to do, it needs to go through the simulation server. And that's for single-player mode. So it really probably should be the manager of the simulation server. In fact, where do I directly call the simulation server? Here I have some setup that could all be wrapped. Debug create bot, is this even used? It probably is. I think this is what happens when I press X. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's meant to be called from the console. Yeah, we can just delete that. Blade says, should I wait till the release or do it in my next video? It's up to you. For right now, what I advertise is not Botland the game right now. It's just like Adam13531 the stream, because I feel like this is the content I'm producing. The game won't be done for another 1.5 years or so. So it's probably better to just talk about watching me as a streamer, I guess. I don't know. It's also up to you, Blade, but I don't mind whatever it is you want to talk about. Doesn't Google AdSense give you 75 euros of free trial money? I don't know what Versace's responding to, but Wouter, they might. But the way it works out is, I'll just give you an example. $5 if you spend it on Facebook for ads might give you, I'm just gonna pull a number out of thin air here, 1,500 impressions, and it might also give you 0 clocks, but also 0 clicks. And this is the important part. So a bunch of people end up seeing it on their Facebook news feed, but do they actually click the link? Not necessarily. And yes, there comes a time when you spend enough money where this number will go up. Like maybe you get, I don't know, 3 clicks, 30 clicks, 100 clicks, I don't know. What I'm doing right now, streaming development, does not appeal to everybody. And even the people it might appeal to, without going and seeing it, would probably think, no, that's lame, I'm not going to go watch it. And that's why I appreciate that all of you guys are here right now, because I feel like I'm in an office again. It's nice. Okay, going back to this. We're debating, okay, I'm going to write down what we're debating here, which is, should the SPMP router own the simulation server? So, reasons why it might. The only interaction with the server directly would be through this router, since you don't necessarily know whether you're in single player. And Blade says, do you use your stream money to buy ad space on Facebook? I'm only smiling because stream money, I don't get any money from this stream. I don't get any money at all, actually. There's no donations, there's no ad money, there's no income. I have no income. So I'm not a Twitch partner, which is why I don't get any sort of ad money. What does 13531 stand for? You got it. I'm Gay Ben. Half-Life 3 announced. I just picked those numbers when I was really young. And Kickstarter, I've talked about this before. The reason I feel hesitant to even let you guys give me money or help out at all with monetarily is because of my whole, if I can call in a favor, then I'd rather call it in when the game's released and I need players. And then you guys can post it to your Facebook or your YouTube or whatever and help spread the word. And then that $5 you would have given me as a donation, spend it on Botland and get something and have fun playing the game. But I don't know. My wife at some point will probably say, what are you, stupid? You should just be accepting donations. Or maybe the co-founder says something like that. Can I make a donation page? I probably could. But again, I'm not sure if I want to do something like that yet. Thoroughly odd. Okay, so this is actually a good enough reason, I think, for it to own this. Then the other question we have is, where does this arena come in? So we check here and connect to server with name. I think this is getting kind of wound up right now. There are a lot of dependencies. How do I want to do this? When you connect to the server, if the arena exists, then we can wipe out the entities. That means that you might connect to this server before the arena exists, and then there's nothing telling you to wipe out those entities. So the whole arena startup code is not great so far. We should perhaps it should make the arena in the background, or at least the simulation server, since that doesn't depend on graphics. Oh, that depends on an arena being there. No, that depends on an arena being there. And then stream in the graphics? How would that work? Or maybe I just don't do anything until Pixie's set up? Or just don't do anything until Pixie is set up? I think this is slightly separate. So, yeah, well, I'm not happy with this code. I think we fix it in a different commit. Right now, we only update the simulation server if we're in single player. Again, reason to put the simulation server directly into the SBMP router. Then here, yeah, we've set it. Oh, I don't like any of this. I don't like it. I don't like this code. I think this design needs to be fixed, and I think there are a lot of considerations to make. So I think I'm going to check this in, and then we're going to massage this back into something that works. So wipe out any entities in the client arena. And I guess what I should say here is in client main wipe out all. What's going on? That was weird. Wipe out all. So this will not remove entities from the simulation server, but that's okay since they shouldn't be updated. Dorsai says, what programming language are you using? Yeah, VoidDreamer is correct. JavaScript, ECMAScript 6. Blade says, why don't you make a platform in the foreground so they don't fall out of the arena, then upload the background image? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I misinterpreted what you said as humor of like there's gravity and they're pulling the bots downwards, so there should be a platform to stop them from falling. If I'm interpreting it correctly, then you're saying why don't you use some sort of placeholder, and I need to correct this design regardless. So I'm gonna change a few things for right now. And Dorza, I can tell you a little bit more about the game if you want to know. Just let me know if that is the case. So this returns true if our simulation server has been set up. This is like ready to dispatch to single player, which is why I don't like any of this stuff. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Alright, maybe I should just fix this here. But I want this to at least be working before we change it. So alright, the simulation server now runs before you connect it to the real server. Upon connecting to the actual server, the simulation server will stop being updated and the client arena will wipe out all existing entities. Okay, but that was terrible code. So, Dorzai, to let you know a little bit about the game, and I'll go over this very quickly actually. So this is Botland. In Botland, and just ignore this component here because I'm going to show you everything in like the single player mode. You're going to create bots. It's a strategy game. You'll give them things like lasers and missiles and artillery, and you'll figure out what specific combination of that you want, and then you'll actually write code for these bots. So here I have some simple JavaScript. It'll fire my lasers if that will work. It will pursue an enemy bot if that will work, and if not, it'll just move randomly. So when I deploy a bunch of these, it's going to do exactly what I told it to do. And if you don't know how to code, you can use Blockly, which will let you do that same sort of thing with a more visual interface. So here I can drag a pursue bot command here. So now when I deploy a bunch of these, they'll just go swarm an enemy, but they won't actually do anything when they get there. So in order to make them do something, I can put in the fire laser snippet and put that here. And there, now they'll be much smarter. So if you don't know how to code, you can always use this. And yeah, Dorzai, it's basically a game where you need to code your own bots. But I want to, that's sort of how I advertise it, but what I want to say is it's more about automating your bots than it is coding specifically. So if you don't know how to code, again, you can make use of this. And if even this stuff is too much, just imagine that there are pre-made scripts that are there for you that you can just load it in. So imagine I don't have any code here, I don't know how to code, so I press a button over here and I click that and it loads in the script for me, and now I can deploy bots. And yeah, thanks, Dorzak. So it's a pretty cool idea. But yeah, so what I've been working on and what we need to fix the design of this morning is when you connect to the server, you can now deploy bots and they're on both machines. So imagine that these weren't just two browser windows, they were actually two separate machines. Then yeah, this works. And actually, you know what I can do? Now that this is working, let me load this up on my phone and I should be able to show you guys that, well, darn it, I gotta type the URL. And I have to hide the URL from you guys so that you don't connect. Does this work? Alright, so I gotta connect. I don't think that worked. What happened here? No, it says I connected, but then nothing happened. What would that mean? That would mean that there's something that the phone can't handle in its browser. I'll need to look into this. Void Dreamer says you can go from Blockly to code, but not code to Blockly. Yeah, and that's currently the plan. Only to have this work in one direction. So if you set item equal to 0 and you say edit as JS, then yeah, you have item equals 0 here. But then you won't be able to go back. Now, there's one caveat there. If you don't make any modifications here, then yes, you will be able to go back because you haven't changed what you had originally. But yeah, once you go into JavaScript, you should imagine that you're there, you're done, you're stuck in JavaScript. I think it'd probably be pretty hard to write a converter to go backwards. So I don't plan on doing that. Also, I think that the people who code in JavaScript will not be the ones who code in Blockly, and the ones who code in Blockly might turn into the ones who code in JavaScript because you can always convert this way. But I don't see it being the other way around. With that said, both experiences should be made pretty good, and if they don't look good now, it's because I only just coded them this week. So yeah, there's a lot of work left to do. So at some point, one of the things we need to write down here is figure out why I can't load the game on my phone. That's not actually even true. Figure out why the game doesn't work on my phone. It connects to the server, and the server sees that, but then bots don't load. Void Dreamer says, gotcha. So what happens, or rather, what keeps you from going from code to Blockly with lots of customizations? Nothing technically keeps me from doing it other than the amount of coding it would take for me to do that. I feel like, okay, so let me show you how will I do this. If I go to Blockly demos, one of the things that Blockly does, let me find their toolbox or code editor. Is it this maybe? Okay, yeah, let's take a very simple thing here. Let's do set item to 5, just like I had before pretty much. Okay, so take a look at this. This code is not what the code is that I use. This says var item, semicolon, item equals 5. My code, when you do that same thing, item equals 5, turns into, well, there's an update function, so ignore that, but just item equals 5. So one of the changes I made is there's no var here. That's not entirely relevant actually, but still, let's consider what it would take to go back. I would need to detect that this is an assignment expression to a literal, and then eventually convert it back into this block. I just see that as being very difficult to do. It's possible, but I don't think it would take like a week to do, let's say. I think it would take more like 2 or 3 weeks, and then there'd be lots of bugs. Oh wait, Void Dreamer said, sorry, let me rephrase. So I've been answering the wrong question. Is there something that blocks it? I realize you have to code every conversion, but what right now stops it? Or is it some translations just get skipped? Or at some point, does it keep you from opening Blockly? Oh, I think I see what you're saying. You're saying, well, perhaps what you're saying is sort of a user interface issue, which is right now I'm opening and closing these things by typing B and C on my keyboard. I think what you might be asking is, I have this code open here, now I'm going to click the Blockly button, what do I see or what shows up? And if that is your question, then I'll kind of do a hand wavy answer and just say like you'll see what the UI eventually looks like. I think it'll be much more clear later. But if your question is more how do you code it, then yeah, it's just that it's possible, but it's very tough to code. Roving Eye says, do you do that when you do the validation? Isn't it a parse and compile? I don't do a conversion from JavaScript to Blockly though, only one direction here. So when I check and make sure all these statements are correct, yes, I am parsing and I'm sort of compiling it into different code, but that code is not Blockly. So getting it to turn into, from JavaScript into JavaScript is much easier than JavaScript into essentially XML, which is what Blockly uses underneath. And yeah, no, I know I have the AST. I just still, like, there are enough problems even just parsing the AST into valid JavaScript that still works and doesn't have any sort of security flaws. So I imagine turning it into Blockly, if I screw something up, then maybe it's not exactly the same as what it used to be. But still, I guess I kind of want to say, I don't think it's impossible, I just think it would take prohibitively long to do so. Okay, I'm going to go grab, oh, I have this over here. So I'm going to grab an iPad and see if this works on the iPad, because it could just be my phone, and it could be that I actually broke something, and it also could be that it's just both. The browser is not really compliant here with ES6 APIs. So I need to wait for Chrome to load up. This iPad is the worst. Oh, okay, see, my face just lit up. That's because Chrome is finally starting. Okay, so next I need to figure out what's my local IP address. It is 1.10, that's good. So let's close these tabs. Have a weather tab open. You guys know exactly where I live. Alright, then we're going to connect. So let's see, this should work. We should see the arena show up here. Oh, there we go. Okay, just took a long time. Okay, so let's connect and then see what happens. And maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. So I press the connect button. We should see bots appear. We don't. Okay, so yeah, something's broken on both of these. I don't know what exactly. I don't even know what that is, Wouter. I imagine it's chocolate and peppermint. Oh wait, no. Oh, pepper nut cookies. What in the world? Dutch holiday cookies. Actually, so I told you guys on the stream the other day. What is this? Okay, I'm just not gonna ask questions. My family sent me a batch of these, which I think are the greatest cookies ever to exist. So no, I am not jealous. Okay, so I think there's add AI to the simulation server, sure, but then fix design issues with simulation server, SPMP router, and the client arena, and sort of the order that these things are created in. So let's try to just take the easiest one first. So arena startup code is not great so far, and the problem is that it waits for Pixie to get set up. So if everything waited for Pixie to get set up, like we had this set up Pixie, and then when it was done, we started the connect calls and everything, then we might be fine. In fact, there's connect to server with name. What if, no, but there's a wrapper class. We need to return whether this works. Basically need to stop you from connecting to the server until everything's done loading. We could stop you from connecting to the server until everything is done loading. For that to work, names connect to server with name. Names connect to server with name would need to return a boolean. And let's take a look at connect to server component. This wraps the onConnect, but Botland app also wraps this, I think. Yeah, onConnect wrapper. So we need to set the state conditionally. Okay, we can do that, but then does that design make sense? Start a straw poll. Which cookie is better? Yeah, okay, so we can do that. Is that actually good design, though? Now, Pixie is where we're going to load all of our images. So until that point, we can't even show any images on the screen. Or, yeah. So if we wait, then you won't be able to connect to the server until we download all the images from the web server. See, if we could stream them in, I think that would be best. But the problem is that, for example, the client arena, we have this setup Pixie call here. It takes in the textures that we have loaded. God, I could think of a way that we could do this, but I just don't think it's a good way. We could set up all of the simulation, and then we set up the sprites, but they just don't have any textures associated with them. Then when we get the texture, we go through and we set them all. Maybe we could do that. Yeah, maybe we could stream in. Maybe we could stream in the Pixie textures. We could save a string in the sprite. No, we could put a needs Pixie texture component with a string representing which texture to load. See, this is all. This could work. Then when we load the textures, we go through all entities, which shouldn't be very many, given that you aren't playing the game yet, and fill in their sprites. That could work. That actually could work. Do we want to do this though? See, right now there's no point. Everything's being served locally, and all the images are very small. They're like, I don't know, a few kilobytes or something of images. But yeah, eventually this could be really cool because you'll see the game sort of pop up as it's loading. I just don't think this is worth working on right now. I think it's worth just waiting until Pixie's done loading for all of this other stuff to work. And we'll need to change this all later though too, so maybe we don't address this at all for right now. Let's take a look. This.arena, what do we have here? In connect to server, when we've connected, we wipe out the entities. So yeah, I think the problem that I could see happening is right now there's a sort of race condition. If the Pixie images take too long to load and you somehow connect to the server before they're finished, then we won't wipe out the client entities. Is that an issue? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna wait for Pixie to finish loading then. I think that's what we're gonna do. And I think we're gonna make sure to keep this comment in there. Oh, spam alert. I see the spam, I guess I still need to ban people. Huh. Alright. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to make it so that Pixie, which needs to load all of this stuff and sends out a Pixie finished initializing call, we need to set up the socket interface there, or at least trigger whether it's been set up. So Pixie wrapper, I guess we can check into. So let's keep track of that. In fact, we could prevent. How do we want to do this? Okay, let's do this. So this dot Pixie finished initializing. Is this the name of a function in here? Yeah, so fine. Pixie did finish initializing. Is Pixie ready? Is false. So it starts off as false, and then when we actually set up Pixie, so Pixie finished initializing, we set it to true. Then in our connect wrapper, we say if not this.pixie is ready, return false. Otherwise, return true. Then this needs to be handled in here. So const pixie was ready equals that. If pixie was ready, then we can set the state in here. And then our connect component doesn't need to do anything different. So let's test this out. Okay, yeah, let's load this up. We should see basically no change. So I should be able to connect to the server. Good, I can. Great, now here's what we're gonna do. We're going to modify the code so that pixie ready is always false. Yeah, let's save that. And now we should not be able to connect to the server any longer. Where is the bundle? Here it is. Okay. So now we try connecting. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, I need to actually just set this to true. If true or that. Yeah, good. Okay. So let's try that out. Good. And now we try connecting. Connect. Good. Nothing happens. So it thinks Pixie's not ready. Okay, that's the first step. Hey, you can actually just type links if you want, Blade Digger. I don't block them in this. Oh wait, do you guys need the bot image? Well, out of curiosity, why did you post that, Blade? I don't mind. I'm just curious. Okay, so we fixed this. We should write this on here too. So is Pixie ready? If true, Pixie is ready. If true, Pixie has finished loading in all textures. Wait, okay. Wait, if you want. That's not final art, by the way. That was art I used for the prototype game, so I'm not sure what it is you intend to do, but yeah, let me know. Okay, so eventually, what we should do is stream in all of the Pixie textures. We could make a needs. Yeah, so we can do that. Eventually what we should do is stream in all the Pixie textures. We could make a needs Pixie texture component with a string representing which texture to load. Then when we actually load the textures, we go through all entities, which shouldn't be very many given that you aren't playing the game yet, and fill in their sprites. The only thing to address is that we need some interface over create sprite that knows whether Pixie finished initializing or not. Yeah. That way we don't have race conditions. Okay. So yeah, you can't connect to the server until Pixie is done loading. This is to prevent a certain race condition where you connect before the client arena was even created. Yep. Okay, so that's step one, and I think this is good. Yep, that all looks fine. And that looks good too. So, and I'll write a comment here. We can't actually connect until our onConnect function must be can. Hey, Winakas. Versace says, I'm going to eat in 20 minutes. I'm currently in the process of getting my... Good job, team. Teammate. TBL. Yeah, okay, I'm happier with this at least, and we kind of wrote this down. So, prevented a race condition where someone might connect to the server before the client arena is finished being created, which is dependent on PC's loading its textures. Yeah, alright, so that's good, but there were two parts to this. The other part was the SPMP router owning the simulation server or not. Now, I feel like it should. I feel like the evidence was that the SPMP router is the only thing that's ever going to use the simulation server. Yeah. And this create AI bot, we can just get rid of, I think. Like, that's what's causing this to happen when I press X. But we don't need that. So, look at create AI bot. Okay, yeah, so do we delete this or no? This we can remove. Where else do we interact with the simulation server? We do it in like 5 different places. Here it's just creating it. Which, why is this even a separate call? This shouldn't be. This should just be part of the constructor. Yeah, this dot create AI players. Okay, good. Then we have set simulation server, which won't be needed any longer. And then we have an update, which again won't be needed. So I think instead what we do is how do we want to do this? If we make the router create this, then we won't be able to use this until we have, well, just these things, which is what, a software validator, the shared params. That's fine, I guess, because the SPMP router doesn't do anything until alright, yeah, I don't think this is great, but I think here's what we're going to do. We set up the router, we don't have a simulation server yet, so we delete that, we set that to null, great. Next, every time we do something here, create player bot, that's necessary. So then this is not necessary. Update game logic. Update game logic shouldn't even be called until Pixie's done initializing, because we don't have a game loop until that point. Yeah, so Pixie finished initializing. We set up the game loop. Okay, good. Next. In here, we don't need to check to see if these things are undefined, since we know they're defined. So now we can get rid of this. Next is this aspect here. We can say this dot update game logic delta time. This only happens if we're actually in single player mode. So in the SPMP router, we now need an update game logic function. Update game logic delta time, and this is going to do the simulation server update game logic. If this dot is in single player, and we know for sure that it'll have been created. Alright. Yeah, let's try that out. We should be able to create bots here. Good. And then when we connect, they should all go away. Good. And then this is an actual bot on the server. So that's all fine. The only thing that won't be clear is this is ready to dispatch. And that's because create player bot might be called before you've actually connected to the server, rather before the arena is done being created. Okay, so the construction order of classes in main.js is not ideal right now. Yeah, the simulation server. Okay, Wapter, you can post this thing if you want to now. The simulation server is only created once. Yeah. So the simulation server is only created once Pixie is finished initializing. So, but the UI is ready immediately. Really, that's the problem, that the UI is ready immediately. You really should just prevent that from happening. Which is the real problem. We thus need to make sure we're connected. Alright, there's something else I just thought of here too, which is what if you try sending messages to the server before you're fully connected? I think the server would just reject them, which is fine. Alright, Walter, you should send the picture. I want to see this cat picture now. Never wanted to see a cat picture more than right now. You can hear I'm brimming with excitement. Alright, so now the simulation server is wrapped by the SPMP router almost entirely. Where else do we use the simulation server? Yep, we just create it and then we set it and we're done. Yeah. Uploading 3/9. Is that a progress bar or the number of pictures? Yeah, okay, so let's put, did we put, yeah. I think update game logic is obvious enough. So the SPMP router is now the, what's that word? Oh, I'm trying to think of this. I don't even know what's the right word to use, but now I just want to think of what it is I'm trying to come up with. Wow, just totally slipped my mind. It starts with a D, and it's the person who's in charge of someone else. Like in charge of. Oh, I can't remember it. Alright, fine. Is now the owner of simulation server, since SPMP router knows whether we're in single player. So it knows when to actually make use of the simulation server. What is that called though? Yeah, it's like a supervisor or keeper, but there's a word that starts with a D, I think. Oh man, what is that word? Alright, I've gotta rack my brain. Probably doesn't even start with a D. That's probably just a red herring. Hang on, let me look something up. No, I don't even know what I'd look up. Whatever. Okay. So I think that's good enough for right now. Now add AI to the simulation server. Here's what I wanted to director, dictator. No, it wasn't those things. Alright, I'll think about it later. So here's what I want to happen. I want first for create AI bot to just be called on its own, which means, well, our update function should be getting called here, right? Do we have an update here? We don't. That's part of the game server. So we need to wrap that update function. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. So game server has an update function. We need to make sure that we call the base function. So this dot super super dot update game logic delta time. Okay, good. Next, we run our own update in here. Occasionally add in AI bots. A doctor. Alright, so there's the word. Oh, man, I'm not gonna. Never mind. I'll figure out the word later. Figure out what that word is that I was trying to come up with. The keeper of something. Someone in charge of looking after a country or person, I thought. Oh, yeah, I can't think of it. No, this better not be. Oh, is this your cat? This must be because it's got 0 views. Well, that's about to jump up to 3. And probably only 3. Diplomat, no. No, I'll find it later. But anyway, for now we wanted to add in AI. So here's we're gonna make the simplest possible form of this. Every so often, so we're just gonna say this dot cooldown equals 0. If this dot cooldown is less than or equal to 0, let's say the cooldown equals 5,000, and this dot create AI bot. Okay, let's try that. So every 5 seconds, we're just going to get a bot injected into the arena. And it should be by different players too. I do not see another bot getting injected. Because I never subtracted from it. So this dot cooldown minus equal delta time. There, we fixed it. Okay, so I'll run this over here. Then we'll get rid of the connect component for right now. So botland app, we look at the connect component, we set that to false. And then unexpected token line 1. Did I accidentally? Oh, I did pimport. We are not John's. 5th one almost uploaded. Okay, cool. So now we don't have the connect component here anymore. Nice. So yeah, every 5 seconds a bot will be produced. But now we want to change this up a bit. So let's have it happen at random intervals between, let's say, 250 and 750 milliseconds. So we're going to need import, well, let's do this. So import shared client and name server util. I believe somewhere in util. No, this doesn't even exist. So I don't really want util. But let's import it anyway. And then let's const underscore equals require Lodash. Alright, Lodash has a way of making random numbers, and I never remember what the API is. So, oh wait, no, I know where it actually is. It's in shared arena underscore dot. Didn't I make a random number somewhere in here? No, I did it in the server arena. Random. I don't know where it is. Fine, how do you make a random number? Number. There, no, it was right there. This produces a random number between min and max inclusive. So it's just underscore dot random. So let's take this now, and we're going to say cooldown. So we'll make a function called reset cooldown. This dot cooldown equals underscore dot random 250 750. And then let's do this dot reset cooldown. We can start it at 0, I think. That's actually pretty much fine. Then let's do this. So if cooldown's less than 0, this dot reset cooldown, and we'll do this dot actual update. Okay, and then in actual update, we'll say, well, no, let's just call this add AI bot. Potentially add AI bot. Here's number 2. Your cats do have funny expressions on their faces. This looks like a chubby cat, though. You should stop feeding him chocolate pepper nut cookies. Okay, potentially add AI bot. So what we'll do is we'll do this dot create AI bot. So now we'll just always add the bot. That's not what we want to do yet, but it's what we're going to do now. So we'll eventually spam the whole arena with bots. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, then eventually the whole arena will fill up. And that can just happen on its own. What we want to do, instead of just create AI bot, we want to make it get random code. So let's do get random script. So we'll just say const possible script equals, and we'll just put some scripts in here. So let's do, this is one of them, and this is another one. Well, okay, let's call them with just a couple basic ones. So move randomly, doesn't even do anything. Then there's going to be if will lasers hit fire lasers. Good. So there's another one. Stationary fires lasers. Now we need to search our code for this word to make sure I didn't type the paper one. Good, I didn't. Okay. And then once this fills up, we should see an error about how it can't create more. Come on. There. Okay, did not have space to deploy a bot. So actually, what we could run into is a problem where, no we can't. No we can't. Well, we shouldn't, but if we do, then fine. This happens, and yeah, your arena's screwed up. Sleepy Zorro. Fat cats are easier to catch. That is true. Oh my goodness. That cat is a blob with a head. Okay, let's finish adding in some more scripts. So this one's stationary and it fires lasers. Next we want a movable one that fires lasers. So we're going to do, well, let's write this in the actual game so I don't need to type all this on one line. So will lasers hit fire lasers, otherwise find closest enemy bot. If it exists, pursue it, and then move. Yeah, let's take this. This is going to be our script. And then we do this cool trick, join, 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 and we delete all the spaces from the script. Okay, there we go. They're deleted. Next, we can put this onto, let's say, 2 lines. Closest bot equals. Okay. And this script is pursues enemies and fires, well, hunts enemies with lasers, I'll say. Okay. Now what we do is we return a random one of these. Return underscore dot sample possible scripts. Cool. Next, in here, let code equals this dot get random script. We don't care about that. And we could actually generate it for a random AI player, or just any player for right now, I guess. That's fine. Let's do that. So when we refresh this page, what we should see is some actual cool stuff. Also, what's chat saying? What language is that? Versace, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, Kip. Oh. These cats look like people stuck in cat bodies. And yeah, this is JavaScript that I'm using. It's ECMAScript, ECMAScript 6. Okay, cool. So what we just coded was this. It was get the bots to have random scripts and be randomly placed in the arena. So this is just the title screen of the game, basically. Like, this will be faded out a bit, and then there will be a title screen over all of it where you just see stuff happening. I think it's boring to watch bots not move, so we should probably cut that script out. In fact, yes, we will cut that script out. But we will make this one a little bit, we'll just make it a little bit dumber. Dumb version of hunt enemies with lasers. Aw, that's a nice cat voice of Grog. Alright, so now every bot is at least going to move and try to do something. and they're all shooting. They're not all shooting, actually. There are going to be some that just move. Like, oh no, that's not one of them. This one is one. This green one here, he's a goner. Because he's not shooting lasers. Just wait for it. Oh no, these two are buddies. Alright, now he's dead. Okay, so yeah, this will be the title screen. These things will just kind of fade into existence, fade out of existence. Your cats have something seriously wrong. They shouldn't look like how they do. And I might make more moderators, but I don't think I need them right now. Okay, good. And then hopefully we're balanced here by just the rate at which bots kill each other. So I think we got a title screen. Kind of, sort of. See, this is how a normal cat looks. This is not weird human expressions, although those eyes have been thinking about something. Okay. I'm pretty happy with this, and I think that's good enough for now. We'll eventually add in more AI scripts that these can have, but yeah, for now it's pretty much fine. We might even want to slow down how fast these are getting produced. But yeah, I think it looks good. Alright, let's check in. So this week don't want to check in, and this week do. And we just pretty much comment everything I just wrote, so let's do that. So I'll say something like, this is the add bot cooldown, reset, add bot cooldown. Yeah. So, how do we want to say this? So the amount of MS before we try adding a new bot into the arena. I actually had planned on this checking to see how many already existed, but I'm not doing that. Let's make it 4 players. Resets the add bot cooldown to a random number. Then update game logic. We potentially add a bot. Potentially in this case means always, because the bots equalize their own population. No, that's stupid. I don't even want to write that. This should just be create AI bot. In fact, we shouldn't even have this function. Let's just do create AI bot. There we go. All right. So if we were to refresh this page, we should see 4 different colored bots. The problem is, and they're going to get... Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, I know what we want to do here. We want to create bots for the player with the fewest bots. Do we? No, I don't think we really care. We should just randomly pick a player. Why do I not see 4 different... What is num AI players? It's 4. Oh, but I'm not creating that many players. In fact, these other players can just be named after numbers. So for this.ai num AI players, yeah, let's do that. So let I equals 1, I is less than num AI players, and we do this. We do that, and then we do this, and we say AI player. They're not really all AI players, but ID here is going to be I, and name is going to be AI player plus I. Let's do that. Here's the full album. What does my stream become? Now my food is here, Adam. You can feel safe and relaxed. Oh God, I was worrying this whole time, Versace. Thank you. Okay, where are the other bots though? I still only see get player, last player ID used. Yeah, what's going on here? I should see 4 different bots. I'm only seeing 2. Or perhaps that's just the coloring algorithm picking something stupid. Let's take a look at the simulation server. And in here we have create AI bot. So we're going to put a breakpoint here. Who is the owner? The owner is you. Alright, let's do another one of these. The owner is AI player 1. And here the owner is AI player 2. So yeah, what's screwing up with this? Oh, perhaps it is that the player has the same color as the other players. So let's do this dot player depot, and let's just check out all the different players that we have. So there's color is 1684. This is 8326. Oh yeah, they all have the same color. That's not right. Color colon. Where did I even do this? There should have been a get random color or something. Or did I do this? When I make a player? Is this going to the server? Player.js. Get color from string. This.name. Oh, I remember. I wrote a really stupid color function. Oh, that was the problem. Oh, man. Alright, we gotta fix it. Let's fix it. So, we need to put the I at the beginning of the string. It sounds really dumb, but that's what we gotta do. And now they should just be different colors magically. Alright, are they? Yeah, so that's different from that. No, they're not all different. All right, because this will be 1, 2, 3. Let's just take a look at that util function that I wrote. Random color, because get color from string. So we took what? The first character and the second character. So if it had at least 2 characters, that was our entropy, basically. So I guess what we want to do is just make a random name. I don't want to do this. Yeah, I'll just make the name be random numbers. So const first char of name equals underscore dot random 0, 9 second char. Yeah. So we'll do this. First plus second plus AI player. Because the name is pretty much never going to be seen. If it is seen, then we change that again later. So now they should be 4 different colors. It's not really obvious, but it also doesn't matter too much right now. Also, none of them are hitting each other. Okay, there we go. Okay. Blade says, I can make you different color images. That's nice of you, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. Because, like I said, we'll have art coming in soon enough. Probably in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Hopefully. Maybe 2 months. Okay. I haven't been clicking through all of these cat images. Oh, it's a moped image now. Well. And then Versace says, don't forget your promise about Burger King, Adam. You'll become a billionaire soon enough. I didn't forget my promise, Versace. I will fly you out and we'll get Burger King together if I become a billionaire from this game. And it's only you. You're the only person who gets Burger King. I'm going to limit you to like something off of their dollar menu, whatever equivalent they have. Okay, so I think this is fine. This will make it actually so that if one player totally dominates the arena, then they'll just continue to dominate it. So, yeah, eventually I should probably change this. This should eventually change so that it creates a bot for the player who has the fewest bots. And no, Voice of Grog, I was supposed to mail you a cheeseburger, but I think it was just the post office lost that. Versace, I did one better there, at least, which is that I'm flying Versace out. Okay, I think we are good. Oh yeah, and I gotta just put a comment for why I did that. Yeah. For right now, the names of players don't show on the arena, and the colors are based on the first 2 characters of their name. So generate random characters. Do we have... Did I ever define the alphabet anywhere in this game? No, I didn't. Alright, let's just say get random letter. Export function get random letter. Return underscore dot sample A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Okay, let's do that, and let's just use this util dot get random letter. Insurance on a burger. No, what do I look like to you? Oh, that broke. That totally broke. In fact, I don't even think... Cannot call get random letter of undefined. Util is right there. Don't you lie to me, code. Get random letter. Oh, whoops, import star as util. Let's do that. I don't have any explaining to do. Get off my case. Underscore is not defined. I didn't put Lodash into util. I was actually thinking, I was riding the bus yesterday and I was like, should util wrap Lodash so that I don't actually expose it outside of here? And then I stopped thinking about it, so I didn't actually come to a conclusion. Alright, cool. Now we should have some different colors. I, again, only really see 3, but that's fine, I guess. Because when I refresh, they should be 3 different colors, or 4 different colors. Yeah. I still only see 3. Right? 1, 2, 3. Did I screw something up in the code here? Maybe I did. Maybe I only... Oh! I equals 1, 2... No, there should be 3 other players that get made. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong here. In fact, I know for sure there are 4 players. I guess there are 4 different colors. They're just not that distinct. Okay. And hey, Faye. My dinner was very good, Adam. Thanks for asking. Oh, I've been the worst host. Versace, how was your dinner? There. Okay, cool. So I'm happy with that. Let's check in. Oh, we gotta write a comment for this. It's a random letter of the alphabet. Get random letter. Returns a random letter of the alphabet. String. I'll say lowercase letter. Okay, and I put all 26 characters here, right? 26 characters selected, yeah, that's probably right. We don't really care if we're missing a letter. Alright, so... Am I happy with this? Get random script, that's the only thing I'd love to comment. Get random script. Returns, oh man, okay. Returns a random script for AI bots to use. Okay, looks good. The simulation server now occasionally produces more bots. The scripts that they have are randomized. Are randomly selected from a set of valid scripts, I should say. Foodland. All I would have taken is one typo, and we would have been making Cotland, a game about beds fighting each other. Thankfully, I bought the right domain. All right, add AI. That's good. So now when we connect to the game, let's open up Botland app and let's fix line 19 or 20 so that's true, and then we'll rerun this. So we should have happen. We just gotta test this and make sure this is the case. When we're just sitting around on here, because remember this is gonna be like the title screen. So we're typing in our username, like Adam and my password. And then I hit connect, and then now we're actually connected to the game server. And apparently, that's not a username that it likes. I need to type all my usernames as numbers, so 0. Then we connect, and now I'm on the real server, and I can type things like, hey, everyone. Yeah, so cool. Now we shouldn't have any outstanding code. Good, we don't. So let's take the next task. Make our routers less verbose to code. They all do exactly the same thing and only differ on which function or pub sub to use. So the first one to start with is the client-server router. And this is something I've wanted to change now for a decent amount of time. So we have these 3 classes. The first one is just an abstract base class. Wait, no, that's not the first one. This is the first one. It's just an abstract base class with a whole bunch of asserts that tell you forgot to define this function that you wanted. And then the other ones either call into the connection manager with a certain message, or they call into PubSub with a certain message. And that's it. That's the only way that these differ. So I should change this. When Aka's try all uppercase letters, then you should be able to play Botland. So how do we want to change this? Really all that's happening is when I call create bot, it knows that it's this string that I want. So I guess I just need some sort of pairing here. And same thing here. These are really just different topics. So I can make a route function, cli serve router.route, and I can say something like action dot, I don't know what I want to say here, action dot create bot, and then the route function can look like this, action switch, well, yeah, switch action, and it can say case actions dot create bot. No, it's not even that. I don't even want that, do I? Route is really just going to do something like this. Handler equals this dot action handlers action if not util dot exists handler, then say assert false. Oh no, we can just say assert that it exists. Assert util dot exists. Did not specify a handler for action. And otherwise, we just call the handler. Any case, Rage? oh, chat. Oyoli says, what game is this? So we are writing a game called Mario Kart 64, and it's a racing game. No, what we're writing is Botland. It's a strategy game, and the way that it works, let me actually connect here and I'll show you. So the way that it works is you make bots and you outfit them with different hardware pieces, so lasers, missiles, armor, shields, and then you write code for them. And the code that you write can be JavaScript, and you can see I can just deploy bots like this, and they'll go try shooting their lasers and then pursuing enemy bots, and if not, then they'll randomly move. Or you can write it in Blockly. So I can do that same sort of thing over here by just, let's say, dragging a snippet over. So this says if lasers will hit in any direction, then fire my lasers. So when I deploy these bots, they'll be stationary, but they'll still shoot. And if you don't feel like even using Blockly, then there will be pre-made scripts for you. And then you deploy them in the arena, like you see here, and they'll fight each other. So I can put in a pursue bot call, and then we'll put this here. And now we have a fully formed script, and we can deploy a bunch of these, and they'll go hunt each other down. And this is online multiplayer, so I can chat. It's not actually running on an accessible server for you guys, so you won't be able to play yet, but hopefully in about 2 weeks, it will be. So yeah, Oyoli, let me know if you have any other questions about this. And for now, what we're working on is fixing up some of our code. So this is the caller, and this is the function definition. So then we need some way for the constructor to actually specify the action handlers. They shouldn't all be functions. In fact, they should really just be topics. Like, we call this dot PubSub, action args, I guess. So we say this dot PubSub dot publish, and we say handler, or we say this dot connection manager dot SIO dot to. There needs to be a room in here. Arena socket room, I think. Oh, hang on, I gotta answer the phone. Sorry, guys. Okay, he's like right here apparently and just called now. So I gotta go. I'll be back in probably 10 minutes, but I try to make my estimates a little bit more generous. I really gotta go. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. my god. Okay. That's like 150 pounds. In 2 pieces at least. But alright, let me read some water. I'm just gonna chat over here for a second. I'll be right back. Oh man, okay. Let me read chat. Yeah, what did I miss? Well, I missed a lot apparently. Alright. Do you prefer this design? What is this design? It's more flat. I mean, also, so Blade, I do want to tell you, like, we will have an artist working on all this stuff, and I just don't have them yet. The icon for my channel, well, the icon for basically everything that is Botland right now, I actually really like the art style that I had, and this is what it looks like when it's untinted. So this was colored but not tinted. In the game it's tinted right now, which is why it looks bad, because that's not how it's supposed to be rendered. I like that style. I don't know what we're going to end up with though. Do I dream in 1s and 0s? And occasionally a 2. That's all post cats. What are these? Oh boy. Why does he have a BRB message instead of the screen? Yeah, I just fixed that. I like this better. If only it was ASCII art. Commands, uptime, points. 30 minutes is 5 points? No, 30 minutes is 3 points. Lunch BRB only works before Adam goes on BRB. What else is going on here? Oh, watch her left. What happens if it hits 0? Yeah, something happens. And hey, coffee kills. Okay. Alright, yeah, so sorry about that. I got a standing desk. I don't have it set up, obviously, and I don't know how long that's going to take, but probably like an hour and a half or something, so I'll do that at some other point. So I'll just write standing desk was delivered. Oh man, like hurts to type right now. Okay. Yeah, so I don't remember anything of what was happening before I left. Oh, apparently nothing. I checked everything in. Oh yeah, user routers. Okay, yeah, fixing the router stuff. Okay. Yeah, and I think I probably shouldn't let myself get too far into this without just going and getting lunch. I already had a bunch of people leave, I think, because I went away. Although I am still the top streamer. It's weird to think game development streams get roughly like 80 viewers, I'd say, as like a reasonable maximum. Then Handmade Hero gets like 200, and then every once in a while there's a Unity or Unreal stream where there's a lot more. But if you play Hearthstone and you're like a B-level streamer, you're getting probably 300-400 people. Anyway, let's write this. So caller wants to call things just like this: client server router dot route actions dot create bot, and that's as opposed to calling what they're calling now, which is dot create bot or something like that, right? Client server router. Oh boy. Okay, they're calling. What's this? Oh yeah, that's fine. Player entered arena, something like this. Yeah. So here's what they're doing now, and here's what. So current way, and then here's what this is going to change into. Player entered arena. Okay, good. Then the actual definition of this function, we get what the handler is. That's not actually totally true. We could do something like that. In our constructor, we said something like this dot action handlers equals, and we say something like actions dot player entered arena goes to pub subtopics dot player entered arena. Yeah, so we could do something like that. And yeah, I think this is good. I think I like this way better. And hey, Roving Eye. Voice of Grog. I'll let you know how I like the desk that I got once I've set it up and everything. One of the things I liked about this is it has a motor that'll let me elevate and lower it without having to pull out a toolbox. So let's figure this out. We want to make our action handlers. So here's what we'll do. In our base class, let's just say action handlers equals nothing really. And we have isServer here. Okay, good. That's all we have. Then we just have a route function, which takes in, I guess, an action and then args. And this needs to be overridden. Forgot to define route in for a child class. Yeah, let's put that in quotes. Alright, so then the child classes, let's start with just one of these. This is going to need to actually define the action handlers. Excuse me, and then we also need a route function which takes in an action and args. And what we'll do here is we'll get the action, so we'll say const pub sub topic, network emit message equals that, and then we simply say that. That should be it. We also need to assert that it exists. So we say import star as util from util, and we say, oh yeah, assert, we also need assert, const assert equals where assert. And then we say here, assert util.exist network emit message. No network emit message defined for action. Then finally we do the emit. Okay. Whew. Okay, I think that's good, and that should get rid of all of this code and any future functions that we write. We also need to do the same thing, so like to define this, then we also need to do the same thing in here. So we make a route function, and instead of doing what we did with the emit message, we are instead going to put this here. So it'll be a pub sub topic instead. So pub sub topic. No pub sub topic defined for action. Yeah, looks good. Then we just pass in the rest of the args. So we should be able to delete almost all these things. In order for us to do that, we also need another, instead of pub sub topics, we need something like router actions. Yeah. So let's save this as router actions.js, and we're going to just export a whole bunch of constants here too. So, and they're all probably going to be named roughly what these are. So let's take this. The names don't totally matter. And then let's make sure we can use this. Is this the same moped from before? It is. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Walter. Okay, so I have... Oh, my action handlers are not set up there, actually. So we've got to do that. Okay, and that means we need to import... what did I call this? Router actions. Oh my god, can't type. From router actions. And then we do something like this. Router actions dot create bot, let's say, is equal to topics.createBot. So all we do is create a mapping for all of these things. Delete, laser fire, laser whiffed. Do we have all those? Delete, laser fire, laser whiff, move bot, entered arena. Yeah, let's put those in the same order there too. So we want all of these things, and they map to exactly the same things that we had before. So let's do that. Oops. How many things do I have on my clipboard right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So making 5 cursors should work, right? Yeah, good. Good, cool. So that should be done. And it just so happens that these are the same names, but they could refer to different constants. So we're okay with that for right now. Now we want to do the exact same thing over here, except we don't really have messages yet. So we need to come up with them. Yeah, let's do that. Because I think that, a refactor commit should really just be the refactoring, nothing else for right now. So let's take debug bot in here, do debug delete entity, debug laser fire. We can eventually make these proper. Debug laser whiffed, debug pop move, and debug player. That's different. Oh no, that's not. Okay, so we have all those. Now we can delete all of these functions. And now our router classes look much better because they're simply just a route function. So that's nice. Next, we need to import the router actions here. So let's do that. Router actions. Good. And then we just capitalize that. And I think that should be it. Now, if I coded this all correctly, then the game should just work exactly as how it used to. Let's try it out. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What did I screw up here? What is it asserting? Just an assertion error. Forgot to define player entered arena for a child class. Oh, no, I didn't. I needed to call these functions now. Well, that was stupid. All right, we got to search for everywhere that this stuff's being used over the code. So we're going to search for this. Create bot. Arena, no, we don't care about that. Oh wait, no, we only ever care about it from cli-serve-router.createBot. Okay, so this should show up in 2 places. Yes, it does. Oh, how does this work? Okay, yeah, here's how we want to do this. This is going to be a little bit silly. So this will be, we need the router actions from here. And then, how's this going to work? We need to route, so let's take route.bind router actions.createBot. No, that's not right. This and then create bot. There, that should be perfect. And again, it's a bit verbose. Maybe I say something like this dot get router dispatch, and it takes in an action. Return this dot cli-serve router dot route dot find this dot cli-serve router action. All right, so now we can just say this get router dispatch on a particular action. Is this cleaner? I think so. It looks a little bit nicer at least. Yeah. Okay, well, let's try it out. If we don't like it, we don't like it. So now we just copy this for all of this stuff. Done. And then we overwrite the constants here. So delete entity turns into delete entity, and this turns into that. So we can do all of these. That way our classes will be hooked up, but that's only on the server side of things. Now we need to do the same thing on the client. So let's also get to this. Everywhere we see this dot client server router dot something, we need, oh, this is the only place. So say router actions dot create bot, which means we need the router actions in this class. So let's go find those. Where's constants? We're not even using constants. We can do this here, I guess. Import star as router actions from router actions. How does component names look such that, okay, that's fine. Okay. So all we've done is set up one of these. We need to look for cli-serve router dot something again. Dot something / w star. No, we want it function invocation, so it at some point needs to do, oh no. Wait. Yeah, / parenthesis. Okay, they should find invocations of, oh good, that actually worked. Player entered arena. We're not handling delete entity. Delete entity actually isn't even used, I'm pretty sure. So this needs to change too. And where are we? We're in the simulation server at this point. So instead, we need to import star as router action, just like we've been doing before, like that, done. And then instead of here, we say route with router action dot player entered arena. And we want to do the same thing down here, but with the AI player instead. So AI player. Rithika Rex. Holy God, this looks complicated. Do I know you? I know someone whose name is similar to yours. Rithika, but it's an I think. Like this. Wouter, why is it taking so long to upload files for you? I was surprised that album took like 10 minutes. It's like 1 minute per picture. Okay, so player... So we have that. We need to keep searching for extra functions here. We have route, route, route. So then none of these other things were even called? Is that what I'm seeing? Create bot, delete entity, laser fired, laser whip. No, this definitely should be getting called. Laser fired. Okay. Is it that nothing listens for this? How did I... Where is this coming from? This needs to be deleted. Well, no, wait, no. We don't want to delete this yet. We want to figure out where these functions are getting called. Oh, Rithika says, nah, I just stumbled onto this stream like 5 minutes ago. Well, awesome. Hope you stick around. And any new people, if you follow me, you get control of the lights in my room. Ooh. Okay, so no pub subtopic defined for player entered arena, but it's right there. Why? So what are action handlers then? Action handlers, pub subtopic is player entered arena. So router actions dot player entered arena must not be capitalized. Is that all? No, that exists. What? What happened here? What did happen here? What's going on? Assert is not defined. Oh. Okay, fine. So we just paste this into here. Now we needed topics. What is util needed for here? Oh, asserting that it exists. So we do need that here too. Okay. So let's do that. Util. Okay, so neither of those would have worked. Wow, transactions. Okay. Yeah, so this looks fine. I don't see any lasers being fired though. So that's almost certainly a problem. Forgot to define laser fired. Where are we trying to call laser fired? Here. Why did I not find... Oh, this dot arena. Oh, we shouldn't be accessing that directly. Oh man. Okay, CliServe router. So then this should be route, and it should say router actions. Whoops. Dot laser fired. So what do? We import router actions. Yeah. Sounds good. Cool. Lowercase that. Done. Next, we do the same thing for basically all of these. So anywhere else where we see this string being used, yeah, so instead of laser whiffed, it's going to be route laser whiffed. And we just got to make sure that we're not, yeah, it's singular laser. So everywhere that we keep doing this is the same thing, route, and let's put bot moved, and then let's search for this. Delete backspace. Good. Now we also, so that's route. Okay, cool. So let's find out where else we screwed up, because the arena is totally filling up with these useless bots right now. What's the word you were trying to think of? It's driving me crazy. You don't think it's driving me crazy? Oh man. I still can't think of it. All right, here, I'll do a quick search. I'll do a quick search on how I think I can find it. But I'm going to do it off screen because it's a really, really stupid search. Oh, wait. I think custodian is what I wanted to say. It just has a D in it. Okay, let's look. Define custodian. A person who has responsibility for or looks after something. Aha! And what did I say? Figure out what that word is that I was trying to come up with. The keeper of something, someone in charge of looking after a person or country. It was custodian. It's only satisfying for me. Oh, Voice of Grog didn't save something for 20 minutes. I save like compulsively every 3 seconds. This is totally wrong. Bots are, whoa, what's going on here? Yeah, this is screwing up. Because bots are firing lasers like straight up diagonally. There's probably a bunch of errors in here. No pub subtopic for undefined. I'm trying to route, oh man, okay. That's another mistake that cannot be made. How do we fix that? Router actions. So yeah, no pub subtopic defined for undefined. That's actually a different issue. So we've got to search for wherever we would just put router action. Oh, you know what we can do? We can use conditional breakpoints for this. So let's put a breakpoint here and we'll edit it and we'll say only when action is undefined are we going to break here. And now we've broken in and action is undefined and it is right here. Router actions.bot moved. It's not called bot moved apparently. Yep, it's not. It's called move bot. So search for bot moved and delete that. Good. Oh, so this was, I know what happened. This only appeared to be a problem. It's not actually a problem. Actually, it was a problem. It just wasn't in the way that I thought. So now everything should be working, I think. Yeah, bots are moving now and they're hitting each other correctly. And we don't see any errors saying that those router functions aren't functions. It's just saying init is not a function. So the console's still noisier than I want it to be, but that's fine. Cool. Yeah, all right, nice. Okay, so then I think we've coded this. I don't think there's anything else we can really do with bots right now, so let's do this, I guess, and we'll join the real game. Good. Now there are a bunch of just stationary bots. Let's deploy. Wait, that's not right. Oh, no. I gotta restart the server. And then we gotta make sure that the server works still. Where is the server code? Here. Yeah, bots are currently killing bots of the same team. That's an item I definitely know about, but it was intentional because it's too hard in single player to make sure that you're deploying bots for different people. So let's try this now. Now we should have bots not totally screwing up. No, they are still totally screwing up. That is not okay. Yeah, these are shooting like, there's like siege tanks. I have no idea why that's happening. And it must be from the code I just did because we didn't see that before. Let's take a look. Where did I screw up? Maybe... Where did I screw up? What is this? This is the client server router, and then there's a server's client server router. These should be fine, right? It's called player entered arena? Yes, good. Okay, so I didn't forget that. Then these. Did I screw up any of these? Create, delete, laser fired, bot move. Oh, bot move is set to laser whiffed. Okay, that's a problem. How did this ever work? Where was the whole bot whiffing code? Yeah, well, this should definitely not say this. This should say move bot, and then this should be player entered arena. Where did that code get called from? Sniper Squad? Okay, alright, let's just search for the word whiffed in code. Or some people say whiffed. It was this. PubSub subscribe to... Oh, that's right. Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I think this is working then. This is no longer the case. So then we should be able to just restart this. Hey Versace, how was your Dota 2 game, Versace? I had to make sure to give a lot of attention to Versace lore. Alright, let's connect to the server now. And when I deploy a bunch of bots, we shouldn't see any snipers anymore. Good, yeah, I think this is fine. I didn't see any shoot like 7 tiles away. Right? Yeah. I think that looks good. Yep. Alright, cool. I think we fixed this. Hey, Metsudo. Oh, no. You're in 3rd place. Whatever will happen. Alright, I'm pretty happy about this. Let's run a giveaway. Giveaway. Queb64. Hopefully not related to Pleb64. Alright, let's take a look at what we did. So we refactored this. We need to comment what the action handlers are. And yeah, okay, so let's go into the client server router and start commenting some of this stuff. These are the action handlers which the child classes are meant to override. By the way, one of the other things we can get rid of are all these functions now. Yeah, so this class is much nicer. They can contain whatever data is needed to associate a router action with excuse me, a handler for that action. And hey Lulong, chick. How's it going? Alright, so let's write keys are going to be router actions. So keys are going to be, this is a string to star, router actions. Yeah. And values are any data that is needed in order to handle the action. Okay. Well, let's find out. So you have 11 hours, so that's 66, and you have plus 3 more, so 69 plus the 100 from following originally. No, that sounds right. I mean, it's not actually 169 for some reason. But that could be because of, yeah, I think I know why that is. When I end the stream, let's say the bot probably keeps track of how many minutes you were in the stream, but it doesn't give you a point unless you had hit the 10-minute increment. And yeah, a while ago I used to give followers 100 points instead of 15 points for joining. So Versace just got in on the ground floor. Now I should make followers get only 2 points. Now everyone feels better than all the people after them. Alright, let's comment the route function too. So handles the action passed in. It is up to the child class to define what this does. So the action is a string. This is a router action. Then ... args is like star. I don't know how I'm supposed to write that. Any arguments for the routed function. It doesn't return anything. You didn't get 10. You must have gotten 15. Okay, so that's good. Now here, we're just going to mark this as an override. I don't think we need to recomment anything. And then this function looks good. This is as simple as it could possibly get. And so same thing here, we'll mark this as an override also. And then, yeah, that looks good. So I'm pretty happy with those classes. We just looked over all of those manually, so let's take a look at the simulation server. We now just call in the route function, which one thing I do want to fix here, possibly make this not take up. Yeah, okay, let's fix that. We'll just do this. There and there. Okay, now it just doesn't take up a ton of space. Okay, socket interface. This definitely changed in kind of a significant enough way where I definitely want to comment this. So let's do that. Get a bound function for a specific router action. So this is a string, a router action, and this is a function. I don't know if it needs to be capitalized or not. We're gonna run pre-commit before we check this in. No, Wouter, I know the whole counted it back thing, but what I'm saying is this. Let's say I stream for exactly 9 minutes. Then nobody gets any points, but you still get 9 minutes added to your time. Now, if you're in the stream for 10 days, that means you can get a maximum of 90 minutes that are unaccounted for that should look like they should be 9 points, but they're not actually. Hydraulics says evening all, NodeBot. So I'm not sure exactly what you're asking about. I'm not making a node bot. I'm making a game called Botland. And the bots that I'm referring to are these things. So this is a bot, and this one is currently set to just move randomly. But we can make a new bot, and I can show this off to the people who are in the stream, for the first time, let's say. You make your bots with different parts to them. So let's say lasers and missiles, and then you'll actually write code for them. So here I have a very simple function. It says if will lasers hit, fire lasers. Otherwise, we will check to see if there's a bot, and if there is, then we'll move closer to it, and if not, then we'll just move randomly. So when I deploy this bot, these bots I should say, then yeah, they do exactly what I told them to. If you don't know JavaScript, we have Blockly here, so you can code in the same way. You can drag one of these blocks on, and there are comments here too, so we can actually just take a look at this stuff. Whoops, accidentally deleted that. Okay, let's just drag that back on. So moves to closest enemy bot, after that stands around. So let's deploy a whole bunch of these, and we should see them probably not even really make it anywhere. So yeah, you can see they're just clumping up. So now let's add in some lasers for them. So we'll drag this right into here. So now it says if there's a closest enemy and our lasers will hit, then fire our lasers. And now all of a sudden we have more laser spots. So yeah. And no, yeah, hydraulics, hopefully that clarifies this a bit. The bot icon should honestly change when moving backwards. Yeah. So things like that, that's all art decisions, and those are things that I'm not going to make at this point. So we have this socket interface. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Next up, the arena. We just passed in a router action. Looks good. Now this looks fine too. Code execution system, more router actions. This was all just a refactor, but now I think our code looks so much cleaner. Yeah, good. Okay, so note, these are all strings, but they don't necessarily have to correspond to anything. They are not sent over the wire, e.g. a pub sub topic of the same constant name. They are not sent over the wire yet. They are only used by the CLI serve router and callers of the router. Yeah, great. Okay, I think this is all good then. So we just need to do pre-commit on this, because otherwise this is going to give us lots of linting errors, I bet. And we don't really need to rerun the test. We didn't modify anything with the tests touch, software validator, the arena code. Actually, we probably should run that anyway. Missing semicolon. So we did. And we probably missed one here too. Yes, we did. Okay. So missing semicolon, unexpected trailing comma, let's just get rid of that. Pub subtopics is defined but never used. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's get rid of that too. And then missing semicolon. That should be done. So we run pre-commit again. Are you using generators or callbacks? I'm using callbacks mostly, but I still haven't run in any like really tangly callback code. I'd probably just use promises for that. Type function is not recognized. It probably does need to be capitalized. And then there's illegal trailing white space here too, so let's get rid of that. And let's run this one more time. And we should see this work. Also, are my colors switching lights? Or my lights switching colors? Ha ha, not totally dyslexic. Yeah, so if you follow me, this is what you get access to, is this interface. And you can use it to change the lights in my room at will. It looks like it's a video filter, but it's actually just my lights changing. So I'll set them to white and set them to low for right now. So you guys can mess with that as you see fit. Okay, did pre-commit finish? Yes, it did. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with that. Refactored the CliServe router classes so that there's just a route function, and you specify the action in the caller, I should say. This cleaned up a lot of code and should make it easier to extend the classes in the future. By extend, I don't really mean extend here. Should make it easier to, I want to say implement more function. Extend is just overloaded to mean extend a class, as in make a base or make a child class of that. I'll just keep this here. I'm never going to read this comment again anyway. So let's just take one more quick look through here. We fixed that. We put in the route function, fixed the trailing comma, got that dispatch function, got rid of an unused variable, fixed that code execution system, again called into the router correctly, made that line take up not so much space, and then finally this. And yeah, everything looks good. So let's check it in. Alright, that's done. Okay, change debug function and debug to real functions. Move on. Hope you had fun. So all these debug function things should not be named debug function. And neither should this. So this is really socket connected. This is deploy bot. Deploy bot. And instead of debug, let's call it deploy bot. Debug is used all over the place, huh? So this should be a network message. We have a bunch of constants. Why is that happening? So do we have a deploy bot? Connect, error, connection. So it's this check server version, server up to date, server error checking version, chat, set name. Yeah, so we need a deploy bot. Deploy bot 13. Player deploy bot. Yeah. Sent by client when you want to deploy bot. Okay, and now we can remove this. So this should be constant. Good, and then we do the same thing here. Constants.dat. Then we need to make sure that we actually are using constants in here. So import star as constants from shared client and game server constants. Alright. So that should be one part of this fixed. Then the other part of this that needs to be fixed is every other function that has debug in the name, since they're not really debug functions anymore. But let's make sure that we can actually make use of this now. Hey Mucky. Do you really like poison Pokemon, Mucky? Or is your name something totally unrelated to that? So let's see if we can deploy bots. Good, yeah, looks fine. And let's make sure too that this is already being passed over the network correctly. So if I connect as a different player, yeah, good. We're looking at the same arena on two different games now. Yep, and these look like they're in sync with each other, so we're totally fine. Yeah, looks good. All right, time to fix up all those other debug functions. So there was debug bot. Now, all this stuff needs to be fixed. What do we want to do here though? Debug bot is create bot. Where is this coming from? That is a good question. Socket.emit debug bot. Oh, this is for... Oh, this is not what we want to do, I think. This is like server deploy bot. Okay, let's use it. So server deploy bot. Sent by server when the server tells you that a bot exists. Yeah. So we do this, constants dot that, and then same thing over on the other side here. Constants dot server deploy bot. Right? Now what about this? This should be that same way. Constants dot server deploy bot. Good. So we're gonna need to change them in those 3 locations for all of this. And what about this? No, that was changed too. So I guess we also need to change in the caller. Can we do that? Yeah, alright. Well, that's not great, but we gotta do it. So we gotta do it. So let's just take a look at all of the different topics we have. We have delete entity, which as far as I know is not ever used right now. Yeah, it's not. And I don't know if I want to code it. I have all of the piping in place, so if the server tells you, I might as well just make it work, I guess. Lou Long says, this is a program like IntelliJ or Eclipse. Yeah, it's similar. It's more lightweight than those. So IntelliJ and Eclipse will actually understand your code enough to be able to let you navigate to definitions and check comments on things. I'm using Sublime Text 2, which just has syntax highlighting and a whole bunch of plugins. But yeah, that's what I develop in. So IDE, I believe, stands for Integrated Development Environment. I'm basically just in a DE, which is a development environment. Okay, yeah, we'll change all these things. So then let's just copy this block of stuff and put it over into here. So export, we want server delete entity, it's 14. We want to say laser fired. I guess that's also server laser fired. I'll just make it laser fired. It's 15. Export const bot move 16, and then export const. There's debug player and existing player, and I think these are used exactly the same way. See you out there. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday. Debug player calls player entered arena. And what does existing player do? Existing player calls player entered arena. Okay, yeah, they're the same thing, I guess. Which I thought would have already existed, something like here. Player joined server. This was back when there was only chat. This stuff needs to be done away with, I think. Anyway, so player entered arena equals 17. So let's get rid of all this stuff and comment these. So sent by server to delete an entity. Sent by server to fire a laser. No, when an entity fires a laser. Sent by server when an entity moves. Yeah, this really should be called like entity move. And sent by server when a player enters the arena. Alright, let's capitalize that. And now we just need to plumb these through the code base. And I've already made a mistake. It should be 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And another way I could have done that, by the way, let me just show you guys. So all these numbers should have been one higher. I could have searched for this and then said +1 and then evaluated all of those, which was actually faster to do. Yeah, I think this is good. So now we just need to search for debug, delete, and remove all of those cases. So we have debug, delete entity. Now it turns into constants.that. Good. And then same thing here. Good. And then it should be, no, it's not actually emitted. That's a message that we're not really using right now. So then let's also search for all of these other things here. Debug laser fired. Yeah, that's not used either somehow? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because they're router actions now. Yeah. Okay. So what do we call that one? We call that laser fired. And same thing here. Nice Smooth Dog. Then same thing with laser whipped. Okay, so I think this is a bit better. Yeah, so this changes to entity move. So let's put that here, constant.entity move. And then same thing over here. Laser whiffed, is that used anywhere? Is this ever emitted? Actually, the only way we know is by searching for this. And it had to be a router action. So do we ever route? We do. Okay, so then this is never listened for though. Because, yeah, how does that work? The server has no way of telling you that a laser missed? And I think that was just an error. I think if we get, okay, I'm gonna need to test this. But if we get laser whipped here, I'm gonna comment this out and say, test whether this was broken. It should have been. I'm pretty sure that was broken before. And I'll tell you guys how it works in just a sec. So here we're gonna say constants.player and arena. Yeah, so existing player and debug player are two of the same thing. So here we're gonna have to say constants.that, and then debug player was the other one. And we're, nope, that's it. Okay, cool. Hey, Coffee Kills. I said hi earlier, but I don't know if you were there. Okay, so now let's test all this. We gotta rerun this, and then we just need to figure out, did the lasers whiffing totally screw up? Hey, Boogasevi. And I have a feeling that they did. So right now, we connect. Okay, we should be able to create a bunch of bots. Sure, fine. But now here's the part where I think probably screwed up. If we said fire lasers right. Aha! See, they're not shooting lasers even though they should be. And that's because of this line of code right here. And I just needed to route that out. So if I do that, that was the line on the comment. So I should be able to just refresh this and reconnect. And now I should see lasers get fired by these machines. No, I do not. So that's not good. It's actually really not good. Where is this coming from? It should be coming from this, yeah, it is, right here. So router actions not laser whipped. We need to, oh, this is the problem. I just never filled this in. Whoops. It's not laser whipped. Okay, so now this string should never show up in our code base anymore. Those should really be fixed. Search for and fix instances that show up. Yeah, let's try that. But let's do that in a bit. We're gonna restart the server and we're gonna make sure that lasers missing actually works. I know it sounds like kind of a silly thing. Lou Long says, is that constants file something like your database of variables? Sort of. So in any game there are going to be constants, something that just it doesn't change. And so in my case, I'm communicating between the client and server, and whenever I send the number 13, it means that I'm deploying a bot. And I know I'm not using a mechanical keyboard, it's just loud because the microphone is close. But I just today, just an hour ago, got a standing desk, and I just haven't had time to set it up yet. So let's connect to the server. Now let's deploy bots that will purposely miss. So we're going to do fire lasers right. Now where did that bot go? There it is. And it is not shooting lasers, so that is a problem. Alright, let's trace this code a little bit more. Yeah, so this whole 12 matches thing. Alright, we have a function here We need to get rid of debug function too. Search for debug function. Oh, that's already written there. Good. All right. So that's called, is this getting hit? And it's in the arena, and it's in the client arena. So we can actually search for this. And now there is a whiffed function, and it's here. Is this getting hit? No, it is not. Which means that we're probably never getting the message emitted from the server, which means that our router's never calling it, which means we should search for that. Router actions.laser whiff. And we emit it here. So we're logging entity fire laser in direction. Why do I not see any log calls here? I think it's because they're all going into the log folder. So I should be seeing something like, no, I'm not seeing anything actually. Are there any errors in here? Component names is not defined? When did this happen? I'm just gonna delete this file. Is this still happening? No. That's strange. Let's look at router action. Yeah, laser whiffed. So then is this getting hit? Console.log whiff. Let's wait for that to finish building and then restart this. Yep, finished writing. So we gotta reconnect, and then we've gotta try having our lasers miss, just like before, but now we should see a message about it, which at least means it's getting outputted to the client. So let's do fire lasers right. Deploy. Aha, yes, we see whiff, 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 because there's nothing to hit, but the client isn't showing it. And more importantly, the client also is never even getting that message, which, that's very strange. Let's take a look at the socket interface. We're looking for laser whiff. Did I overwrite that? Oh, constant.laser whiff doesn't even exist. Okay, so fired turns into whiffed, and then this turns into 19. Oops, 19. So sent by server when a laser will not actually hit an entity. So there's a bigger problem here then. This .socket.on, we really should overwrite this function so that it calls the original one but does not let us pass in undefined. In fact, I think I want to do that. Let's just write that down as a note. Possibly override socket.on so that you can't pass in undefined. Or perhaps they have a handler for that already. Did I restart the server? No, I didn't. Okay, so now this shouldn't actually try connecting until I hit connect. Did that work? Okay, now we try deploying fire lasers up. Deploy. Nice. Okay, yeah, now we see it shooting lasers up. So that had been broken, and we did just fix it. And now we just need to get rid of all of the debug functions that exist here because they're no longer really debug functions, they're real functions. So create bot debug function. This is, we're going to change this into deploy bot, I think. Wait, why? Create bot should never have been a pub subtopic. Alright, I guess we'll just rename this to create bot then. Delete entity. And here, I think I am going to say, this is called when the server tells you to delete an entity. Yeah, I think that's fine for right now, but I'll just say assert false. This has not been tested in a while. The server should be sending you enough information for you to know when to delete entities. And let's break this string off after here. Okay, there. See you, Lulong. Okay. That's good. Delete entity is done. Next, laser fired. I'll say laser was fired. And same thing here. Laser whip. I guess that makes sense that way. Move bot. Bot was moved. No, move bot is fine. Wait, is it though? it can't be in the shared arena. Move bot. No, it's called bot move there. So that's fine. So then let's go player entered arena. That's already fine. So then we just search for debug function and we shouldn't find anything remaining here. We don't. Good. So then I think we're done with this. Let's just restart this and restart this. And let's test it on 2 different browser tabs. So these are not the same game right now, which is why they don't look like they're the same. They're just simulations of the game while you're on the title screen. So this is just the Botland title screen. When I actually connect over here, I can deploy a bot. And now when I connect over here, I should see that same green bot over there. Good. All right, and I should be able to connect to. Hello. Wait a second, that's not right. Player ID equals 1, name equals AI player just connected. Well, we're gonna have to fix that bug at some point. So let's do this. What? Okay. Alexi says, yeah, man, my first program that I didn't copy from a tutorial tells you how old you are when you enter your date of birth. Nice. It's really good. Good job. Soon you'll be writing crazy Botland code. Okay, so next let's deploy another, we'll just do pursue enemy bot here. And let's deploy a bunch of those. Okay, good. Yeah, so I think this is looking good then. Now, why did this happen? That is very peculiar. I think I know what happened. I think there's a problem with, oh man. Okay, so if I connect over here, we'll probably see this bug get repro'd. If I type 2, yep, there it is. Okay, well now I have a repro. So let's type bug 1, connect on client 1, 2, connect on client 2. Expected, it says like Coco just joined. Actual, it says AI player just joined. This is a problem with the player depot that's being used. Wait, what? Norm said what language, presumably talking to Alexi, and then like 3 people responded. No, I think Norm was asking what language to Alexi. Okay, never mind. I see what happened now. People were responding with, okay. So let's see what we fixed. We got rid of all this debug function naming. Good, that's all fine. Yep, looks good. Next, yep, made constants out of these things, and then just made use of the constants everywhere. So this was pretty straightforward. Oh, this doesn't need to be here. That's why we look over our commits. Okay, let's go back to here. Yep. Deploy bot, yep. Okay. Made constants out of all of the network messages. There is no longer debug function in the code base. And now what I should have done before, which I think I had started to do, oh no, I had Linton. And yeah, thanks for the follows, guys. You should hopefully get a link to control my lights sometime in the next minute or 2. Illegal trailing white space. Fine, we'll amend the last commit. There. Okay, any other linting errors? Chaser says, how long have you been coding? Many, many years. So I started a very long time ago with BASIC, and then I started taking classes, and then I went to college for it, and then I got some jobs, and here I am, working for my own company. It's pretty fun. I'm working on a game that I'm super excited about, and I think you guys will like it too. Okay, so change debug function and debug to real functions. This part was, let's find this. This is just that this code is needed because the client calls this code. There's no way this is a good way to do things. The pub sub should only exist in the server version of this class. I don't even think that's true. think I'm going to leave this here for now. Anas says, do you know any other programming languages? Yes. Oh, looks like I'm melting into my chair. Yeah, here, let me sit up. There. Oh, don't mind. Just starting out at college, it's mind-boggling. Yeah, I think my first experience in college was the first time I actually learned object-oriented coding. I had never used the word class before that. And what I tell people, I've said this on the stream before, this is how I used to code in C, let's say. Add enemy. I'd have something like this. There'd be enemy. No, I just did something like this, like in E30, and then adding an enemy was like E enemy index. It wasn't even enemy index. It was like this. I don't know. Anyway, all this was like really stupid. And looking over the code, you'd be like, what is this doing? EI equals 5. And I used arrays because I didn't know about lists or linked lists or vectors or anything like that. And yeah, so I've gotten a lot better since then. Which ones? Which programming languages? Let's see. There's all the different sort of C variants of C, C++, C Sharp, Objective-C, Python, JavaScript, Java, Assembly, Lua. I'm sure other ones. I don't find it too useful to answer that question, but I hope you're satisfied with the answer nonetheless. So this problem is something we got to fix next. This whole connected, we're seeing the AI players connect and disconnect, and that means that we're linked to the wrong player depot. Now, how can something like that happen? The simulation server has a player depot in the form of the game server here. Then we pass it into the arena, but this is its own player depot. Next, when you get that a player entered, you're getting that from the socket interface. And we route to the correct place. So CliServe router on the client is going to take that and pub sub out player entered arena. So then somewhere must be subscribing to this. Yeah, here, which is player entered arena, which is the client arena, and this is a totally different player depot. How does this happen? Anna says, well, as long as you know C++, you earned my follow. I guess I have to always answer that question now. You wanted to make sure I'm not a filthy JavaScript developer who doesn't know what the class keyword does. Also, for some reason, if you guys have been to the Node subreddit anytime soon, so reddit.com/r/Node.js, they're only complaining about people using, wait, what? Node? I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, they're complaining, well, there's a lot of normal stuff too, but then people are complaining about classes all over the place. Not awesome. ES6 classes. Question for people who like classes. Please remove reference to classes. Okay, never mind. There's only 3 topics out of the first 50, so I guess that's an exaggeration, but still. Yeah, I think starting when you're young is the best idea when it comes to coding. Just make sure you don't become a condescending coding jerk later in your life. Because I had someone tell me at Microsoft back when I worked there, let's see, what did he say? We were like driving to get coffee or something like that. So it was just a friendly conversation. And then at the end of the drive, I remember, before he got out of the car, he said, yeah, well, I probably knew more going into college than you knew coming out of college. And I thought, dude, you're twice my age. And why would you ever say that to anyone, no matter what? Like, why would you ever say that? So learn programming, be good at it, and then don't ever tell people that you're better than them at it. Okay, so this bug we got to figure out. Let's debug. We will look into, what is it? This dispatches to, oh, we closed that, didn't we? We got to search for this. Player entered arena, which is in the client arena. Okay, good. So let's, oh, I know what's happening. Oh, darn it. Okay, I already know the bug. So this is what's happening. Simulation server has its own player depot, but by virtue of it being a server, in quotes, the client will replicate that depot so that it's roughly the same. So when we connect to the server, we need to make sure to wipe out that player depot. So player depot should actually have like a forget everything function. Do we have a client player depot? No, we don't. We just have a regular player depot. Yeah, so in here, we're going to say forget everything. That's a terrible function. Remove all players. So we'll just copy line 10 and put this here. Now, do we need to actually like delete the player instances? Also, what is this nonsense doing here? So we make a new player. A player is a shared player in this case, which has like a name, ID, and a color. No, these are just references. They'll be deleted. Why do you even use Windows? It sucks for coding. Wait, what? How can any operating system suck for coding? I don't even understand that statement, and yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything against the other operating systems, by the way. I just happen to own a Windows machine, and so I use that. Recoding Life says, I'm 23, taking programming classes next semester. I feel like it's going to take me years to get decent at it. Don't focus on the years part. Just focus on enjoying it and learning. And those are the two most important things. And those will lead to you learning much more too, is if you're not focused on what's at the end of all of this. Like, do I get a job, or do I don't know, can I code World of Warcraft? Linux distros are much better. Okay, so the things that are nice about having a Unix or Linux environment is that you have some package managers. Other than that, all the tools are on every operating system at this point. I don't even think there's more support at this point for, well, there probably is some more support for some libraries on Linux, but the same could be said about there's less support for certain things on Linux. Plus, how would I say your name? Bad Raman Dikun? I'd urge you to say, do you think I'm doing a slow job at coding or programming because I'm on Windows? Because I don't think anyone has ever said that, Adam, you're going really slowly at this. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. If you follow me, you end up getting control over my lights, and someone just set them to color loop. It's this interface, and they just turn color loop on. So that's not actually my camera. Those are the lights in the background. So I can set these to white. And yeah, just to prove it. See that in the background? Red. Bam. Okay. Alright, remove all players. So this is needed on the client because when they connect to a simulation server, they essentially replicate the player depot of that server. It needs to be cleared before connecting to any other server. Well, if they connect to a simulation server, if they connect to a game server, or even a simulation server, it doesn't return anything and it just deletes all the players. Good. So that from client name, when we go to connect to server with name, we need to do all of this stuff. So we also say this dot player depot dot remove all players. Okay, great. Oh boy. Let's see, did that finish building? So now we shouldn't have this problem anymore. Let's test it out. So the problem that we had before is that when you connect on client 1, then you connect on client 2 would see that someone connected who was an AI player. So now we'll refresh both of these and we'll connect over here, and then we'll connect over here, and good, we get a proper name showing up. And when we type to each other, we should see, good. All right, and the name you is something I know I need to fix, so we'll get there, I think. Okay, let's commit. Yeah, so basically whenever you're about to connect to a new server, you gotta call all this stuff. Okay, so fixed a bug where the player depot on the client wasn't being cleared before connecting to a real server. Will the game look this simple when it's completed? So certain things will be the same. Like I expect the game will still look 2D and still take place on a grid. And part of the reason why is because you will be writing programs in this game. And if everything was, I don't know, much more continuous rather than discrete, like instead of having tiles on the arena, you just had a landscape, I think it would be harder to reason about the code that you're writing. So we didn't want to make writing the code barrier for people who want to play. So if I do want to write code or I want to make a Blockly script here, I could say something like this. Let's do this. Let's do set, we'll rename this to closest enemy. We'll say set closest enemy equal to find closest enemy bot. Then we'll say if they exist, if the closest enemy exists, then we'll see if we can fire our lasers. So if will lasers hit closest enemy, then let's fire our lasers at that enemy. Good. And if not, then let's just get closer to them. So we'll say pursue bot, closest enemy. And if not, then we'll move in a random direction. So we've defined a script now, and it was easy to reason about the arena because, well, in this case, it wouldn't have mattered too much. But if you were actually writing the code for this, you'd want it to be pretty simple. And now when we deploy these bots, they'll move so that they're closer to other enemies. And when they get there, they'll start firing their lasers at them. So I think if you wanted to code your own thing, you'd want to be able to have it just move right, move left, all this other stuff. These will now hunt each other down. Yeah, there we go. FPGAs, microprocessors. He's using the save interface? I'm not sure I follow what you meant, Lauren. Okay, did I check that in, by the way? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. So what's next? We fixed that bug. Next, make sure to validate user wait. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, make sure to validate user input in any socket calls, e.g. deploy bot. So here's something where we have on the connection manager, we have deploy bot. It's being called here. This is not something the connection manager should really be handling. And it especially shouldn't have this in here. This .debug player. Oh yeah, that's a problem. So we need to make this take the player from, oh wait, here's the problem. Is that as soon as you've connected, you can start deploying bots. You need to actually connect to the arena. And that will be in here, yeah. So socket.on player deploy bot. We deploy and we bind the player directly into here. And now, when we get to deploy bot, we can take in a player and code. And now that we have the player, we can say player here. Well, I guess we can, yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. So we should also probably say something like to do validate the code first. But the code will get validated in the arena, which is a server arena, which has what? Create bot. Yeah, so first thing we do is if not code analysis.success, then we just return. So create bot is, I guess, what's going to verify this. But let's do, that'll actually probably change in the future. So what did I just do? Oh yeah, I made it so that players are now getting deployed, their bots are getting deployed with the correct owner. So let's see if that worked. We'll refresh this page and refresh the other page. Also, whoa, it's like 2 hours after lunchtime. I gotta take a break soon. That explains why I'm so hungry. Okay, let's connect. Now when I deploy a bot over here, it'll be some color, and when I deploy a bot over here, it should be a different color. Nice, we finally have some sense of ownership. However, the problem is that your bots will attack each other very happily right now, because I didn't code that. Recoding Life says, how are you switching so fast between lines? I'm tempted to say, oh, because I'm using Windows. That's how. I do a whole lot of things to switch, to move around in code. So one thing that I do, and this is something that's in Sublime, if I hit Control R, I can start typing the name of a function, or just hit up and down and switch between functions that I want. I can hit Control P to go between files, so I can go to the arena if I want here. And then I can use an incremental search if I know for sure where something is. Like if I want to go to this modified code over here, I can hit Control I, MOD, and there I am. Now I can select the whole word and then do something if I want. And by the way, so it's been a while since I've talked about this. If you go to botland.net, you'll find all of the different resources for the game. But one of the things you'll find is my blog, which I'm using as an employee of the company I'm working for now. My own company, I'm saying. And the newest post is my Sublime environment. So if you want, you can look in here, and at the very bottom of this post, there's a video of me using all of the different plugins that I talk about, except for one because I forgot. And it's a pretty quick video, but you'll be able to see some of the things that I'm doing in Sublime. Alright, so now bots are actually owned by the players who own them. So bots are now owned by the players who... Bots on the server are now owned by the players who deployed them. What else do I want to say here? Bots can't be deployed until you're actually in the arena. Yeah, that was actually a mistake. Where is... in Connection Manager, yeah, here. So you're not able to deploy bots until... yeah, this shouldn't happen until afterward. Put this in the arena class. This sends them all existing bots. Send all existing players, and then send all existing entities. Alright. So bots can't be deployed until you're actually in the arena, and I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright, good. Next up. Stop the U player from being created on the server. I'm not actually sure where that's happening. Apparently here. To do remove this. Okay. Is that it? Is that all I need to do? Did we fix it? So now let's try connecting. Why is this not loading? There we go. So let's try connecting. Am I Adam? Nice. Yeah, I guess I fixed it. That was all I needed to do. So now when we chat, we can Halo. Alright, great. Deleted the U player. U player on the server. Now connecting as ID equals 0 will make you Adam. Destroyer of worlds. Yeah, Lauren, I had to remove this. I removed it. I'm done. I don't usually have fixes go that easily. Alright, differentiate players. What did I mean by that? I think I already did that actually. That was the whole make them different colors. So stop targeting allies, yeah. This is something, it's been really nice for testing, but it's not really necessary, I guess, so let's stop it. For this to work, and then after this, I'm definitely taking a lunch break. Like I said, it's like 2 hours late, and I just want to entertain you guys. That's it. Alright, so I think there's a function called like matching flags in here. Yeah. So this is the problem. There are no flags even passed into this. Where is this even called? Reginald says, how long have you been coding? Yeah, years and years. I'm not giving a specific number because I don't give my age, and if I told you how long I've been coding, someone would eventually tell what my age is based on that. Stop letting this target your own bots. Yeah, so the problem is we don't actually take in a flag right now, and I wrote that to-do item there too. So we need to start taking in the flags that we want to match, and we already have some of these. So where do we put them? Bot match? Bot match flags. Look at that. We already have that. Constants.bot match flags. So we can take that in. Entity match flags. So where is that located? We have the bot match flags here, but they're not necessarily bots exactly. They could be entities, right? How does this work? This is get entity matching flags on tile. Yeah, I don't think this is right. And this is only called from one base. And where is it called from? Find closest enemy bot. Get closest bot matching flags. Oh man, what does this do? Also, where was the other part of this? Get entity. This was here. Why does this exist here? Because the newest thing that I just searched for was get closest bot, which is get closest entity, which does what? Get bot on tile matching flags. This should just search. Oh man. Okay. More complex than I thought. So what did I want to do with this function? Get entity matching flags on tile. I think I wanted this to converge where this ended up using. Get closest entity does get bot on tile matching flags. So instead of this should call into another function. Okay, so yeah, I think this needs to be combined with this. Oops. Darn it. Alright, let's just copy that again. So these functions need to be combined. Yeah, Void Dreamer, I actually should probably put some of those in. But I do like responding to people directly too. Let's make this just plain text. So these need to be combined because they're basically the same function. Get bot on tile matching flags and get entity matching flags on tile. The thing is, a bot is just a specific kind of entity. So I think we rename this. I think we change this everywhere. Yes. Yeah, let's do that. So constants on bot match flags. This is where we should change this. Alright, let's change it to entity match flags. And get rid of the regex there. So we replace that. 7 occurrences, good. Next, we want to combine these functions. So let's change this so that isBot is one of these flags. Okay, good. Now, when you want to find a bot, so let's take a look. There's this, and this should call into, so this should just not exist. Get bot on tile. It should be here. Get closest entity, and we pass in flags, and we know the entity type that we're looking for is a bot. So I think we want to say, oh, excuse me. Yeah, we want to say flags bitwise or with bot match flags dot is bot. Oh, whoops, that's not called bot match flags anymore, is it? No, it shouldn't be that. It should be entity match flags. I thought oh yeah, I did change it. I just need to change it better. Okay, let's change that and that, not that. So we're gonna keep searching for this. Yeah. Wait. Flags. These flags change depending on what kind of entity you're looking for. That's not even true. So we're just gonna say their entity match flags. Type is entity match flags. Good. Then we gotta change that, and then all of these should be changed to just flags, I think. Okay, this is looking better. Getting this sort of into shape. So get bot on tile matching flags. We again want to combine that with this, get entity matching flags on tile. And that is here. Now where's the bot part of this? Let's just put these so that they're next to each other. Get bot on tile matching flags. So let's put this here. So how are these different? Here I iterate through and I only get bots. You gotta be kidding me. And then here I do get bot on tile and just check to see if it exists. And then tile, does that get bot on tile? It should only return living bots. But in order for me to do this, I have to iterate over every entity on the tile, which could be a maximum of like 4. So yes, this is O of n, but it's not a very large n. So that's fine. Get bot on tile matching flags. So then we do want to actually check the flags. But then here we have get entity. So I think the reason for specifying whether it was a bot is because the bot code is going to be much more complex. Avalon Twitch says, seems like a ton of work to just tell them not to kill each other. No, so it would be easy if I wanted to just make them not kill each other, but I want to do this in a proper way so that later when I add in other kinds of entities like landmines and resources, then yeah, everything works. And Stellar, I think this is only kind of an example of not doing things right the first time. I think this is a conflict of that whole like the KISS principle, like keep it simple, stupid, and YAGNI, like you ain't gonna need it. So I wasn't at the point where I needed this stuff at that time. But anyway, now I do need it, so I'm going to code it. And I just want to figure out how to make this as generic as possible. So we check to see if the tile's in bounds, then we actually get the tile, and we check the entities on it. Get entity matching flags on tile, and we're doing this for the sake of the tile, which I guess is fine. So now here we could actually do, yeah, so here's where we could start checking flags. So if entity match flags, I don't want to name it this. Param, I guess I can say entity match flags here, and just call them flags. So if, and let's make sure we use our order of operations correctly, so we gotta do it this way. If flags has is bot set, and let's just make sure that that's what I actually called this, is bot, good. So if flags has is bot set, and then we wanna actually probably run this a little bit differently. Yeah. Let's just do that for now. So if it's a bot, then we want to compare perhaps a whole lot of stuff. And now we might end up repurposing this function so that it's actually, yeah, so does bot match flags. And we take in, we can take in pretty much all this stuff. Reference entity. Actually, this did not use a reference entity either, did it? Get entity matching flags on tile. I think this is going to need to pass in, yeah, so pass in flags and a reference entity. So let's get a reference entity in here. So if it's a bot and it returns and this dot does bot match flags, tile x, tile y, flags reference entity, then we can return new entity with ID. Yeah. So let's take that and then let's put this onto its own line. All right, good. Next, we actually need to code this function now. Now this part is bot component. So So if we're looking for this, we need to know that this is actually a bot also. And that it's a living bot. Yeah, okay, so it's really all of these things that are needed in here. Oh, but we need the isBot component too. There might be a better way to do this. So if we're looking for a bot and we found a bot and it's not dead and it matches the flags we want, then return it. So this is a better, this is, I think, much better. The only problem is that we're doing this isBot component when we don't necessarily have to be. So I'll say to do, move this inside the if below so that we're not always getting this. We only want to get it if we're looking for a bot. Otherwise we'd be doing this on, yeah, okay, good. So now here we are, get tile. I guess we could pass in the tile because we already have it. Yeah, we'll just say tile. And now instead of tile x, tile y, we just pass in the tile. You know that token I gave away earlier? Did you give away a token? I wasn't paying attention. Here, I'll give one away to chat. Okay. Man, I'm getting very hungry. Okay, so to do respect flags, we just need to code this. See if the machine matches the flags you want. So we need to make sure the flags are defined. Actually, that's something we should have done up here. But flags should never be passed in as being null. Flags equals if, no, yeah, you shouldn't be able to pass them in as null. Congrats. Okay. You know what, I really should add in some like randomize all the lights and not set them to the same random color for everything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that later. Make the random button on the lights page individually set colors. I was trying to show you up temporary. Alright, so we know for sure then that this entity is a bot, does bot match flags. So we take in a tile, we take in flags, we take in, so we need a bot entity. And we know for sure that this is a bot entity at this point. But it's not called bot entity, it's just called entity. Good. So we don't need to get this. And we know that the entity exists, so we don't need to check that either. So we basically just need this stuff. Finally, we're kind of getting back to this. Okay, so what are we looking for in our flags? We're looking for a faux. So let's just check if the faux flag is set. Let's do this. So if flags faux is set, then we'll get the, what is it, owned by player component? Yeah, owned by player component, and its name is this. Okay, so if it exists, and it has to exist, right? If it's actually all entities are owned by a player, aren't they? No, resources aren't. But we know for sure this is a bot right now, so we know that it has to have an owned by player on here. So what's inside owned by player? There's a player ID. So a faux is someone who for now is just, actually should we just code this? Are bots faux? Bot entity 1, bot entity 2. We don't know the reference entity is, well, we do actually. We could do this here. That way later we can just make use of this. Yeah, okay, I want to do this then. Owned by a player component 1 is bot entity 1's and then bot entity 2 is this. So for now it's just return owned 1.player ID is not equal to owned 2.player ID. So if this is the case, if not this dot r bots foes bot entity and reference entity, then return false. And if we got all the way to here, then return true. So for now, that's pretty much all we need. So friendly, visible, we'll need to check all of those things. Okay, so did I actually code this? Well, one thing, we don't need to actually connect to the server to check this out. Let's wait for this to finish. Good, and then let's refresh this page. And if we see, well, let's just take a look. So now 2 bots. I'm just gonna speed this up, deploy a whole bunch of these. Okay, great. So now nothing's shooting anything else. So slot machines is not defined. That is a very easy problem to fix. Yeah, thank you, Orange Ray. I actually didn't take a look at that. Yeah, this was the problem. What did I call this? Constants dot entity match flags dot isBot. Yeah. And where else do I use this? Constants entity match flags dot fo. Yeah. Okay. Good. So let's rebuild. Oh, that took 7 seconds for some reason. Let's deploy a whole bunch of these. Okay, we're almost there. Get bot on tile matching flags is not a function. Okay. Get bot on tile matching flags. So now it's get entity on tile, get entity matching flags on tile. Good. We pass in the reference entity, and then there was one other place where this needs to change, the code execution system. This. And now our flags we need to pass in too. What is this? What is this function? Fire lasers? Yeah, fire lasers. So then what is this function? Get closest entity. Matching flags. Yeah? Okay, okay. Then what we need to do here is we need flags equals constants dot entity match flags dot fo or constants dot entity match flags dot isBot. So we want enemy bots, and now we want to pass that in as flags. So get entity matching, yep, so flags. And then our reference bot is the active entity that we have. This dot, where is this? Well, I think it's this dot active bot. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Okay. In fact, we don't even need to define flags like that. I'm just waiting for this to finish building. I don't know if it actually is. I think it did. All right. So yeah, let's deploy a bunch of bots again. All right, we see lasers firing, and what we don't see is bots hitting themselves, or rather allies, I should say. So yeah, this is really cool. So now Teal took over the whole arena. That's fine. And it's just shooting enemy bots. And they'll pretty much never die because they own the place. Okay. Nice. So how can we make this any better? Stop letting this target your own bots. We've done that. So lasers always want enemy bots. And for now we have, yeah, okay. So I think this is good. I think we're gonna stop here for a bit. I'm gonna go get lunch because I'm like desperately hungry. And oh, that's something we need to do. So then when I get back, here's what we'll do. I'll write this into this list. I'll just clean up my to-do list for right now. So stop targeting allies. This, so it's clean up code from before lunch. And I'll be on, after I get back from lunch, I'll be on for another 2 hours or so. I just, like I said, very much need food. I also want to do something to make it obvious that what you're seeing with this color stuff is not a filter. And it's actually the lights in my room. I never thought it wouldn't be obvious, but it's not obvious because they're not individually colored. Okay, so clean up code from before lunch. Check in. Pre-commit, I guess, then check in. Underwater. Stop targeting allies. Yep, that'll be done. And then I don't actually have much more after this stuff. So, well, I mean, I have the rest of the to-do list, but then things planned for today. So I think after that, that'll be write some more tests or expand the API, maybe add in missiles. And guess what missiles are going to look like? You see how there are green squares here? Missiles are going to be blue squares. Because we don't have graphics yet. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go get some lunch. BRB lunch. Oh wait, let me check. Let me check my, did anyone add themselves to the lunch thing? Question mark, question mark. What? That was weird. Alright. Yep, no one did. So fine. BRB lunch. And I'll be gone for, let's say, 30 minutes. Let's put this over here. Oh, no, actually, you know what? I'm going to set that to a little bit longer than that because I forgot I got to actually make the food today. No, we'll rush. That's what I'll do. Alright, yeah. I'll see you guys again in a bit. See ya. back. I'm back. Okay, and now I'm done chewing. Alright, so cleanup code from before lunch. I actually got some food in me, so I should have a burst of energy. Let's take a look at the code, which I have since forgotten. Doesn't matter. Let's see. So yeah, this is what I did. Get entity matching flags on tile has now subsumed the, whatever that other thing was called. Where is it? This. No, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, yeah, let's just keep flipping through this. Make sure we account for walls here. It should be a flag that's passed in. I think we can get rid of that. What is this? Client arena? Oh, shared arena? Alright. Now, yeah, this thing here, move this inside the if so we're not always getting this. So if you check for a bot, we need to make sure that it's actually a bot. I think what we'll do is this. We'll export these and this to the does bot match flags. So bot entity, we don't actually know if it's a bot, we just know it's an entity. So if not util.exist is bot component, then return false. If any.has component names is dead, then return false. If we wanted a foe and the bots aren't foes, then return false. Yep. Okay. Returns true if two bots are foes. This is an entity, and this is an entity, and this returns a boolean. So has this changed at all? Flags, yes, it now takes in a reference entity. So params entity, reference entity, the entity that, what did I call this down here? I didn't call it anything. Fine, well, I know what it is. Well, yeah, the entity that wants this information. Alright. So we get the tile, we get the entities that are on that tile, we go through each entity and we check to see, is this a bot, and then do we have the bot match flags thing? Alright, yeah, so that's pretty good. We can actually delete that too, so that's one fewer line. Alright, good. It tells you whether a tile contains the bot matching the flags you passed in. So I like that, but let's reformat this comment. So it takes in an entity and a tile and flags, which are entity match flags, and then a reference entity and a boolean. Alright, we don't need that anymore. So I think this looks good. I think that looks good, and I think this looks good. Now the only other place where I'm not totally convinced that I like what I did is where else is flags used? Because I just want to make sure I call these entity match flags everywhere. Yeah, so this, for example, let's just delete that. These are entity match flags. And I think that was it. Yeah, in fact I could search by doing number.star flags, and that doesn't bring anything up, so I think we're fine. Next, we need to keep looking through this code. See what else we have. So yes, yes, and yeah. I like all of that. I think all that's good. Here we just make sure that what you're passing in is a bot. You're definitely looking for a bot. I think that's fine. So get entity matching flags on tile has now moved. We should probably move this back to where it used to be, underneath get line segment. That way the diff isn't so radical. Get entity matching flag. So underneath get line segment is where this should go. Get line segment. Put this here. and delete that. Right? Yeah. Okay, now this should be a little bit more clear cut. Yeah, good. Okay, and how many lines did we actually change here? We added 41 and removed 34. Probably added in some comment lines, so yeah, that's pretty good. Because this was just, well, part of it was a refactor. Okay, okay. So where did that one function go? Get closest bot matching flag? That's still there. I could have sworn I got rid of a function out of all this. Go, get bot on tile matching flags. Yeah, where was that though? Or did I just rename it? I renamed it. Okay, so this became the other one. Entity match flag this. And so that the function is more generic. I'm now respecting the flags passed in for entity matching so that you can't kill your own allies. Alright, yeah, I think we're pretty good. Yep. And then let's just test it one more time and also run a pre-commit. So we'll do the pre-commit part here, client pre-commit, and then we'll do the testing part over here. So let's deploy a bunch of bots. Yeah, they're not shooting each other. Oh, they're not moving either. So I did screw something up then, huh? Bot entity is not defined. Well, that's why you test stuff. That's all good. This is not good. Entity. Okay, let's try again. And this failed here. Bot. Oh, nice. It actually found that for me. I just hadn't let it finish. And then, what is this saying? Illegal trailing white space? Oh. Okay. Let's try this again. So now we deploy a bunch of bots. Good. Yeah, they're only targeting enemies. Alright, looks good. Let's check in then. And then I believe I wrote push here. Yes, I did. So let's do that too. Push. Alright, good. Alright. Possibly override socket.on so that you can't pass in undefined. This is something I want to do. I'm not totally sure what the point is of sending undefined across the wire. No, I wouldn't probably have the library be responsible for that. I think what we'll do here is we'll say, there's an easy way to do this actually. Here's what we'll do. Alright, so we don't need to overwrite anything. This is probably part of the reason why it was a good idea to get food. So this we don't care about. This is the central server, which I thought I cut out of this project for right now. But then this, here's what we'll do. This.socket.on undefined function assert false past undefined emitted undefined over the network. We need to make sure to do this only in the client, despite that the server really should have this too, because if I leave it in and then someone does send undefined over, then they assert on the server, which is not really a big deal when the game's in production because assert should be turned off, but the game's not in production yet. I don't want people crashing it, so I'll just put this on the server, but instead of the assert, we'll put in just a logger. Yeah. So let's do it here. Socket.on undefined logger.error emitted undefined someone emitted undefined over the network. Yeah, I think we keep it that way, or do I wait until a player actually logged in? Yeah, I'll wait until a player logged in and then I'll set it That way we actually have player information. So now I can say player emitted undefined. And let's see what this looks like. We'll restart the server. Let's close that. Restart the server, assuming that restarted. Or that rebuilt, I should say. And then we'll connect here. Just gotta wait for this to finish. Oh, whoops. We need a connect component, otherwise we can't connect. There. Okay, good. That finished building. Now we should see a connect. Yep, good. Alright, so now we're on the server. Let's try doing this. Debug main dot. Hey, Geek Plays Live. Debug main dot socket interface dot socket dot emit undefined. So, did that print an error? I don't actually see anything. And what happened here? This is what should have been hit. I'd already connected. I have socket.on undefined. I'm emitting undefined. And I should see a logger error here. So let's do console.error. Player emitted undefined. Because perhaps the logger is what screwed up. We just need to isolate where this is coming from. So let's rebuild. This will take about 5 seconds. And then let's prep this tab over here. Yep. Then we rerun. And then we need to repeat that repro. And it's very simple. We connect and then we emit undefined. Yeah, that's not happening. That's strange. Does this not socket.on undefined? Maybe you can't do this. In which case there'd be no detecting whether I typed a constant wrong. Unless I wrapped the socket emit call, which I don't care to do. Have you looked at Yeoman? What? Wait, what? I'm assuming there's a better way to search for this. Yeoman. Roving Eye, you should just link it. Okay, I guess I can't do this. Yeah, so I'll just revert this change, I guess. Because it's not working. I mean, that's fine. It's not a very important thing anyway. Wait, I should have... Oh, I think I know what's happening. Did I accidentally commit the wrong thing earlier? Oh man, let me check this out. Git log. Did I check in Botland app? No, I didn't. So what was that about? I thought I went into Botland app and I... Oh, it used to say false and it was uncommitted then. Yeoman. The web scaffolding tool for modern web apps? No, I've never heard of this before. So what does this do? 3 tools. Yo is the scaffolding tool. What does this do? Because this sounds sort of like Express. It also sounds like this is pretty nice. But, yeah. He Plays Live says I made the lights change. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me, oh, why do you have your camera filtering between different colors? I say it's not my camera. Yeah, I think this looks interesting, but I don't know how it would help me right now. Oh, Rails for Node, yeah, I see. It builds Express projects, so it's like a level above Express almost. It manages that for you. Okay. By the way, if anyone knows if I can auto-upload VODs from Twitch to YouTube, please let me know. Okay, make a kill all bots debug function. How do I want to do this? And is it even necessary? It will be necessary. And it will be necessary because we're going to end up switching game modes eventually. Alright, let's do it. So, shared arena. I believe we have wipe out all entities. All we need to do is have a call that does this and then tells the client to also wipe out all entities. So let's make a new constant. I gotta stop typing that. Let's make a new constant right about there that says wipe out all entities. Sent by the server to tell. Alright, see you, Roving Eye. Interesting ways you can get hosting plugins for it, so you can ask it to just move your project to a host. Oh wow. Sent by the server to tell people to wipe out their arena. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Let's go into Connection Manager, and then down here we'll just say socket.on. We'll just say hi. Function. How do we want to do that? We want to send everybody the wipeout message, and then also wipe out the arena that we have. So let's do this. Wipe out arena. This dot arena dot wipe out all entities. This dot sio.do constants dot arena socket room dot init constants dot wipe out all entities. All right. So we just need to call this function now. This. So now whenever anyone types hi, everyone will have their arena be wiped out. We just need to code this on the other end. What do we call it? Socket interface. Wait, no, I didn't code this correctly. No, yeah, I did. Never mind. Constants dot wipe out all entities, and this is not something via the router dispatch. Actually, it should be though, right? If you wipe out all entities, you need to tell. You need to tell people about it. So you run it through the client server router. You do this. Well, let's do this for now. This dot test wipe. This. We're gonna say this dot. No, this is stupid. We should just do it the same way we've always done it. Yeah, so then that means that this code doesn't go in the connection manager, which makes sense. This should be in the server arena. And we don't have a wipe out all entities, yeah. Keep plays live, yeah, I know. It's actually, I don't think the keyboard's too loud. I think it's that my microphone is just really close to the keyboard. And it's not even a mechanical keyboard. This is a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic keyboard. So, and I have a mechanical keyboard, but it's sitting in my closet because I thought that would be too loud. So this we want to override on the server. Let's say super wipe out all entities, and then this cli-serve router dot route router actions dot wipe out all entities. Now in the routers cli-serve router, we need to put a topic for this. So let's do that, and then go into pub subtopics and put a wipe out all entities. Good. And then we have one other cli-serve router that also needs this change. Oops. Here it is. So here we do the same thing. Alright, good. Now this will emit it over the network if we are. So we'll emit it to everybody. So we might not want to do that. Roving Eye, I thought you left. You said it's time to knock off. Okay, so then something needs to be listening to this topic. And I don't know why I just searched for that, because no one will be listening to it. So topics dot, and we only benefit from that topics was named this way all over the place. But here is where we say wipe out, whatever I call that. Yeah, wipe out all entities. This dot, we're in the arena, so we can actually say wipe out all entities. There. Okay, because we should already have this function. It just exists in the base class, which is the shared arena. Now, if we did this correctly, we can get rid of this test wipe. And then this shouldn't exist anymore. No, maybe it should. This shouldn't exist. Alright, so we just changed a lot of stuff. Let's try rerunning all of it. Now here's what's going to happen. We connect, we make some bots, then we send a special message that no one will ever end up sending themselves to the server. So let's make a bunch of bots. Good. They're not hitting each other because they know that they're allies. And then we type this emit hi. And we should see all the bots go away. And we did not. Or, oh, we did. They're gone. No, they're not gone. Yeah, I screwed up. So what did I screw up? Well, on the server, we definitely destroyed the entities because they all stopped moving, and because now they can be placed on top of other entities. So yeah, they're gone. They're gone on the server. But we didn't get it on the client. Now we called this here, which the server arena, when you wipe out all entities, should route that call. Did we get any errors on here? Hey, Locke. Did we get any errors on here? So wipe out all entities goes through the client server router over here, which there's a constant. Does this exist? Constants. Yeah, it's set to 20. So then we emit it, which means that we're going to get it on the other side. Oh, nothing's listening to it on the other side. That's the problem. So we do need this line of code. And we need to say, does this know about the arena? No, this needs to pub sub out. So I guess I just need to keep following this format and everything will be totally fine. So let's refresh. Let's try one more time. Connect to the server. There's the new bot that we made. Now we'll dispatch the destroy function. Good. And now when we make new bots, everything should work the same. So let's connect over here. Then we will make some bots to compete with those. Nice. And now we say, no, we're done. Wait, what's going on over here? Why are these bots at a standstill? Okay, that's probably a bug. What's going on? If will lasers hit fire lasers, otherwise pursue bot. They're forming this weird audience. I don't know what's happening. Whoa. What is happening? That's so strange. They just stop here. Huh. I wonder if that has to do with me destroying all the bots. Dead bots not removed? That's possible. Let's find out. No, they're not. I mean, if you can see that they're moving over the spaces where they were before. It could be a bug in any number. Yeah. Okay, that. Wait, no, now they're moving again. Maybe it had to do with just the left side of the arena? Okay, this bot. Is he all of a sudden... Okay, yeah, weird stuff's happening. Weird stuff. I wonder... Hey, defense. Oh, what could this mean? This could mean that the messages aren't being sent from server to client anymore. Could that be the case? Like these all exist on the server, I just can't tell that they do. Oh, also something we're gonna have to do at some point is make a server command line interface. Don't forget the val. Yeah, I wonder if these exist on the server or not. Because that one just stopped too. Alright, how would this be the case? You send where's connection manager? You send the message hi and it says, alright, I'm gonna wipe out the arena. So it calls wipe out all entities, which tells the clients to wipe out all of their entities also. Now, wipe out all entities does a little bit more than just delete the entities. It also sets the next IDs to 0. So if there were any entities that weren't destroyed, which shouldn't be possible, then yeah, remove entity is called too, which should take care of everything on the tile itself. Right? Do we do that? Yeah, we get the tile, and if it has an ID, then we delete. Wait a second. Yeah. Whoa, what's going on? What is going on? We need more insight into this. I think we need to, okay. Here's what we're gonna try. We're gonna do a couple of things. One, we're going to go into, where are lasers defined? Is there a laser class? No, of course not. There are no classes in this. Where did I put speed? Chase target system. Chase target system. Alright, speed equals, so one of the things we're going to do is we're going to make lasers go really, really slowly. Because one of the things I want to try is what happens when you, oh actually this is a good test. If we try connecting to the server. Okay, so the server does think all of those bots exist. Because we just connected and they're there. So if we deploy other bots, now what happens if we delete these while the lasers are in transit? What happens there? The lasers go away too. I guess because chase target system can know if its target is dead? How did I do that? How did I do that? Chase target entities, chase target component, target entity. What? I'm not sure, Orandre. We're going to take a look in a sec, but I thought of this bug too, but I don't understand how, I don't know if this is even a bug. I don't understand how this is even happening. Like, the entity doesn't exist. Okay, let's just do this. No, that doesn't make any sense. How does this work? Alright, let's write this down too. How do lasers get destroyed when their target dies? How does that happen? It should be here. Update chase target entity. Oh, wait, they don't. They don't. We wipe out all call is what destroys them, not the fact that their targets are dead. Okay, well that question's answered. So then here's what we'll do in order to figure out how this is working. We're going to make the server command line interface right now, and we're going to do it similarly to how I had done this in my last project. Let's look at server main, and in here we the whole setup STD and thing. Okay. Yeah, let's make use of this. Process STD and resume, set encoding, and on data do this. This handle STD and calls this, and this actually does some command processing. So we want that same setup over in botland. So we go into serve main. Yeah, and we'll say setup STD Alright, so let's take these functions and copy what we need from them. We can get rid of all this command handling if we want. So we have set of SCDin does this stuff. Sets up standard in. Good. Then this dot handle try catch. We do this find this. So now we need this here. Put this up here. Good, good, and good. Now handle standard in needs to be defined, and that's here. Let's do this. Okay. So this will let us get some more insight into what's going on here. I just screwed up my parentheses, I think. Or curly braces. No, I didn't. I just typed that in too far. Okay, good. So we have text, show help. We don't have any concept of this. Shutting down. Do we even have Winston here? We do. Okay, so text equals text.trim. Lower, text.to lowercase. Show help equals false args. You only type that word, so that's command. Okay, that's all fine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to just take eval. Okay, and it's going to eval stuff, and then we can get rid of all of this. Actually, we can keep the messaging thing in there too if we want. Else show help. And you know what, let's cut that out too. Okay, unrecognized command. So let's just keep eval. And one of the things to be careful of is when you evaluate a very large structure from Node, it can seemingly crash the server. Be super careful with this. Yeah. Alright, I'm not totally sure if that's all I need to do here, but let's try it out. So if I do this, and then I type, well, we gotta wait for that. I type, oh no, I can't type here. Oh, I'm never calling this function, setup STD. Okay, yeah, let's do that. There. Wait for that to finish building. Good. Good. I actually should already be able to type help. Oh, I can't. Well, there we go. Unrecognized command, help. Was help not available? What did I explicitly code around that here? Help? Oh no, it's just if it's a command that's not recognized. So eval is what I can do, and I should be able to say something like console.log hi. That didn't work. Unrecognized, oh whoops. There are no parentheses. What? That didn't print hi. There. That worked. Okay. So now that we have that, we have some like kind of basic debugging into the server. So we can connect here and we can connect here. We can make a whole bunch of bots and then make a whole bunch of bots here too. That's a consequence of the whole, yeah, okay, well, this is gonna look really stupid, but now let's delete all the bots. And now does this think we have entities? So let's eval, what do we do? This dot arena dot, do we have an arena? No, we have a game server. This dot game server dot arena dot entities. And do these things not exist? Oh, that exists, because that just lagged everything. Oh man. This is exactly what I was mentioning. What is this? What is this? Alright, well, if this ever ends, we'll just never run that again. Excuse me. Okay, let's just close this. That's taking way too long. So was it not called entities? I don't understand. Shared arena. Entities. There it was. That's not good. Let's try this again. We make a whole bunch of bots, just like before. Bots, bots. Okay, close that, send our debug kill message, and then examine this, entities. That should oh, there are just no entities. JSON.stringify. Yeah, because we killed them all. Yeah. So let's check next real ID is 0. Okay, good. So now when we deploy a bot here, what happened? We got a bot that has physics, code, it should have a health component and everything too. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I mean that's right. Then why does it just stop moving all of a sudden? Deploy, deploy. At some point, they just go berserk and stop. There. It just happened right there. And that's entity 0. So we should be able to tell exactly what's going on. So it's got health still. It's not marked as being dead. It's at tile 10.4, which we know is that because it's 4 from the end and 4 over there. Width and height 1 and 1. It's got code on it. Its cooldown is 635. Is the cooldown getting updated? Yeah, it is. But its physics component is not getting updated. This could be an API problem. Wait a second, what's that? Original code has a right curly brace here. What is this? How did that get there? There's no right curly brace there. Wait, what? How did... Original code? Oh! That's right. This makes sure that we can't ever execute this code. The user can't start their code with an error and open curly brace because it has to run through a JavaScript syntax check. Well. I put things in I forgot about. But at least we have a comment here that explains exactly what that was because, yes, this makes perfect sense to me now. Okay, so yeah, I have a feeling that this is a code API problem, but how do we check that? It could be PursueBot that's screwing up. I wonder... How will we check this? We could do something like this. Git component code. Good. Then we can actually set the validated code equal to a different string. Let's do v underscore l underscore dot id 0 dot update equals function move. Oh, this is gonna be so hard to figure out what I need to type here. Let's just do move right. Maybe. Oh god, is it gonna work? Did that work? Yeah, its code is now modified. It just has slashes around the... That's not right. Move right shouldn't have that. Let's try this. It's still not moving, although now its function is correct. Update equals function move right. Okay, what could be happening here? What else do we know about this component? Ran and it equals true. We know that it just stopped. It's seemingly not doing anything. Am I still getting move commands on the client? Is this a client issue? Let's check that. So socket interface. No, it's not the socket interface anymore. It's arena.js. This. So we should have a function here called bot move bot. This. Is this getting hit? No, this is never being called. In fact, is our router even doing anything right now? CliServe router here. Is this getting any messages? It's not getting any. Okay. Okay, we can work with this. Let's do this. Let's do CliServe router. Does this exist? Yes, this exists because it's lagging. We gotta stop doing that. I'm pretty sure anything that has a pub sub is gonna keep doing that. Although that's still peculiar here. Like, what are these giant structures that are printing out? How do I even stop this? Okay, I don't know. Let's just stop. Do we have any insight into what this structure is? Raw headers? Receiver? How is this printing from... How do we have anything called raw headers? And oh, it's got a reference to something that is... Okay, yeah. Alright, so we didn't get any closer there. I think one of the... Like, this repros easily enough. That's nice. We can't debug the server because of how I set up Babel. We should probably question that assumption at some point. But for right now, we know that the client's not getting any information, that the server still knows that the entities exist. Let's take a look. We know for sure the other thing is that this only happens when I call wipeout entities. If I don't do that, then the bots update fine. So we should also take a look at that function. Let's deploy 1 million of these bots. Well, yeah, of course, now we're getting router functions. Great. So deploy tons of these. And deploy tons of them over here too. Why can't I deploy? Oh, did I connect as the wrong? I accidentally typed C1 instead of just 1. At least that was an easy mistake to fix. Okay, there we go. So now I deploy a bunch of bots. Yeah, we should see them move again. We do. Alright, when I deploy some more, they don't just freeze forever. Yeah. Okay, so it does look like this is only a problem when I wipe out all of the entities. And the slow-moving lasers thing is something I just coded to see. I should actually revert that. Chase target system. Yeah, this. There. Okay. So yeah, what does wipeout entities do besides this? It goes through each one and it removes all of the entities. And this is called on both the client and the server. We also, by removing all of these, should be deleting the real IDs to... I wonder if any of these exist still. Let's check that out. Entities by real ID and real IDs to entity IDs and entities on tile. All that stuff should be done away with. So let's send our kill message again. Done. Then let's examine this. Good, that's nothing, as we expect. We have other data structures that we want to check into. So entities by real ID and then real IDs to entity IDs. Yeah, that's nothing. We're starting at bot 0 and it's working right up until it encounters. Now I can deploy as many bots here as I want and these will all function totally fine. It's as soon as they encounter an enemy bot that it stops working. Are there any errors, by the way? That's another thing I should check. No. All errors print to the console too. So yeah, everything works totally fine right up until I hit deploy, and then a whole bunch of them just freeze. Okay, let's try something else. I'm going to try to see if this repros on just the client using the simulation server. So there are all these bots, sure fine. Then we fake call our wipeout all entities function. So debug main.simulationserver.arena.wipeout all entities. Does this repro on the client? They didn't stop moving or anything. Oh, weird. How does this not repro? It's basically the same code that's running. Wow. So what do we know? It only repros on the server. Oh, there's one possible thing that could be happening here. Alright, what files do we modify? Game server, arena, client server router. Okay, yeah, here's what I imagine might have happened. I don't know if this is actually the case. But let's run gulp watch and see if we can get this to repro. Also, let's turn off my lights. There. Okay. Yeah, that's looking much better. Okay. So what I wanted to do is rerun this bundle on the game server and then try this again. I have a feeling it's still going to repro, but if it doesn't, then, well, we're one step closer. I should still understand what's happening. I'm sure this is something stupid. I'm gonna kick myself once I figure it out. So we connect over here, we connect over here, we deploy a bunch of bots. Actually, I don't even know that step is necessary. I should check into that too. Then we, whoops. Oh, that was stupid. What? Can't emit of undefined? What? Alright, whatever, let's try this. There. Alright, they've all been deleted. We deploy some red and blue ones, and we deploy one of these. And that's enough. Yep, we stopped that entity. So, right, that didn't fix it. How do we fix this? They're all eventually just going to freeze when they get over here. How do we fix this? How do we look into this more without debugging it? Or should we just try to figure out how to get debugging working with Babel? Because this was a big node versioning problem. Well, what other hunches do I even have? Let's write down the facts that we know so far. This only happens, well, this only seems to happen on the server, not on the simulation server. I should write on the real server, not on the simulation server. And let's check to see, does this happen when I don't deploy bots originally? Like, smallest repro, log in on client 1, log in on client 2, then deploy bots from both clients. Hey Gamester, I'm using JavaScript, ECMAScript 6 actually. Deploy bots from both clients, send hi to server. 5 is deploy bots from both clients. Okay, now let's see if step 3 is actually necessary, because I don't know if it is. So we're going to reconnect on both of these. And there we go, connect there. Now we're going to send our kill message. Done. Next we're going to start deploying bots. So there's no way this is going to screw up, right? And yet it does. What is it about that message then that's causing this to screw up? The only thing it should be doing is wiping out entities. In fact, if we go into the connection manager, yeah, so we just confirmed that that's not even a problem. We sent hi to the server and then everything's screwed up. Client server router.route, wipe out all entities. And this is coming from the connection manager. When we get hi, which is not a string we use anywhere else in this code base, right? Well, apparently we use it in the say hi function. But that's it. So then we call wipeout arena. We're binding it to this. So this is indeed a connection manager at this point. We call wipeout all entities, and that'll call into the game servers, the server arenas wipeout all entities, which calls into the shared version and then sends out the message to everybody. Did I name this wrong somewhere? Is this somehow being sent as 2 different messages? There's 20 and wipe out all entities. It's only those. 20 is not the same as any of these other numbers. Wow. Gamester asks, what's the main idea of the game? So I can show you. Botland is a strategy game where you'll make bots, And imagine that this bar was not here for right now. I'm currently trying to figure out a bug. And right now the game is kind of just playing itself. But what you'll eventually do, and this will be as of next week, I haven't actually coded this, you'll make your bot by just dragging something like lasers over to it, and maybe you'll take like missiles 3, so that'll take up all of these 3 slots. So now you have a lasers and missiles bot. And then the way that you interact with them is you write code for them. So I can open up JavaScript here, and I can just start typing code and then deploy these bots in particular. And if you don't know how to write code, you can use this visual editor. So I can actually just drag something like this onto here now, which is pretty simple to understand. It says, first of all, there's a comment. It just says, this fires lasers in a direction that works. But if you just read the text left to right, if will lasers hit in any direction, then do fire lasers in any direction that will work. So when I deploy a bot like this, and again, it's kind of hard to see, but they'll just stand still because there's no movement code. So what I could do if I want, I could say at the end of this, move in a random direction. And now the bots that I deploy, when they can't find an enemy to shoot, then they'll start moving in random direction. And if you still don't even want to use Blockly, there will be pre-made scripts that you can access. So that's the main idea of Botland. And the bug that we're trying to figure out right now is why all of these bots just froze. So again, this only seems to happen on the real server, not the simulation server. You do need bots from both players for it to repro. I don't know for sure whether it's a code problem. In fact, what if it has to do with reuse of code namespaces? We do need to figure out the debugging thing next. Figure out the debugging story with Babel soon. This is unacceptable. See, if I could debug this, and by debug I mean if I could actually launch the debugger here, then I don't think this would be so hard to figure out. I could examine all the data structures, I could put breakpoints in functions, I could figure out what's happening. In fact, okay, here's a way that I can make this at least perhaps a tiny bit easier to figure out. I could say something like logger.log, that's happening already. So we could say, how about this? Logger.log running plus code component dot toString. Is there even a toString method for that? Let's take a look. No, it's not. So how does entity toString work? Oh right, it prints the names of these things. So let's do this dot active bot real ID code. And then here we'll just say success. And here we can say failure, despite that I don't think that's printing. Then we let that finish. That should build. Okay, something's wrong. Yeah, no, it worked, okay. Does pursue target function give the XY of the target to pursue? If so, you could print it from above from each bot and see if that's an issue. Yeah, I want to look into that too. I'm going to start with this just to make sure they're getting their turns. So I log in over here, that's not right. I gotta restart the server. But yeah, Tiburon, that might be part of the issue. I'd be surprised if a code API broke, because it works totally fine right up until I call that debug function to clear everything. So here, I'll just emit that, and then let's deploy one of each kind of bot. No, those actually worked. What about that? There we go. Okay, so it was just 3 bots. That's all it took for this to repro. And I'm not getting any messages, although I wasn't getting any messages when it was working either. What does logger.log do? The log interface? It calls log. Oh, that's not good. Winston doesn't work that way. Alright, where do I set up logging? Here's Winston. So when we say provide logger Winston, we're going to say winston.log equals winston.info. What else do we have here? Debug info, whatever else. Yeah, that's fine. So did that rebuild? Setup logging was changed. Good. So rebuild. We should see Alright, let's just test this. This is the simplest possible thing. We will, whoa. Maximum call stack size exceeded. Winston log equals Winston info. Info must call log, I guess? Or, no, log must call info? Wait, why is, okay, here's what I don't understand. Why is my logger.log call not going anywhere? Let's test this. Do I have logger.log, let's say logger.info, hello? Do I even have that? Oops, no, logger's not defined. But in how was I doing this before? This.game server? Yeah, so this.game server dot, oh man. Can I just do this? Winston.log, hello? Okay, so yeah, that's definitely part of the error. Log calls aren't going anywhere. That's an issue. So let's go into Winston and figure this out. Are you sure it happens only after wipeout is called? Yeah, I believe so, because it happens very consistently after wipeout is called, and it doesn't seem to happen otherwise. But we can kind of test that. See, this is why I need to get a debugger up and running as soon as I can. But one thing we do need to fix here is log is not going anywhere. So I believe there's a level that we can set, logging levels. And log is just the, oh, that's not good. Oh, we need to change all our logger calls to logger.info. What happens in the, okay, this was a big problem. We don't have a logger. Why do I need to console.info, hello? I'm assuming that printed. Wow. But it prints with this little thing on it. Oh. So annoying. Can we overwrite that function? Alright, let's try this. Logger.log equals logger.info. What happens if we do that? I think this might work. Let's try running this. Now, let's connect. Let's deploy a bot. Nice. Okay, cool. So that's, we got to write down what we did here. Winston.log is what every log command calls. E.g. Winston.info is a shortcut for Winston.log info. ... Okay, so that was number one. We didn't have log calls printing out at all, which is why our server was being so quiet. Next, we need to send our kill command, not hello. Right there. Then connect over here, and we get the repro that we had before. So it's once these things, I think, move into each other's site range, which they're probably never going to do at that rate. Yeah, there we go. Yep, it's as soon as they move into each other's site range. And now it says undefined is not a function. Great. So what do we screw up? What is this trying to call? Well, we have some insight into, oh, it's going to be really hard to do. Entity 0. Let's just take a print screen, I guess. It's this code. Update equals function, check time, if executor.will lasers hit, fire lasers. Closest bot equals executor.find closest enemy bot. If executor.exists, closest bot, pursue bot, otherwise move. So when it says undefined is not a function, it's probably referring to the update function. Where is that coming from? Undefined is not a function. Oh, it must be this. We're trying to eval this, so let's just put this over here. I bet this is the problem. But how could that be the problem? Is the code component wrong? Wait, we have it in this MS Paint thing here. component bot specific namespace is b underscore l underscore dot id 0. It must have been eval. Do we have that? B underscore L underscore unrecognized command. Oh, valid. No, it exists. Let's stop the server. B underscore L underscore ID 0 update is a function. Closest bot couldn't be set. But that's perhaps because it just didn't exist. So code that worked stops working, and it's because of this wipeout? ID 0. Yeah. And they have a closest bot, so we do know that that's getting set. So it must be after find closest enemy bot. So it's either the exist call, where we can kind of look back at this. It's either the exist call, which hadn't failed before, or the pursue bot. I don't understand where this is coming from. Did I modify some other code? Wipe out all entities. Yeah. Okay, there's a bunch of logger code. I don't see any code that I added that must have done this. Obviously, I only just added the wipe out all entities code. And if we make these bots, I want this deployed. Did I accidentally type? Oh, right, the server's not even running. I need to make sure that it prints an error when that happens. Let me put that here. When you try connecting and the server isn't online, show a message. Alright, that's pretty important. Alright, so let's refresh these. Now we connect and we connect. How did bots get here? How did bots get there? It must have been that TCP was trying to send this still, like it was still buffered. Alright, I don't know, but we have bots here, so let's deploy a bunch of bots. Oops, on this one too. Oh, wait. Alright, yeah. You're right. I think it was you, Tiburon, who said this. Wipeout doesn't need to be called. But then why doesn't this happen on the client? This is very bizarre. Let's try and see if it happens on the client, I guess. Oh, it can't happen on the client because there aren't two players? Like it... No, well, there are multiple players, though. Wait, it happened there, I think. No, that was just something firing a laser at something else. Can we change our player? Let's check that out. Debug main dot simulation server dot your player equals debug main dot simulation server dot player depot dot get player 1. Okay, so now I should be deploying bots for the enemy. Yes, I am. Does that cause an error? Pursue bot is suspect. It could be. Oops. And hey, Naro team. Okay, no, it does happen on the client then. Oh, okay, so then we got it to happen right now. So we just need to figure out what is exactly causing this to fail. Let's go into the code execution system. The problem is we need it, no, before we do this, oh man, we gotta get to this fast enough. I think it is pursue bot that's failing. But, no, I'm taking too long to think about this. We gotta turn off the simulation server's debug create AI bot. Gotta turn it off. This. We've got to say this dot add bot cooldown equals a huge number. There. Now it should never make another AI bot. Okay, good. So now we just wait for all the bots that are moving to die. They're never gonna die. All right, let's put a breakpoint in code execution systems pursue bot. All right, good. This is getting hit. Oh, we can just hit pause on caught exceptions. Entity.has component. What, this isn't an entity? There's the problem. Oh God. How did we let this happen? No. Alright, well, I know what caused this. Oh man. So, alright, where it happened was in the server arena, I believe. We returned at some point an entity with an ID. No, it was in the shared arena maybe? I don't know. There was the whole our bots foes thing that I coded just a little while ago. Yeah, this. So, does bot match flag? This. Return new entity with ID. But the problem is that this is used from here, and I don't say entity with ID here, I say entity. So what this should have been is let entity with ID equals this, and then entity equals entity with ID. Alright, now, next, because Tiburon points give Tiburon, I'm giving you the full 6 points, despite that it's not really a bug fix, because you were totally on the right track, and I'm just being a moron. So, this still isn't even correct. I gotta finish writing this code. Entity. And then, is this called from anywhere else? Because if so, I would have made the same mistakes there too. Target entity with ID. No, this is correct. This is what I wanted it to be. Totally fine. Now this should be correct. So now, when we rerun all of this, and we stop that noisy code, logger.log, where is this coming from? Here. We don't care about running, success, or failure. Let's close the server down too. And now, did that finish? Yeah, there we go. Alright. So this only happened when, where was that code? It only happened on this. Get entity matching flags on tile. I think this should be rephrased to get entity on tile matching flags. No. The entity's one, yeah, okay, whatever. So this part, we needed to check for bots, which is what we did if we were shooting lasers. This function is only called from 2 places. One is in fire lasers, and what is the code that we use here? Tiles to check. We check. So anytime you fire lasers, because this is how we check to see if we can get that. Yeah, good. Okay, and then also from here, which is get closest entity. And if we're searching for a bot, then this would be screwed up. Okay, so get closest entity. We have the simulation server's get code. It was here. Do we do get closest entity anywhere? Yeah, we do it here in this third one. How did this not screw up? Oh, it did screw up. It's just that only 1/3 of the bots had that script, and then the other third of the bots were killing the bots with those scripts. Oh my goodness. Okay, so then let's confirm that. Let's delete this and delete this, and then where's the code that we had just fixed? It was in the shared arena. I need to close some of these tabs. So here, we'll comment out the bug fix. So now our bug, whoops, we gotta save the file. Now our bug it'll be in the code again. But now the only bots that we deploy are gonna be the ones that should have exhibited this bug. So as soon as I refresh the page, we should see a whole bunch of bots just freeze. What's going on? Oh, that's fine. Did it work? I don't even see bots getting created. Wait. No, what? What's going on? I shouldn't have... Let's go back to the simulation server. Did I screw this up somehow? Possible script. and then I sample from it, so I should always get this script. Is something being logged? Is an exception getting caught? Yes, it is. Construct error. Unexpected token. Oh, the JavaScript isn't validating? I mean, that's peculiar. Did I? Oh my god, the bug goes even deeper than that. Oh, this is really bad. I just wrote bad code in here. This isn't even valid JavaScript, is it? Oh man. I feel so stupid. Alright, is this valid JavaScript? Nope, look! There's no closing brace. Oh man, okay, yeah. So the whole problem was there was no closing brace here. So the only bots that had closest bot equals find closest enemy bot, which was the function with the problem, was never getting called because the JavaScript wasn't even valid. So now if I refresh, finally after all that, I stop that, then I see, yeah, they get deployed, and then as soon as they see someone, wait. Yeah, that's not what I expected. What's going on? Oh no, they have their if will lasers hit code in the beginning. Okay, so there were like 8 different things totally playing into how this bug manifested itself. Alright, here's what I realize now. We necessarily, we have to do this. We have to make it so that it's less tedious to use pause on caught exceptions. So here's what we'll do. These will always fail. And that's just a guarantee because that's how Botland is coded. That's fine. But then this socket.io we need to add to our blacklist. So there's a way to do this, and then you can do it somehow through this manage framework blackboxing. So what is this called? Socket.io dash, let's just type it out, socket.io dash 1.3.6. We put this here. There. Now when we refresh the page, we shouldn't get that error because it's, yep, good, okay, great. So then these errors are because, again, that's how Botland code works. We just try calling something if it doesn't exist and we stop. So, okay, deep breaths. We fixed the bug. We gave Tiburon some points. We got the wipeout entity code here. So let's try to extract out just the bug fixes that we had. So this is one of them. This is part of the bug fixing here. And then in the shared arena is the other one here. Good. Okay. Fix the gnarly bug. There were actually 2 problems. One of the 3 random scripts that bots could be given in the simulation server was not valid. I was missing a closing curly brace. This contained the find closest enemy bot API, which was the second bug. See below. I made a change sometime in the last few hours that returned an entity with ID instead of just an entity, and the shared arena was expecting an entity to be returned from that function. I should say but the shared arena. Okay, and then let me get some water. Alright, that's pretty good. Made a change sometime in the last few hours. Yeah, so we fixed that. So then there wasn't any problem with the wipeout entities code. I mean, we're about to test that too, but all of this code should just be ready to be checked in. So, yep, wipe out all entities. We have some router actions. We have the pub sub. We have the actual function. I guess we need to comment this as an override at the very least. So So in the server arena class where we have wipe out all entities, let's just say this is an override. And yep, reload, that looks good. Then we do this, more routing. We could say this dot arena dot wipeout all entities dot bind to this. In fact, passing this in as high is not a good idea. What was I planning on doing here? I could just have it be kill all or something like that. So what do I want to change it to? This dot arena dot wipeout all entities dot bind this dot arena, and then get rid of the code up here entirely. Good. And now instead of it being high, we just need to come up with a new string. Then we also, this is a different commit altogether. This was another bug fix. So yeah, there were a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Okay, so you can now type kill all, I'll just say kill all. You can now emit a kill all message to the server to wipe out all entities. This is a debug function that needs to be this is a debug function for now that really should be hidden later. Alright, you can now emit a kill all message to the server. So let's just test this out. Let's start up a server. Good. Let's wait for it to finish starting up. Alright, good. So now we can connect to it. Done. Whoop. Uncaught exception cannot read property bind of null. This came from the connection manager. It came from this code. This dot arena dot wipeout arena. That's not what it was called. Wipe out all entities. Okay, well that was just a stupid mistake. But those are the kinds of things we correct really quickly, and we're back up and running in no time. So then we refresh, we'll connect, we'll make some bots. Oh my god. What did I screw up? Oh, I accidentally hit control backspace or something like that. Wipe out all entities, and then we change high to kill all. Oh man, I'm like totally botching this whole thing. Okay, let's try that out. Okay, good. Rerun this. Good. Rerun this. Connect. Deploy. Cannot read property entity of null. Oh right, that might not return anything. Oh, I don't know what this is. I've never coded anything for all of Botland. This was that was this low quality, I guess. So if util.exists entity with ID, then we say entity equals that. The problem, what do we have as the problem here? I guess the only way entity can get set is right here. So why did I even do this right here? This doesn't make any sense. I should just do this here. If entity with ID exists, then let's just push there. Now we can get rid of entity altogether. This doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. And now entity shouldn't exist in this function. Good, 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 good. Yep. What time will you stream at Eastern tomorrow? So, Blade, I don't typically stream on Saturdays or Sundays. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. But I might stream this weekend. However, it'll just be a surprise stream where if I'm online, I'm online. I don't want to commit to anything because this weekend, let me read this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things on my to-do list that are not Botland related. Oh, actually one of them is Botland related. The recap video. But anyway, I have a lot of stuff to do this weekend. That's basically what I'm getting at. So I may or may not stream this weekend. I want to because I feel like I really want to get more followers, and I think a lot of people are at work while I stream and they're willing to watch, but they're not willing to seek out new channels while they're working. McFinest Gold says, I do a keyboard cam. I want to see how fast you type all the time. Is it even interesting to watch someone type? Maybe it is. I guess you're asking for it. Yeah, maybe I'll try that out. I don't have 2 cameras though. So the logger thing we fixed. We also just fixed the arena, which is here. And yeah, we actually fixed this time. So this needs to be part of a different, let me turn on my phone, sorry. Okay. This needs to be part of a totally different commit. We're gonna amend the last commit so that we actually change the right things. Let's say none here, and let's do amend last commit simulation server. Yeah, that was one of the things, but then the other thing was the shared arena. Yes, good. So, fix that bug. Good. Next, this. Let's check this in. You can now emit a kill all message. And there are a couple of things we shouldn't be checking in here. It's not those. It's not that. That's all fine. This is one of them, and then this is another one. Good, so then these things should be totally normal. Good. Alright, let's try rerunning the server one more time. Yeah, this is my full-time job. So I have no income for about 1.5 years. That's part of the reason I'm off followers. I don't get an income from that either, but at least when the game comes out, you guys will hopefully play. Alright, so we connected. Let's deploy some bots. Okay, good, we can deploy bots. Now let's kill them all. And we very quickly will hate this message, so we need to stop that from happening. In fact, let's comment that out later. I'll write that. Comment out Terminator found message. Or rather, how about this? Rather, filter out that message. Okay, now let's try killing all the bots. Kill all. Cool. So that worked. Now let's do this. Connect over here. Deploy a bunch of bots over here. They can shoot each other, everything's fine. Then we kill them all again. And then we should be able to deploy a new. Alright, great. Okay, so all that's fixed. Yeah, there. So now we can check this in. You can now emit a kill all message. Alright, next commit. We already have 2 more commits lined up for us. One is this. There is now a way to evaluate arbitrary code from the command line on the server. Added a command line interface on the server. The only command that is available so far is eval. Yeah. And we gotta get rid of this setup logging thing. Alright, so then this fixed a sort of bug. Fixed what was sort of a bug. How much storage do I have? You can see this stuff here. So not too much left. This is an SSD. It was 250 gigabytes. I don't really end up using that much space. Tibron says you should try and code at the same time Handmade Hero streams. He's the only streamer on Game Dev who gets lots of followers. People might creep over to your stream. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think, well, I don't know how that would work actually. I think here's how my Twitch usages work. And it's, I take out my iPad and I'm like, I want to watch Twitch. So I go to following and I see 8 people are online and I just tap one of them. I never end up actually going to the game development category or the Hearthstone category or the Mega Man X category. I just go to those streamers. And only when I want to discover a new game do I go there. And then if I were doing that, the second part, which is discovering a new stream, and I know that I'm not representative of all users, but if I were doing that, discovering a new stream, I probably wouldn't ever find Handmade Hero because he's only online for 1 hour every day. Fix was sort of a bug where Winston.log was being called instead of Winston.info. I have now turned logger.log calls into Winston.info on the back end. Yeah, no, that sounds stupid. Into Winston.info was being called into when you type logger.log. I have now turned logger.log. Good. Great. Next up, code execution system. When we say Terminator found, Oh wow, Tip Brown says I check game dev and see if any new streams show up quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, so okay, what I started to say is that was one of the issues I thought, is that I don't know how many people I would get, although you're right, maybe I would get people. And the second issue though, and this is kind of the more important one, is that my wife tends to get home sometime between like 5 and 7. And so when she gets home, I usually try to be there. And I guess the third small issue is I'm usually like dead tired by the end of the day. Streaming takes a lot out of you. Well, coding takes a lot out of you, and then streaming just adds something to the top. So here we have a terminator. Now instead of error running function, we don't want this. If error is not equal to terminator found, let's see if I can find a scroll. Me too. I just checked game dev category and found you that way. No, I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that people go searching through it. I'm saying that Handmade Hero. If I'm watching Handmade Hero, okay, hang on. Let me try articulating this better by showing you this. So right now, there's a total of, I'm just going to estimate here, 150 people in the game dev stream altogether. When Handmade Hero comes online, like 200 people are in his channel, which means that at least like 50 to 100 people want to watch that stream who are not even here, but probably more like, I don't know, 120 or 130, because he's got a set schedule. And I don't know how many of those people end up going into other streams. But I still recognize that what I'm saying is like, it's not the end all be all. It's just, those are what my thoughts were for not necessarily streaming that. And then Stellar says, doesn't Handmade Hero start around now, or is it an hour ago? Did he change the time again? I don't actually know. All I know is I'm usually streaming when he's on, and when he's not, I'm tired and stuffing my face with cookies. If the function doesn't exist, we'll just call it catch block below. So then this terminator found needs to be a constant. I need to say something like export const terminator found error message equals terminator found. This is the error that is thrown. I'll say exception, because even though they're not exceptions in JavaScript, I call them exceptions. They're errors, kind of exceptions. This is the exception that's thrown from hitting a terminator, not from when you hit terminator. Yeah. I only made a constant so that we can later filter out this message from showing on the console. Watched a bit of TwitchCon, and the top streamers said to be either on right before or right after the most popular streamers. The right after part is definitely actually super important. That's something I really should do. In fact, I'm going to write that down, although I don't know when I'm going to get to do this. I should be online after Handmade Hero so that I get trickle-down followers. By the way, I'm going to run a giveaway. Hey, nice. I haven't seen that person in my stream before. Well, congrats. You have won control of my lights. So we have this error message now, so that instead of this, we can say constants.terminator found error message, and then down here, when we try catching that message, where do we catch that message? Here. If error is not equal to constants.terminator found, then we actually print an error. That's important. You might not have to do it very often, honestly. You and HMH are the best in this category. Aw, thank you, Tipperon. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is something where, and by the way, I hope that stream quality ends up getting better and better. One of the things I just mentioned today, I got a standing desk. Well, if my desk is like this size, the standing desk is maybe this big, so my microphone can get slightly farther away from the keyboard. In fact, let me see if it's possible to show you the desk setup. Oh wait, hang on a second. I have things on my desk I don't want you seeing. Namely these Amazon gift cards, which were lying face up, and then you would have had my money. Okay. Also, I have this cool thing. A friend of mine is into calligraphy. Super awesome. Okay, yeah, let's see if this camera even goes all the way down to the keyboard. It does not. So, alright, I guess you guys are not going to have a keyboard cam for today. There. Oh, oh. All right. Naximus says 1000. Naximus 1000 says, what language is this? Yeah, it's JavaScript. It's ECMAScript 6. Drugs confirmed, not desk. Oh, that's actually, there was another issue here. Simulation server has this get random script. We need to actually validate these scripts. That was a problem because I didn't do that before. These need to get validated. I'm gonna just write this down somewhere. Validate get random script. Validate the coding get random script. Okay, good. Next, figure out the debugging story with Babel. Yeah, we totally need to do that. Now, one of the things I just coded was to make this less noisy. Let's make sure it actually worked, and then let's test this because I'm sick of breaking everything. So let's restart this. Let's also run pre-commit over here. Wait for the server to start. Reboot the clients too. Good. Server's up and running. So now we can connect over here, make a couple bots, and we still see Terminator found. Okay, well, that was the problem we were just trying to solve, so it's a good thing we tested it at least. If error is not equal to Terminator error message, do I not have constants in here? I do. Did I not call this the right thing? I did. What? Why is this printing? Let's try just on the client. Is there a difference between Java and JavaScript? Yes, there is. They're very different languages, but also their runtime environments are different. And then Chaser79 says, are you using a library to be able to use JavaScript? Not to be able to use JavaScript, but ECMAScript 6, yes I am. I'm using Babel to transpile it back to ECMAScript 5 because browsers don't support ECMAScript 6. Naximus says, but wow, I know the basics of JavaScript and Java, like the super basics, but wow, this is so complicated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I don't mind ever simplifying things. This stream is not necessarily like teach people how to code, but that's one of the side effects of the stream, so I definitely will entertain those questions. Now, I need to teach myself how to code first and figure out why this is still printing Terminator found. Well, thankfully, since we have this right here, we can search for Terminator found error message and put a breakpoint right here. This text is equal to Terminator found, and then it is caught. It is caught down here somewhere. Oh, you know what I did? I probably put this in the wrong. Eval user defined function. No, this looks correct. Eval user defined function. Let's put a breakpoint there. And then this does get hit. Yeah, and then what is error equal to? Oh, it's error.message, and it's code timeout reach. That's yeah. If error.message is not equal to that, okay, that should fix this. I just started with Java 2, don't have much time now because of high school. Mimarana immediately says high school doesn't take up time. Is it like using jQuery? No, not really. So jQuery is just a library. Babel is a transpiler, so it'll do a pass on your code first to produce totally new code that then you run. All right, is this being less noisy? Yeah, it is. But this whole entity fire laser and entity running init, that's still kind of tedious. In fact, saying how many times it's firing a laser is pretty annoying. So fired laser. This should be like a verbose message, which we should not be printing. Oh, I see. Okay, so let's just close this all together, and let's refresh this part. I can tell you about the game Naximus. So this is Botland, and the way that this works is, and you can kind of see some things happening already. The way that this works is you'll make these bots that you see here, and you'll make them, they're shooting squares at each other. Those are supposed to be lasers, but you'll make them with lasers and missiles, artillery, cloaking. They'll have a whole bunch of different things that you can use, and then you'll actually write code for them, and the code will allow them to run. So here we have a basic script that says fire lasers, or get closer to an enemy, or just move randomly. And so we can deploy a bunch of bots like this, and we can see the ones that I newly deployed are shooting all the other enemies. Well, that's nice, but what if you don't know how to code? And for that, you can use Blockly, which is the same sort of thing, but now it's a visual. And let me get rid of this actually. All right, so now what we can do is I can just drag blocks over here. So I can say something like set item to find closest enemy, and then drag that here, and then say something like if that closest enemy exists, then fire lasers at them. So now I can deploy a bunch of these bots, and they're just standing there because I didn't tell them to move. I could actually make them move if I want, so I'll put this move in random direction, and now the new ones will move. The old ones are unmodified. When I reload this page up, I need to connect again as someone new. So now I'll deploy my own bots over here, and you can see them fighting each other. So this is how you'll end up playing Botland, is by interacting through these means of automating, either JavaScript or Blockly. And you can, if you're done with Blockly and you say, all right, I want to kind of upgrade to JavaScript, just click the edit button here, and there's your code in JavaScript. So Mimiron, you code in JavaScript, well, ECMAScript 5, or in Blockly, or just use a pre-made script if you want. And then Mimiron also says, just watched Fight Club earlier today, Adam, have you seen it? Yes, I saw it, and I actually saw this, the little frames that were spliced in of Brad Pitt, and it terrified me when I was watching it. I think I saw that, if that came out on VHS, I think I actually watched it on VHS. If not, then I'm just misremembering that. But I ended up rewinding and then saw that it was Brad Pitt, and I'm like, is this an official copy? And it's not until the end of the movie you actually, or the middle of the movie, you find out that that's intentional. What if you code yourself to beat all other online players' scripts? That's actually kind of the point of the game, but I find it highly unlikely that you'll beat all of the other online players. The way that games will play out is that the last, let's say, 15 or 20 or 30 minutes, something like that. So if you wrote a script that's really just dominating other players, then chances are they can abuse your hardware now and not necessarily the script. So for example, I'm shooting lasers. That's all there is in the game right now. When there are reflect shields and cloaking, lasers won't be as effective. Now all of a sudden your laser script is getting bounced right back at you because they have a reflect shield on. So now you're going to switch to something that can't be reflected, and then they'll switch to the thing that beats that, and then you'll switch to the thing that beats that, and that's kind of how strategy games end up working. But still, it'll be this ever-evolving meta game, and I think it'll be interesting. And there'll be lots of different game modes too, but we got to code all of those. So. Didn't know I was supposed to see that. No, well, never mind. Brad Pitt talks about it in the movie. It's not like a spoiler or anything, but they're intentional. Okay, so got rid of the Terminator found noisiness by filtering out that particular exception. Is there intended ways of scripting in this? I mean, yeah, there are only really two ways you can interact with this right now, and that's through JavaScript, which you see here, and then Blockly, which you see here. But I will show you, even if you know JavaScript, don't expect to have to look up a bunch of documentation. I recorded a video showing a prototype of what I think it'll look like eventually. So watch the video I just linked in chat. Stellar says, can you make the bot swap equipment after being deployed and check opponent's gear? No and no. And there are a couple reasons why. Bots don't live very long, so changing their gear after being deployed might give you an extra, I don't know, 20 seconds of lifetime for the bot. They're probably not going to end up lasting a while though. And then can you check opponent's gear? That's part of their strategy, so that's the whole you should watch what's happening in the arena and figure out what's going on. If we find out the players say, yeah, oh totally, we all want this, we really want this feature, and here's why, then yeah, maybe we end up adding it, but right now it's not planned. And Blade Digger says, can you add more contrast between the bots? They almost look like they're the same. Okay, so yeah, and Blade Digger, I want to comment on this, and actually I really should make a command, because I think Void Dreamer was saying this earlier. Make a Bang Graphics command that explains the artwork and timeline. These are just placeholder sprites for right now, and they weren't meant to be colored in the ways that they are. I'll show you an image really quickly about how they were meant to be colored and how they actually do have nice contrast. But this is not the final art. So where do I have this? I think this is going to end up loading. I don't want to show you guys this necessarily. I don't know how to open this on the correct monitor. So here, I'll just open it in Chrome over on this monitor. Let me see if I can show you this. Okay, so I'm gonna show you something that is, again, the prototype artwork. We're not going to be using any of this artwork, but here's how these machines should have been colored. They should have been colored like this, where you actually see nice, vibrant colors for all of this stuff. But since I'm using the prototype artwork, I am not worrying about the graphics right now. Remember, it says, I don't know how to word this, but like, what if they script some stuff in JavaScript that you didn't want them to? Oh yeah. So there is a whole bunch of security sandboxing going on behind the scenes here. When you type code like this, it doesn't end up looking like that code. So that's just my short answer. I can give you a long answer if you want. I want to do a blog post on it at some point. But basically, if you try calling something like eval, which is a very evil function, it'll say doesn't recognize eval. And this took me like at least a month to code in the prototype. Oh man, another spammer in the chat. Then Stellar says you could make the robot way more advanced if you allow for special strats against certain gear. Could be a nice feature to have. Let me say this, it's definitely on our radar, Stellar. Like we haven't totally ruled it out. We've said no for now, but I think once all of the different game mechanics are apparent, then we can reevaluate, and I can take feedback then too. I'm totally always open to feedback for all this stuff. And Mimron, that's a good question, and that's actually something a lot of people have asked, is how do you stop people from calling bad APIs? And yeah, there's been a lot of work that's been put into that. Okay, so validate the code and get random script. We need to do that. We need to do this. We have the kill all bots thing now, and we have the server CLI. So I think since I've got about 40 minutes left, that we're gonna just tackle these three things and then probably call it a day. Maximus says, can you by any chance record the stream and post on YouTube? Boy, are you in luck. I actually just did that today. So if you go to botland.net, this is a good website to have. I will put it in chat. If you go to botland.net and click YouTube, actually let me load this up as though you guys are looking at it. So I'll do it in an incognito tab. You go to botland.net and then click playlists. You will find a playlist of all of the VODs that I have right now, and you can just go through them all, watch whatever you want. These are all things that have been on stream. Now, if you guys want the short story, if you just want recap videos, you can find out everything that's happened in Botland development time in about, what is that, like 6 minutes? So I try to keep the recap videos very short, straight to the point. So yeah, just go to that YouTube page through botland.net, and you can find all the recap videos here. Again, I'm trying to keep these as high quality as I can. Well, at least quality in the way that I can do it. I don't have video editing skills. I don't have like cool music or anything playing, but I do know how to speak, despite that it doesn't sound like it on stream because of how often I read chat and go, yeah. All right, validate the code and get random script. This is important because this already caused a bug once. So let's see how we can do this. We're going to save the possible scripts as an accessible array here. How do I want to do this? These scripts shouldn't get to be too long. In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with me just throwing this into constants and then validating them there. So let's do that. Constants. Let's go here and let's put this here. So we'll do export const possible scripts, possible AI scripts, let's say that. These are all scripts that can be given to AI players in the simulation server. And it's an array of strings, and it's an array of strings that has to be validated. I'm not going to write that here actually, but let's take a look. So get random script, we're just going to do this, constants.possible AI scripts, then we get rid of this code. Next, we need to validate these. Now, we can't validate them via this API, but we have the constants directly accessible. So let's go into client main, and as soon as we make the software validator, let's Validate all of the possible scripts. This really only needs to be done once. It doesn't need to be done on every person's machine, but it's hardly any time to do this. Miran says, sick programmer. Simple question, but you know how with coding it doesn't really use the individual lines as ends of code. How does it do that for nodes? Yeah, I'm not totally sure what you mean there. Also, yeah. So just to clarify what you mean, I don't mind answering. Validate all the possible scripts. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through for each function code. That's all we really need here. We're going to say this.software validator assert this.software validator is code valid code. This pre-made script is not valid code. Hey, Dead Pixel. Hang on one second. Darn it. I just screwed something up. Sorry, I'm doing something off screen right now. Okay. So, stupid question about, is there a way to get the direction to an enemy bot? So far, it doesn't seem like it. So far, there's not a way to do a lot of things that there are planned in the game. But yes, you will eventually be able to get an enemy bot. And actually, you can already do it now. You just need to code it yourself. So, JavaScript next, update equals function. We can say closest bot equals find closest enemy bot. And then we can do closest bot.x. Oh, that was weird. Closest bot.x and closest bot.y. So as long as we have these and we have our x and y, which we do, all of these variables exist, you could compute it yourself for right now. But yeah, eventually if you find the need to do that, I could expose a function to do that for you. Pathrical says, is JavaScript your main programming language? Yes, for right now. That's what Botland is almost entirely going to use. There will probably also be some Python scripts, perhaps, in order to build and to update, but I don't know if I'm going to use Python. Here's a little bit of my help comment. Yeah, so Mimiron, hopefully that answers that for you. If you just type something like this, single line comment, not a comment, and then multi-line comment. To compute just subtract your own x and y from the enemies gives you a vector to baddies. Yeah. Malapropos says, have you thought about someone using OS API calls to read process information? Could they gain any information that isn't available through intended bot programming? I have thought about it, yes, and I believe I've stopped it. If you try using code that you can't use, for example, if you tried using, require fs, it'll say you're trying to call a function named require, but it's not recognized as a built-in function. So you just can't even deploy a bot with a script. Do you see how no bots are getting created in the arena? So it won't let me do that. And if I define my own function named require, then I'll end up calling this function and not the one that you think you're calling. So now it deploys, but it's not actually doing the node require. And were you a web developer before doing this? I would never really have considered myself a web developer. I was a game developer for a web game. I think there's slightly different connotations, but essentially, yes. And Blade Digger, thank you very much. I still really appreciate that, and I'd appreciate you mentioning it on your YouTube too. That sounds really nice. So what we just did is we wrote a validator for all of our pre-made scripts. Let's check to see if this works. So when we start up the game, we should get an assert saying that these things are valid. Or rather, we should not see an assert saying that these are invalid. That's what I should have said. So instead, we're seeing absolutely nothing. That doesn't sound good. Constants is not defined. Well, that's no good. Where's that coming from? It must be coming from here. Yeah, so let's just import constants. Okay, wait for it to rebuild. And then rerun this. We should not get an assert, like I said. And what's going on? Oh, we got an assert. Constants, possible AI scripts for each. Why did that fail? Constants is not defined there either. Do I not use constants in this file? Oh wow, I don't. Interesting. Do I have util in this file? I don't have that either. Alright, let's do this. Constant. And there. Now this should work. What do you try to do it via the console in Chrome? So Stellar, all of your code is executed on a game server, so you can modify anything you want on the client and you'll be the only person who actually sees it. So if you manually pick bots out of the arena or shoot them with lasers or make your lasers do double damage, then great, you've screwed up the game for yourself and only yourself. I also forgot to include assert. There we go. Oh, Mimron says, could you pick up web developing and start doing that, or would you need to learn HTML at you individually? So I know web development. I'm just saying, I think there's a difference between being a web developer and a game programmer who happens to make a web game. Like, for example, I'm probably not going to need to do, well, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just stop talking. Yeah, I think there's a small difference, and I don't think it's a very important one. So you might as well just consider me to be a web developer. Wait, Blade, it's not a Steam game. Also, did you include the link out of curiosity? I appreciate it though. I'm glad you advertised. And Mimron, yeah, no, I think I do know enough to be a web developer, yes. Okay, so I have now validated this code. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to purposely make a script that's not valid. So let's do this. We'll call eval right here. Now this is a script that's hidden inside of one of the AI scripts that we have. So when we refresh the page, we should see absolutely nothing. We should just see an assert. So let's hope that we get it. Nice, we do. And it says, this pre-made script is not valid. Ideally, we'd say what the errors are too, I guess, but that's pretty easy to figure out once you know that something's not valid. Oh boy, Blade, gotta backtrack. So yeah, the game's not a Steam game. You'll eventually just go to botland.net and you'll already be playing it. But there's no game on here yet, so you can't do that yet. What does eval do? It evaluates any code you give it. So let me show you an example. Actually, let me just show you an example here. Let's say I know that I'm running code on someone else's machine, and there's some function called malicious code, and I'll just, for the sake of demonstration, say I hacked your machine. So there's this function, right? And you never want it to be called. So you say, okay, I'll just make it so that if someone tries calling this, it doesn't work. And okay, great, you did that. But now someone does this. They do eval malicious code. And guess what? They got around your system entirely. So basically, if you can call eval, you can do almost anything on that machine. So people have said, why don't you sandbox the code and everything else? And the problem is that in order to sandbox it and then let them run whenever they want, I can't guarantee the same performance that I can guarantee now. So I'd have to start it in a new process, or fork a thread. And Dead Pixel, eval can execute shell commands in Node because eval is essentially exec. All right, so yeah, we tested this, it works. We can commit. So let's put this in there. Validate all the possible AI scripts, I guess that's right. What else do we have here? Good, that got a bit smaller, and then we put this into constants. So these are all scripts that give you an AI output. They need to be validated at some point. I'm gonna clarify that a little bit. They need to be validated at some point, ideally at insertion time into the code. But I validate them at runtime. That way, if you change them, there's no problem. I am now validating the AI scripts that can be, no, the code that, the scripts that can be given to AI bots. That way I don't run into a problem like I did with one of the more recent commits. Alright, that looks good. Blade Digger, thank you. I appreciate it. And just to tell you guys, because again, I know there are people who are new today even, but some of you might not have heard already, I'm really, really working to get you guys what I'm calling a pre-beta. I know I wrote it as pre-alpha, but a pre-beta. The game isn't going to launch for another 1.5 years or so. The beta is not going to launch for another year or so, but I want you guys to be able to play the game as soon as possible, despite that there's no real game to play yet. For example, right now you can connect and shoot green squares at each other. Like, that's it. But I want it to be available to you guys, so I've talked to the lawyer about getting a EULA set up. I need to get a hosting platform. I need to code a whole system so that you guys get accounts, and then I need the game to be a little bit more fleshed out too. Yeah, exactly. If you can get a val, then you can shut down their computer. But you can actually do worse than that because you're in a coded environment and you could, become a botnet and actually take down a site or who knows what. Depends on how many people are playing Botland. Well, Imran, I'm glad. So we validated the code. Next, we're gonna do the debugging thing. I don't expect to take a short amount of time. I have a feeling that the way this is going to work is switch versions of Node, then make sure I have all tools that I have in my current version of Node. Babel, etc. Dead Pixels, so I plan on using BizSpark. I just happen to get rejected by them, but then I reapplied. So hopefully I get in this next time. If I do, then I should be totally set. Okay, Mimran, I don't think you needed to tag me in that. Alright, so write some more tests. Is there anything where I thought there were bugs? What about this? Write tests for using built-ins as params. Oh yeah, I need to do that. So let's do that. Let's load up arena test and test main. Let's get rid of these two lines. Let's also load up, let's just stop the game server for right now. Run pre-commit there. Go into botline test and run that. So let's see in arena test if we can write this function. How do we do this? We need to make sure that this code turns into. All right, let me do something. I'll show you guys something. Logging enabled, I'll set to true. Oh nice, all the tests actually passed. Good. And this almost passed. Args is never used. Oh interesting, it's not used yet. But it will be. Okay, so let's log in again. Oops. So here we are, and now this should actually be spamming us with, yeah it is. Alright, we need to turn off the simulation server's cooldown. So the AdBot cooldown we're going to set to like 1E9. That should be enough milliseconds where I never see a bot get created. Whoops, I gotta wait. Now I can refresh. Good. Alright, let's make code that says this. Yeah, this. This parameter has the same name as a built-in variable or function. Yeah, so we're just going to stop this. This actually will go into the software validator test. So let's do this here. This should be invalid. Good. And then same thing, this should be invalid. Good. Okay, let's add both those. Software validator test. We're going to say it should not allow assigning to a built-in function. And here we say this, get x equals 5. Good. Should not allow using a built-in function name as a param. So now here we say get x. Then we also want to prevent you from using a built-in variable as a param. So no assignment, no postfix operators. Yeah, let's put this here. Should not allow using a built-in variable name as a param. So you also can't say x here. And should not allow. Did I already write assignment to a built-in variable? Postfix, prefix. Why are these both here? This is the same function 2 times, right? Oh, plus and then minus. Yeah, assignment to built-in, but this should say variable. Variable, there we go. To a built-in variable. On built-in operator, that's not right, variable. Should not be able to change a built-in variable inside an otherwise valid assignment. Those are some good tests. Good job, Adam. All right, so this is true too. All right, now what's happening? Yeah, AWS has a free plan also, and I got to look into that too. Tiburon says, I want to be able to hack my opponent's bot code. I've talked about this a little bit before, and hacking the code needs to give you something that's much better than just killing the enemy bot. So the only thing I thought of there is like a mind control kind of thing, where you can control the other bot and then they turn into your ally for that brief amount of time. That could be interesting because then you can do something that just one bot wouldn't be able to do, but it's still relatively advanced. And so you'll have something, I'll just say something. And I should get to coding it sometime the next month or two, so you'll be able to see soon. If you were at this level of programming, why not make cheats or hacks, sell them to 12-year-olds? Adam, did you make it so you can control a bot yet? Yeah, but possibly not how you expect. So Blade Digger, there will never be manual control of bots in this game. Like, you won't ever be able to say, I can't actually show you this. Yeah, so you'll never be able to click this bot and then use your arrow keys, for example. That's not something you can do in Botland. The whole point is that you think about it in terms of automation. So instead of writing something like that, you would instead just write a script that lets you do what you need to do. And one of the things I'll probably do at some point, well, I'm going to need to do this at some point, I'm going to make tutorials, and maybe one of them will just be, imagine this. Imagine you have the arena, and every so often I put landmines there, but I actually do them like this almost. So there's a landmine here, here. And the goal of the tutorial is to get to this yellow tile. So, I mean, obviously you write a script that goes move up, move left, move down, move right. And that's it. And if you can do that, then yeah, you can think in terms of Botland. Might be cool to have a base or something and a team of bots, each of which might have different programs. Tiburon, that's totally planned. Don't you worry. The base part might not be a thing at first, but a game like Capture the Flag, where it's a team-based game, and now the strategies that you want are very different from just kill enemies. And I was picturing, you know how Quidditch works? Well, I don't actually totally remember, but I think they give you something like 10 points for a goal in that game, and then like 150 points if you get the snitch. So I'm picturing something like that. Imagine Capture the Flag. Each kill is worth 5 points, and each flag capture is worth like 1,000 points. Because kills are going to be happening constantly, right? You have this sort of line in the middle, just like you do with almost any Capture the Flag game, where people are like, oh, should I go? And then they're just blasting each other with lasers and artillery and missiles over the line in the middle there. And then if you actually do manage to get a flag capture with some very concerted effort, you should be rewarded for it. You use the block-based scripts or coding for beginners? Yeah, either one. Yeah, either one that you want to use. And yeah, you could write something like this. Well, this is going to be. So the script I said isn't actually that easy to write, because you can't just say this. You can't say move right. You can't attach another thing to the bottom of this. What you actually need is a very obnoxious set of if statements. So it'd be a little bit harder to do. But maybe I give you a basic setup and then I ask you to fill in the blanks. Okay, we need to finish writing these tests. So we wrote this test. Now we need to actually just check it out. Does it work? We go into test main, we go into software validator test, and we run it. Okay, good. Next, Good, so that's fine. So then where else did I write test on here? Test delete bot using game server, not a single server. That's done, that's done. Make a check memory function, I still need to do that. Write test for everything we haven't written test for. Code execution. Good, good. Test APIs like move right when against the wall, yeah. Where else did I write this? Test it with this, yeah, line with error. Did I ever test this? I don't know if I did. Yeah, let's try that out. But first of all, did these tests work? Yeah, 133 passed. So what happens if I try making code like this? Oh, that worked. Whew. That's really good. Okay, good. Need to allow user-defined code to be able to delete from an array. What else do we have here? Write a code execution test for this, filling memory. Yeah, I gotta check this out. Tiburon says, are you able to write your own blocks, or is Blockly fixed? Could you alter move to move right, repeat 3? I don't know if you can do what you're asking, Tiburon. Like, I can write blocks so that you guys can use them, but as you, Tiburon, a user of this interface, I don't think you can do that. Maybe there'd be somewhere where you could like take this that you like and then drag it back onto here, or maybe I provide something like that in the game. But I have an idea for something like that, so I think we'll have to wait and see. VCAD says, hi, when I write these random objects like random r equals new random, then I want to generate numbers 1 and -1 without generating 0. Can anyone help? VCAD, that sounds a whole lot like a homework question. I don't answer homework questions in here, but you should think about it. How do you cut out the 0? Kutskinny says, can't you add a yield block? So, oh man, originally when I was coding the software validator, the idea was this, and Ian, the co-founder, quickly was like, I don't think people will want to do that. So I originally had something like this code, and let's say this is up and this is down. And I said, okay, when you run this, the first time it's going to do move right, and then it's going to act as though there was a yield there, and then the next time it launches the code, it's going to do this, and it's going to do this. And I basically ended up writing my own JavaScript like CPU, and it was super obnoxious. It was like impossibly hard to do. So I don't expect there to be a yield. And I also don't think that outside of like a single player mode that you'll ever want a yield. The whole point is that you don't know how much changed since your last turn. So you move, and now all of a sudden there might have been 100 bots that just popped into existence around you. And now if you yielded before, then you'll end up doing something that's possibly stupid on this new turn. So I don't think I'll end up adding that. Then Blade says, what if people write a script to move around using hotkeys? Yeah, that would be impossible. Stellar. Alright. Well, chat to the rescue. So this is a good test to have. Fill memory equals function. Oh, I can't actually write this until. So once we have array code, write a code execution just for this. Yeah, this was something I wanted to figure out the other day that I wasn't totally sure how to do. It's actually kind of a good programming test, even for people who know how to code. So try to figure out how to make a function take 50 milliseconds without using for loops, without breaking the call stack depth. So the only thing you can do, you can define a function, you can set a variable, so you can do something like this, and you can use if, and you can do something like this, and then call another function if you want, foo2. So using just this code, how can you make something take more than 50 milliseconds and not break the call stack depth? And I'm gonna give this another shot right now because I do want a check for this. So let's do this. We know the call stack depth is like 40,000. So we need to write, you need to write a function that calls itself like 39,000 times, then stops, then calls another function 39,000 times. So you're basically just using, you're writing your own for loop. And can you set timeout or set interval? No, you can't. And I can show you if you want to actually see me type this stuff in. But if you try using either of those functions, it won't work. Set timeout, set interval. So it's going to highlight both of these. It highlights that, then it highlights that. It doesn't matter if you provide arguments to it. It's just not a valid function. Okay, so here's what we'll say. Call self equals function. Then there's an init equals function. We'll say like a equals 0. So call self, the way this is going to work, we'll say call self a plus plus. If a is less than 10,000, then call self. Otherwise, call other. Call other is going to be pretty much the same way. And this is sort of what I was trying to set up the other day. We can set b equals 0, c equals 0. This is going to do the same thing but with b. I think if we do this enough times, no, we need to change how this works. Alright, so we need to say something like AA++. If AA is less than 10,000, or 100 I guess, I don't know, 4, call self. So we call this function a bunch of times. And then we can keep doing this actually, A equals 0. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to copy this whole block. Yeah, let's try that out, and then call self calls itself a whole bunch of times, then call other when it's done, then call other calls itself a whole bunch of times. Then I could say don't do anything when it's done. How many milliseconds does this take? Okay, so we do console.log date dot, no, we don't need to do that. We just paste this code. Then we do init console.log date.now update console.log date.now. Update is not defined. Did I not? Oh, I called it foo. Whoops. Update. Alright, let's try that out. That took, yeah, a little over 50 milliseconds. Okay, so now we just need to get it to consistently do that. So let's just join all these lines and then duplicate this a whole bunch of times, and then we're done. Okay, so that wasn't so bad. I mean, it wasn't like a very difficult problem, but it was something that I was struggling to do the other day. So how many milliseconds did that take? It looks like 78. That's not a lot. We need to have this be called a little bit more, but without hitting the call depth. Well, we could just add one more of these in here, I guess. Call other 2 and change this to C. Alright, let's try that out. That took, you know what we should do? We should say this, start equals date dot now, then console.log that. 62, 57, 84, 90. Oh, we never called call other 2. Now this should actually take more time. Yeah, 132. Max call stack size exceeded. That shouldn't be happening. I guess I need to lower these to like 7,000. Let's try that out. 97, 98, 92, 102, yeah. Okay. This is kind of a beefy test the way that it's written right now. Let's do one more level of this, I think. So we're going to say d equals 0. Try this one more time. D. Then we'll change this to call other 3. Oops. Call other 3. Alright. Now let's try running this. Unexpected token if. Oh, whoops, I forgot the semicolon. Alright, there we go. Good, now it's taking 156 milliseconds. Oh, it's breaking the call stack depth. Yeah, all the banned phrases are spam links. How is this happening though? This shouldn't be happening. It calls itself, then it calls other. Call other 2, call other 3. And then that's up to 4. So maybe we can just set these to like 5,000. Will there be chat? Yeah, there's already chat. Chat isn't showing right now because I'm playing single player, but yeah. Okay, 118, 115, 110. Okay, I'm pretty certain that this will never be faster than 50 milliseconds. And if my computer got like super beefy, then this will show as a pass when it should show as a fail. The stack limit is like 40,000. I tested the other day. And you can test it really easily. If you just say a equals function b plus plus, and then call itself, so b equals 0, then call a, then it'll eventually break, yeah, and then b is equal to nearly 42,000. So that's the depth, but that's, well, yeah, let's just leave it at that, I guess. Oh, anyway, Blade also asked another question, and if there is, will there be a report abuse button? Maybe eventually, but chat only works on the game server that you're on. So imagine in Minecraft, when you connect, you're only talking to, let's say, 20 people at a time. And if one of them is being a huge jerk, then the person who runs the server will just kick them offline. So you'll probably have something like that. Okay, so now we need to actually code this as a test. And this test was important because this tests our check timeout when we don't have for loops involved. So let's delete all this stuff. We're going to try to get this code as dense as possible. And actually there are a couple other things we can do to get it a bit denser. So one is that we can change all these AAs into just E. There we go. And then we can fix all these up too. Okay. I think that's fine. Let's just join these lines also. All right. Now we need to test this function out. So how do we do this? We go to arena test, and there's one other place where we test a timeout. Check time. Where does this get hit? We did this in somewhere. Infinite. Yeah, it should break out of infinite recursion. Should break out of long-running loops. And then we have another test here for should break out of long-running pseudo loops, I'll say. Now this debug code is going to be a little bit more obnoxious to write. So let's just say code equals, we'll put this code here, there. Okay. Then long running bot equals create and then force update bot. And what should happen is, here's what we need to do actually. We need to do a couple things. We need to say const start time equals date dot now. Then assert date dot now minus start time is less than, do we have constants here? Yes, we do. So we're going to say is less than constants, where is equals 50 in here? This code execution timeout. And we'll put some padding on the end because there's some post-execution time. I'll say something like max time with padding is this. And this should take much longer than that anyway. Max check time may not be working. Alright, let's try running this test now. Let's run all of the tests actually. We'll see if this works. Alright. Oh, and you guys probably, oh no, you can't see this. Okay, good. Also, let me change my lights. I don't know if someone was just modifying my lights or not. Naximus was the last person to mess with my light. Alright, so yes, anyone who hasn't followed, you should follow, because this is what you get to do when you follow, is change my lights in my room. That's not my camera. That's actually just the lights. So let's change a couple of those back there to, yeah, nice, okay. Alright, and did these tests work? Yes, 144 passing. Now this should break out of long-running loops, 54 milliseconds, and should break out of long-running pseudo loops. Why did that not say that it took 50 milliseconds? That definitely should have taken a long time. Time taken plus const time elapsed equals time elapsed. Good. Alright, well I just typed all of that very, very poorly. Let's just clean that up. There we go. Okay, rerun the test. Kutskinny says, after you finish repeating call 5,000 times, aren't you simply calling call other for another 5,000 times on top of the previous 5,000 calls without being moved in the stack? So you just get to 10,000 calls in the stack? Let me see. So after, aren't you simply calling call other? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oops. This should have been, how is this not, wait a second, let me think about this. So I'm calling call self calls itself, stack. Yeah, I think you're right. So then why didn't this totally break for me? No, that can't be right? Oh man, I can't think about this, apparently. So call self is a function. When I do this, it's going to go up here, call itself, and then after the last time, I'm like 5,000 deep in the call stack, and I'm just going to call into another function. Yeah, I wonder if Chrome does some management here to like pop back up 4,000 times. It's strange. It says time taken 1. What? Oh man. Time elapsed equals date.now minus start time. Time taken is printing 1. What? It doesn't make any sense. What does node consider date.now to be? It should be the same sort of string that we had before. Yeah, Kutskinny, I think, so the only part that doesn't make sense to me, I guess, is, like, that is sort of how I understand it, but then this would be 5,000 times 5,000 times 5,000, which is, like, way bigger than the call stack, right? 5,000 to the third is some huge number. So Chrome must be doing some magic here, and this is, yeah, I don't know how that would be working. Yeah, I'm not sure. And I don't think I coded this right anyway. So I don't think this test is doing anything useful. I still need to figure out how I'm going to code this. Okay, well, I'll devote some time to this later, I think. Actually, let me think about it just for a sec now. So basically, all I want to do is something like this. I listen, like, it has to be a number that's not quite 40,000, I guess. So I want to call foo, and then I want to call bar, and I want to repeat this whole process some number of times, but without using a for loop. Oh wait, no, maybe you're right. Yeah, I think you are right. Yeah, Kutskinny, sorry. Alright, that's why I'm being a dummy, because this does not multiply everything by each other. Alright, that makes much more sense. But then these can't even be these numbers. I think you're correct, and I think that's probably why node is failing here, because I think this was throwing an exception that's getting caught. And so I'm breaking the, let's see, there's the call stack size of node is probably different. So b equals 0, a equals function, b plus plus a. And I call a, and I see, yeah, yep, so that was the problem. Call stack size is much lower in node. So we've got to only hit, yeah, this is actually totally stupid to do, isn't it? In fact, I don't even know if I gain anything by not just doing one of these functions. Let's try that out. So what if I said a is less than 20,000, call self. Also, I just screwed up everything, didn't I? Okay. Update is only going to be called once, so I don't even need an init function. I can just say a equals 0, e equals 0. No, a equals 0, call self, a equals 0, call self. I think you can just do this a bunch of times. This is probably the best way to do this. Then I can get rid of the init function, which wasn't getting called anyway, as far as I know. Call self. Yeah. Okay, this is probably much better. Now let's put this into the console and see how long this takes to execute. Okay, that's much better. So thank you, Kutskinny. I am going to give you 3 points. Good. I like this a lot. Next, we should see, if we run this, whoops, run. So if we run this code now, it should be very long running. Well, no, it shouldn't be. It should be 50 milliseconds. Somewhere between 50 and 55. Because that's the whole point of this task, was to make sure the check time works and doesn't make it take 750 milliseconds, because someone could write that code in botland. And it worked. I don't know why this is 104 milliseconds though. That's weird. Maybe the assert took time? I don't totally understand that. Because time taken is 51 milliseconds, but then somehow I got an extra like 53 there. What does run.cmd do? It does gulp test. And at some point, so what does gulp test do, I guess? Test runs Mocha. So let's run Mocha on the bundle file. Dis/bundle.js. What? How did this fail? Oh, it's not less than the padding that I gave it. So I guess I gotta say this is like 10. It's 54 milliseconds. It's still saying 105 after each of these though. That's so weird. What is adding an extra 50 milliseconds? Because the only things that happen after force update are these. This is a simple addition. This is a date.now call. This is console.log. Oh. Maybe it's that. I should take that out and see. Yeah, let's take that out. So if we take out the console.log, then all of a sudden does this run much faster? Please be yes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go through and debug a whole bunch of stuff. Also, I don't know if you can see that. Let me put this over here. No, that's not good. It's still 105 milliseconds, 114, 112. What if we cut all of this out too? So now it's just the force update bot. What would cause this to take so much extra time? I guess what I can do is just put very steep penalties for hitting the maximum time in botland. Because you essentially use... Yeah. This is something I don't think I can do anything about. I think there is code you can write that somehow just ends up taking much longer than it should. Or possibly any code that you write has enough post-code flow where this isn't gonna... Okay, let's try that out. we know the code execution times, but what we don't know is how much time normal code takes to run. So we're gonna put this here. We're gonna put all this stuff back, and now we're gonna define code equal to oops. Let's just change this to a let. We're gonna say code equals update equals function, just do nothing. So we'd expect a function call to take less than a millisecond. So if we see that this takes like 53 milliseconds, and we know something's horribly wrong, and if we see it take a millisecond or so, then yeah, maybe everything's fine. Time taken 0. Yeah, it's not taking any time at all. Okay. Alright, what does this mean? This means that when we're done with this code, it could be exception handling that's doing this. How long does it take to catch an exception in JavaScript? Is that like a long time? Foo equals function, throw new error test. Alright, so try foo, catch error, and then we gotta time this. So a equals date.now, console.log date.now minus a. 1 millisecond, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Alright, so throwing an error is not necessarily what's taking time. I wonder if it's unwinding the call stack. We could probably profile this. There's the eval call, and then this calls into check time. Check time makes sure that you're not beyond your... Yeah, and then we're just throwing an error from like way down the stack. I think that's the problem. In fact, let's see if we can time this. We need to get kind of clever about this though. When you say foo equals function, like a equals 0, foo equals function, a plus plus, if a is less than 20,000, then call foo. But before doing that, set b equal to the current time. Unexpected identifier. What did I screw up? No, this. Okay, so we've got our function. Now, this is going to... Oh, otherwise throw new error. Okay, good. So this will throw an error. Now what we want to do is foo and then print date.now minus b. Okay, try. Interesting. What is this doing? B equals date.now. Then we call foo again. How is this increasing? What, is B not changing? No, B is not changing. Oh, I never set A back equal to 0. A equals 0. There. Okay, so what we learned is throwing an exception from very far inside a call stack that hasn't hit max takes much longer than throwing an exception when you haven't unwound the call stack. That makes sense because there's the whole postamble of functions popping back to where they used to be. But then why? Let's take a look at where we define foo. What if we set this to Chrome's maximum depth, so like 41,000, and then we run this code. Yeah, 7 milliseconds, 9 milliseconds, 6. Okay, I think this is something I've got to keep in mind, because this is adding something like 50 milliseconds to the code. Yeah, I just don't know what to do about it. Like, the worst we can do is penalize you in game and maybe kill your bot. If you're not crashing a system or something and you're not really lagging everything, it's as though you control 2 bots when you only control 1. but still, I think this is something I'll write down. So note, throwing an exception before unwinding a bunch of call frames is expensive. For example, you have this code, there's that, and then there's this. In Chrome, that will print 6 or 7 milliseconds, whereas just throwing an... Oh, it's because it's got to build a stack trace, that's why. That's the whole reason. Okay. So in Chrome, that'll print 6 or 7 milliseconds, probably because it has to form the whole stack trace. And in fact, you know what? We could have verified this. If in our catch block we said console.log error, we probably get some giant... Wait, this isn't as much as I thought it would be. Well, maybe it cuts off after a certain amount of time. Can we do error.call stack? Wait, here's what we want to do. E equals error. E dot stack. Here we go. E dot stack dot length. No, they cap it at 310 characters. I don't know. Okay, but anyway, in Chrome, that will print 6 or 7 milliseconds, whereas just throwing an exception from the top level takes less than 1 millisecond. So we need to eventually do something about this. We could time your post. We could save the time in check time before throwing an error. Yeah, let's do that actually. That's a good idea. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna set a global. Global.bbb equals date.now, and then code timeout reached, and then when we're done in our catch statement, when we're done in our catch statement down here, we'll get error running this, and then we say something like if not is undefined global.bbb, then console.log time taken to unwind the stack date.now minus global.bbb. Okay, then we run this code with this code here. Okay. Let's see, if that says 50 milliseconds, then that's it, problem solved. Because well, not entirely problem solved. Time taken on, yep, look at that. Time taken to unwind the stack, 32, 42, 54. So the only problem we have now is that there's no way to differentiate stupidity with maliciousness. Classic human blunders. So here's what I worry about. I don't think anyone will ever run this code normally. They won't just type this code somehow and be like, oh yeah, this is totally what I want my script to be. But you can't count on this happening. Oh, check out this new botland script, like do this and you'll shoot lasers twice as fast. And there's real looking code up here about like firing lasers and stuff, and maybe this never gets hit if false, and you don't know how to code, so you input this into here and you're like, okay, yeah, this is some cheat code to let me use lasers twice as fast, and then the server bans you because it thinks you're trying to cheat the system. So yeah, that's what I was saying about you can't differentiate stupidity from maliciousness. Or rather, maliciousness by proxy. The only thing we can do in this case, when you run into this, is detect that it happened and prevent it from happening again very soon. So I've set max turn time equal to... No, wait, there's one other thing we can do. No, we're not going to do that. I guess there's a couple things. Before throwing exception to figure out the unwind time. Another thing we can do is perhaps disallow recursing that much. We could probably figure out where you are in the call stack by every time you call a function push, or every time a function calls itself. No, I don't know. I don't think that's good. The whole point is, though, what do we do when we detect this? So we have ways of detecting it. Then what do we do? I think we have to institute some kind of penalty system. Yeah. We need to institute a penalty around this. Although actually, people could get really clever and they could write a function that recurses, stays at the bottom of the call stack, but doesn't take the whole 50 milliseconds. It takes on average, let's say 37. So their code doesn't ever hit the check time call, and then their unwinding still, no, there's no exception though. No, they could throw, oh man. You could limit the complexity of programs based on CPU upgrades, but at least top players from being able to do it. I don't know if I can even do that though. Like, this is not very complex. It uses assignments, an if statement, another assignment really, and then a function call. The only complex part for new players would be making your own function. That I could stop, sure. But I still think, okay, so the only super problem here is that players could get really smart about this and make their function use a terminator at 49 ms. Then the unwinding from the terminator's exception takes an extra 50 ms, but check time was never hit. Thus, I think we need to time the entirety of their code execution, not just the update call. So let's just have a call limit to a function. If a function is called more than 5,000 times, stop it. But then they can still get smart about that, right? I wrote 5,000s here. What if I had just written something like, well, where's the code I ended up with? Where's the code I ended up with? Yeah, so this is what I had. What they could do is just change this to 1,000, and then it ends up calling a new function after that many times. And this is why I think the best way to stop this is to do this. Whoops, sorry for shaking the webcam. So in here, here's what I was doing. I was timing, yeah, here's what we gotta do. So check time, checks to see code execution start time. Are we greater than the code execution timeout? What we also need to do is check this again after this function runs. We need to check this here. Total time elapsed equals this. Because at this point, no, we actually just need to do it in the try catch. We need to do this because unwinding the stack from unwinding a deep stack takes upwards of 50 milliseconds on node. Tibron says keep an average over a few frames and base it off that. Yeah, so I'm doing something like that. I think this is pretty much, I think this is the solution. So we're already timing this eval call. This is being timed by virtue of injecting check time calls from your code. Then in this catch, we weren't testing all of this code essentially. So a lot happens in the JavaScript engine in this catch right here. And I have a feeling Node.js turn off stack trace. Can we do that? How to log stack traces? I don't know if this is even possible. Specify console.trace depth. Error.stackTrace limit. What? You can just set this? Wait. It's set to 10. No, that's not what it is that I want. Capture stack trace. This. We could probably just set this to false. equals function do nothing. Now what happens when I run this code from back there? Oh no, it still takes a long time. Error dot stack trace limit equals 0. Yeah, it still takes time. What else do we have in here? Error dot. Well, whatever. Nimron says, is it possible to send someone a virus when playing a Flash game? It depends on what the Flash game exposes, but I imagine it is. Yuri Pack says, what does underscore mean? Underscore is Lodash, so if you look up Lodash, you'll find it's a utility library. Deadpixel says, that's just the trace lines, not the stack limit. Yeah, I think you're right. Sir Quest says, stack overflow to the rest. I think this is what we need to do, total time elapsed. And then if total time elapsed is greater than, let's say, constants.max user, no, what code execution timeout times 1.5, then you really wrote a bad program. You really wrote a bad program here. You need to be punished. But what do we do about it? I guess what we can do is this. Let punish time equals 0. So here's what we'll do. We'll write punish time equals this dot tick time times 2. And then we add punish time to this. Bop that. Okay, so yeah, did I write that in completely here? Unwinding a call stack? I think that makes sense. Then we just gotta, I can close all this stuff. Yeah, we don't need these either. Or this. So now we can check to see if your cooldown is greater than it should have been. Shouldn't you make it total time elapsed times 2? No, I actually can't do that because the time elapsed is going to be like 70 milliseconds, which for running one bot is a very long time, but anyway, I know you put a kappa there, I know that's sarcastic, but like still, yeah. I used to have the MSDN books as a library. Yeah, times have definitely changed. Okay. I think we're about to finish up here. So how do we test this now? We have this whole time taken, time to unwind the stack. That's all there. Arena test does not need that code. So this time take, we need to like make sure that this actually hit check time. There's no way to guarantee that. We need to see if this hit the check time call, but thanks to stack unwinding taking forever, we can't guarantee that that's what caused this to take a while. Well, we can save off the amount of time it took to execute, so we could save the amount of time it took to execute your code in the system. All right. I think that's it for today. Give them a message. Says the bot overheated. Yeah, I think as far as messaging goes, I'll figure that out later. Yeah. So alright guys, I want to thank you all for tuning in today. I'd also like to direct you to botland.net if you would be so kind as to just do whatever you want to any of these sites. Subscribe, follow, post comments, share with your friends, then great. And I will post a new video this weekend on YouTube with a recap of what I got done this week. And I might actually stream sometime this weekend and work on some like Botland related feature. Is this Xbox One or PS4? It's Wii U 5, so it'll be for the newest of the new systems. X Pro, it's actually just browser. It's a browser-based game. And I can go over it very quickly, despite that I was about to log off, but I will do this for you. So, Botland is a strategy game. You will make bots, and then you will write code for them. And after you've written code, you'll just deploy them into the arena, and they'll start running around. And if you don't want to write code, you can use Blockly, which is a visual language, which as long as you can connect these blocks here, you'll be able to write a function that works. So you can say something like set item to find closest enemy bot, and then if exists item, then move in random direction. See ya, X Pro Snipe. Yep, and I'm leaving too. So with that, I'm out of here. Catch you all later. Have a good weekend. Maybe see you on the weekend. Goodbye.